What's up, everybody? How is everyone? What's up? Look, I know. This was one of my more controversial thumbnails. I know. I did not mean to look so pissed at Gilmore, but I was, making the thumbnail a half an hour before I start. I gotta get it going. Can't be doing reshoots. Oh, Badet, everyone. How's it going? Good zone, Team Poo Matt. Don't know what any of that shit means. You look more angry at Gilmore. Ah, dang it. Shoot. And yes, I'm Team Poo Matt as well. Clickbaiting us into thinking you hate Gilmore. You're right. It's the absolute perfect clickbait. Team Gilmore. Oh, interesting. All right. Well, as the title, thumbnail, etc. might imply, my takeaway is that not even Matthew Mercer can make shopping fun. Even with a super, super fun NPC doing it, it's still boring as hell. Your eyes need to be looking at the top left corner to make it look like you're rolling your eyes. Interesting. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to. I might do like a little thumbnail photo shoot after this. Try to actually get it right. Yeah, man. I don't know. And my overall takeaway is, if you like shopping, if you are like the critical roles because your man crush hate, no man, me and Travis, we're just on the same wavelength, brother. No. But if you're like shopping, if you are Laura Bailey and you just love counting your gold pieces, that's all good. That's all good. Have a blast. Have fun. I wish I could be you. I wish I could love it, but I don't. So my takeaway is, anyone who is like me, who is like Travis, who are not shopping type people, there was a moment there where Pike said, hey, I have this kind of specific thing I want. Can you order it for me or craft it for me? And they said, yeah, it'll take a month and this much gold. If that's you, if you're that player, or if you're that DM that doesn't like shopping, I would consider going that route. I would consider going the like crafting route where you have all of these guild artisans that can make you all sorts of cool stuff. And, maybe even make it cheaper than some of the, cheaper, well, it would be more expensive, actually. But, you can work it into downtime. You can work it into building relationships. Like, there's a lot of ways to give your players stuff that isn't shopping. But all the fun was with Vax and Gilmore that episode. Yeah, exactly. Like it nothing about that being a shopping episode changed that Matt is a delightful character actor and that Liam O'Brien is a delightful character actor, and they had a lot of fun. I am team skip it in general. Yeah. When I have things that I want my players to be able to buy, which are normally non-magical things, I give them a nice little menu like they're at a restaurant, and I say, go nuts. And I don't, and then when they actually go to buy the things, then we do a little bit of RP, but I don't go through like, this is this that we have, and this is this, and it costs this much, and blah, blah, blah. My favorite hour in BG3 so far may have been looting that one early village and then micromanaging my inventory. Oy, oy, oy. I will grant you that it may be slightly less entertaining in a pen and paper. Dude, this is a very clear divergence. I do not organize my inventory for shit. I use the little auto sort of like sort by value, sort by weight, sort by like latest obtained. I've never manually sorted my inventory. Not my jam, not my way that I like to go. So that is my overall takeaway from last episode is, wow, shopping's super not my thing. And if it's also not your thing, you don't actually need shopping. You can do crafting, you can do acquiring, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Even if you don't want your characters to craft, you can have merchants that will craft or acquire things for your players if they ask. If they ask real nice and sweet like, right? And let's reset the annoyance tally. Orion has not already gotten on my nerves this episode, although last episode was not his best performance. It was not great. It wasn't as bad as some, but it was not good. But we'll see. I didn't use Orion in the thumbnail today, so, maybe he'll know that. He'll be great today. Or maybe he will do some shit that will put him back in the thumbnail. We'll see.
Purchases, now's a party decide how to disseminate the...
Oh, and we're skipping Matt's recap because I do not want another 7-hour episode, at least for a while. So we're gonna be skipping Matt's recap and jumping straight on into it.
The items that you've purchased, and once you guys are ready, we'll take it from there.
How many items do we have?
They're a bit divvied up right now. I believe Pike is holding on to the sword.
Let's just jump into it. Also, React recommendations. It's Gilmore's Glorious Goods. It's very nice.
Correct.
And I also have Pearl of Power.
Okay. I thought I had figured out what was causing it. Yeah, we're back. Dude. I thought I had figured out what was causing those. Apparently, I haven't. It's something with OBS that's causing it to crash. I think it's when I go full screen on Firefox. I'm not sure if it's a Firefox only issue or if it's what the hell is going on. I need to fix it because I wanted to. I'm only sharing the application, not my screen, because I don't want to share my whole screen, but I'm sorry about that. I caught a BG3 stream by Asterion's VA Neil Newborn earlier. He's a riot and he takes combat strategy very seriously. Apparently he's a Warhammer DM. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Man, that sounds good. Hey, am I back, by the way? I haven't seen anyone comment since I came back. I hope I'm back. I think I am. You're back. All right, sick. Yeah, that's like I said, I think I know what's causing it and what we might need to do. Okay, that didn't kill it. We might just need to watch them in theater mode. Cuz it's not that much. Oh no, it's worse. I don't like it. But okay, let's try it one more time. I'm going to put it full screen and we're going to see what happens. No, it's fine. I have no idea, dude. I'm going to need to test it this weekend. I'm going to try to see if I can recreate the issue, because I definitely thought I'd solved it. Borderless window? I don't think I could. Can you borderless window YouTube? I wish you could. That'd be dope. But Pearl of Power is an underrated magic item. Pearl of Power is very good. Pearl of Power is very, very good. Where do I see it?
Pike is holding on to the sword, correct?
And I also have Pearl of Power.
Ooh, what is
That's
that?
up for grabs.
Let me see.
I am holding on to a Ring of Protection +2 and a Belt of Dwarven Kind. Hello, Percy.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hello,
Good of you to
Percy.
join us.
Thank you.
Percy.
I just got off an airplane. Hi.
Yes. How was their flight?
An airplane.
The flight was was slightly shorter than the drive here. Hi.
Oh my god.
That sounds about right.
Oh, no.
Please.
Well,
No, Liam.
We got this as a gift from.
Oh no, Liam's on the iPad. Did I? I'm recreating a reaction that I had while I was crashed. I was going for a sec when OBS crashed. Dude, they're gonna have to figure something out if they keep having iPad kids on this. Yeah, Liam's on the tablet. They're gonna need to figure something out. I know this is pre-COVID technology, but hopefully, I was not a fan of the iPad people. I loved Taliesin taking a quick sip, not realizing he was burping. Yeah, he said, "Oh, this looks good," and then was like, "Oh."
This is
Oh,
from.
what's his butt has something.
Prometheus.
Good.
It's brandy.
Max has something.
It's really good brandy.
Max,
I
thought it was
he's
beer.
back. He's
Sorry.
talking.
Oh,
Just kidding,
I thought it was beer.
I
Thanks.
am a founder of Life Stealing Plus One. I'd also like to say how much I enjoy being in Travis's stomach like Kuatu.
Nice.
At least by campaign 2. Well, thank God for that, man.
I have a ring of protection +2 and a belt.
It's so funny because, like, I'm sure that they figure out, like, the audio issues. They have these nice camera setups. They've got the nice, like, you know, stream layout. Like, it looks good, but just remote play is not. The iPad's just so hilarious. It's so hilarious from, like, our perspective nowadays of just, like, it being, like, so obvious of, like, dude, just put them on screen. Like just, like, hook that in. Why are they calling into this iPad? Why are they not calling into the computer that's streaming all of this? And you just throw that onto OBS. It's so obvious in retrospect, but I understand why it probably took them a sec.
What is that? What is that? What does that do?
It gives you a +2 bonus to AC and saving throws while wearing this ring.
I need that.
And then I also have the Belt of Dwarven
Can
Kind.
you say the most amazing thing about it?
Oh, God.
Which
What's the over-under? What's the over-under on the time code where Orion tries to fucking trade with Sam? Or is he not even gonna try? That would be crazy. That would be crazy if he tried to trade with him when he wasn't there, and then he just doesn't bring it up when he comes back. That would be so damning to his intentions. Oh my God. Although I guess they could have talked about it off stream. We don't know. I like their bumped production now, but their older, more ramshackle setup has a charm to it. Yeah, it's, you know, that's the curse of getting successful, right? Yeah, there's always gonna be a certain amount of charm to lo-fi. You know, even me, it's like, you know, like my fucking, like, watching, like, me, like, move around my little OBS stuff and changing everything has a certain amount of charm to it. But also, I'm using the Shure, so it's like, you know, how much charm is there really? Give your over-under guess how many minutes you guess. Oh, man. The over-under, I'm gonna say he tries to get it from Percy. Or not Percy, Scanlan. I'm gonna say he tries to initiate the trade minute 15. Minute 15 is my guess. If you know, just don't say anything. But if you don't know, give me your over-under on when you think Orion is going to try to initiate this trade with Scanlan. I'm in the camp of really needing smooth audio, but I can deal with a lot of visual jankiness if the content is otherwise good in general. I think I saw like a Vsauce video or like who's the British dude that used to do tech and now he does like more like interesting things. I can't remember his name, but I think he did something about that where he said something to that effect of like audio is, yes, Tom Scott. I'm pretty sure it was a Tom Scott video where he kind of like he collated a lot of studies that essentially show and somewhat prove that people are much more willing to put up with bad video than they are with bad audio. It's why I use like a $40 webcam and a very expensive microphone, because this was like the first thing that I invested into when it came to my setup was good audio.
With the Belt of Dwarven Kind. Yeah, you guys remember this? It gives you a +2 to your Constitution modifier. You have advantage on.
In campaign 2, they got their own studio and can make all their own changes, upgrades. That I think that made a big difference. Is that so? Are they with Geek and Sundry until campaign 2? Like they were like with Geek and Sundry all of campaign 1, and then in between they split off and started doing their own thing. Because that would track. The GNS Twitch channel was severely underfunded throughout its existence. It was kind of a redheaded stepchild at Nerdist. They never truly understood what they had. Yeah, from the formal break happens around C2 episode 20. Okay. Goes from most important to least is audio quality, lighting, then video quality. That tracks. I'm bad at lighting. I need to figure it out better, but I do okay. That's interesting. I don't know a lot of the lore around Geek and Sundry. I was never like a Nerdist Geek and Sundry person. Like I was never like really in the sauce. So I don't really know much about that whole thing. Or just about like in general. I know that she was on this shows you exactly how adjacent I am to it. I think it was Felicity Day or Felicia Day. She was on Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. That's my main reference point for her. Isn't she like she's either the head of Geek and Sundry or she's like involved with it? I don't know all the lore. Your lighting is good enough. Thank you. It's one of the reasons that I don't love filming videos. I prefer live streaming is because the bar for like lighting and video on live streaming is so much lower than it is for normal video. She founded it and I think she sold it, co-founder of. Interesting. Okay. I knew that she was like a big into like nerd and geek culture. But I didn't know quite the situation. Interesting.
Charisma persuasion checks with dwarves. And you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of growing a full beard.
Oh,
What?
I know.
That's
amazing.
If you are capable of oh, that's right. You guys tuned out.
That's
You
right,
guys
we
tuned
weren't
out.
here.
Yeah, we realized this at the end of the stream. Yes, at the top of the day, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of growing a full thick, full thick beard if you're capable of growing one, or a visibly thicker beard if you already have one.
Like, Tiberius is the only one that couldn't.
I know, he's almost like drooling. Look at that.
Of growing a full thick.
Look at that. He's just like, That's so funny. Yay made it for stream. What's up? What's up, Emila? Let me know if I'm getting it horribly, terribly wrong. What's up? Glad to have you. Glad that you made it. Will Wheaton is now older than Patrick Stewart was at the start of Next Generation. That's crazy. Sir Patrick Stewart is one of those people that hit whatever age he is at in his 50s. He became the age he is in his 50s, and he never aged past that. Like, even in the new show, he does not look that much older. Like, he definitely is clearly older, but not, I don't think he looks like he's maybe aged 10 years, and I think he's actually aged like 30. It's crazy. Like Amelia. Oh, okay. What's up, Amelia? Insert that meme about the woman in bed worried her guy is thinking about other girls when he's actually thinking about growing a full beard.
A full thick beard if you're capable of growing one, or
dude, I wish I had that. This you guys have always seen this, right? I have not. I don't shave. I don't shave. I have not shaved like my sides and my bottom in like 2 weeks. And this is the result of like 2 or 3 months of like occasionally trimming it to like get it to be thicker, but I just don't grow hair. I mean, I grow this hair just fine. And like it's weird, my legs are hairy, but my chest is not. My armpits look like I shaved them. Never shaved my armpits ever. Look at that. Nothing. I have a weird like arrangement of hair. It's very odd. I mean, solidarity in trans mask LMAO. Yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah, it's I wish I could grow a full thick beard. That'd be so sick. I imagine my long hair with a long beard. I'd look so dope.
Visibly.
But you gotta chill with what you have, right? Mine grows like crazy. It's mostly gray, so I look 15 years older when I don't shave for a few days. I'm starting to get gray hairs. My grandpa and my dad were both gray by 50. So I am like full gray. But they both still had heads of white hair, so I don't know. Really, we should all get a personal character creator at like age 16 at the latest. That'd be sick. That'd be sick, AKL. Oh, hell yeah.
Thicker beard if you already have one.
Like, Tiberius is the only one that couldn't grow a beard, right?
Right? We could all grow a beard, technically.
Ladies could get some stank beards.
Can the ladies
I
grow a
mean,
beard?
Why
I mean,
not?
like if our hormones were a little different.
Yeah, I've seen some massive she-beards out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could find him a nice lady.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
bigger.
Okay, but funny, embarrassing megaphone man story. So my wife Paige was the first blonde person I had ever dated when we started dating, and I had always dated people with like dark brown to like black hair. And when we were like getting closer, it was like 6 months, maybe 8 months into us dating. I said we were saying something about like she like farted in front of me and she was like, "Oh, sorry." And I was like, "Nah, like it's chill. It's whatever. I don't give a shit about like farting. That's fine." And I said, "I want you to be comfortable to like shave your mustache in front of me." Because I'd only ever dated people and women that like grew hair on their upper lip and like had to shave it. And Paige was like, "What?" She was like, "I don't shave." And I was like, "What do you mean? Like I've never like seen you grow anything there." And she's like, I don't shave. My hair is just blonde. I have a mustache." And I was like, "What?" And like I looked and I was like, "Oh my God, you do? That's crazy." And she's like, "Do you want me to shave it?" I was like, "No, I don't care. I want you to be comfortable. I thought that you were like going into the bathroom in secret to shave it." Oh man, this is just me with all this not knowing how blonde hair works. Oh man. By 50, my mom was gray by 28, and so I am starting to gray before 30 as well. I mean, I should say. When I said gray, I should have said white. My grandpa died with a full head of white hair, and my other grandpa currently has a full head of white hair that's almost my length. So I just know that I don't know when my dad started coloring his hair. I do not plan on coloring it, but I'm getting gray hairs all over the place. Not to get weird, but I've always been super into people who go gray early, especially if they keep a full head of hair. Silver foxes for the win. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I have no plans to color my hair. The moment I start going gray, I'm leaning into it. I'm thinking like Neil from Rhett and Link. I'm thinking Danny Gonzalez with like the gray streak. Hell yeah.
And if you aren't a dwarf, on top of this, if you aren't a dwarf, you gain the following additional benefits while wearing this belt. You have advantage on saving throws against poison, resistance against poison damage, dark vision up to 60 feet, and you can speak, read, and write Dwarvish.
That's pretty.
What are you doing?
Quiet.
Feel free to tell me to put it down to normal. I know like last time right before Gilmore came on, someone was like, turn it down to normal. But I think in general, because I tend to go off on my tangents, my standard is going to be 1.25. And then if need be, I'll turn it up or down depending on what's going on, just so that we keep reasonable video lengths. Because like while I love like those 7-hour streams, I don't love the lack of sleep and the way that my voice feels afterward. So, I'm gonna start hopefully aiming for like the 5.5 to 6 hour range.
I got one too.
Hey.
I got the manual of quickness of action.
Sorcerers can wear leather armor.
I'm keeping this one.
Sorcerers can wear leather armor?
What?
I think, I mean, I just...
Do you guys have a problem if I keep the Pearl of Power?
What does it do? Leather and cloth?
It lets you use another third level spell. And I figure you guys all have better spells than third level, but I only have up to third level.
So it just gives you one more third
of my
level
most
spell?
powerful.
Ryan, do I need to put on the rules lawyer tie? To my knowledge, do sorcerers have light armor? I know warlocks do. But I don't believe sorcerers have an armor proficiency.
Powerful spell, which is my
But
third.
I actually don't know. Off the top of my
It does a
head.
lot of damage. And they do usually do a lot of damage with the third levels.
That's fine with me. I generally have enough spells.
I need a clip-on rules lawyer tie. That's so hard to put around my head when I need to do it. Sorcerers do not have armor proficiency. Yeah, that makes sense.
You got that ring of protection, or you could have the.
God, speaking of things that BG3 introduced that are so cool, magic armor that's not any type of armor, that's just like clothes. God, so nice. So nice.
That good.
So yes, we also got the Cold Snap leather armor +2, which I was originally thinking for myself, but then I realized I actually have decent leather armor that gives me spell advantage, so I'm good on leather armor.
I could stand to wear it. I have no torso armor.
Are you sure sorcerers can wear it? I thought they could wear robes.
Cloth and leather.
Hell yeah, WT. Very glad to have you here. I mean, not hell yeah that you're postponing sleep. But glad to have you. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the playbacks and the VODs. So I'm very excited to have you here. Speaking of someone who's playing a sorcerer who's floating off my Dex mage armor, dude, so nice. Armor of Shadows Warlock Invocation is very dope in that game. Maybe a British court style wig you can throw on quickly. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. I can get like a gavel. That'd be sick. No one mad. You popped into my feed about a week ago. I'm only on Ep3, almost done, but had to come in and say, sup, what's up, number one mad? I'm very glad to have you. You're escalating. I think I start getting more used to the stream. I think I get a lot of technical issues figured out closer to like Eps 4 and 5, so hopefully you're getting to the more what's the word? Smooth watching experience soon. But very glad to have you. The rules barrister. Barrister? I don't know what a barrister is. Instead of a wig, you could dump a cup of Risa, you're so right. I could. You're so right. That sounds like a like an event, like a drinking game, or like an NPC stream. I do NPC stream of of Critical Role, where instead of having you guys like gift me things to do things, it's just whenever they say like sleeper cell trigger words, it's like anytime they get a rule wrong, I have to dump flour on my head and tell them the real rule. Is item slots really a thing? I thought rules also talk about absolve attunement. Is there anything stopping from wearing multiple magical helmets? So no, item slots are not actually. Item slots are not a. Okay, wait. Okay, so item slots are not like an explicit thing in 5e, but there is kind of a rule that kind of subverts the concept of item slots, but also enforces it. The rules do say that for any given magic item, you must be capable of wearing it or wielding it normally. Obviously has a lot of room for interpretation. And the DMG even acknowledges that has a lot of room for interpretation. So like they said that, some aberrations like the gibbering mouther might not be able to wield a ring normally on like, one of their fucking creepy appendages, but an octopus or kraken might legitimately be able to wield a ring on their tentacle. So it is essentially the DMG totally leaves it up to DM discretion as to whether or not it is reasonable for you to wear the assortment of items that you are wearing, essentially. I would wait. A British term for a lawyer. I see. Someone who has been called to the bar. All right. I would allow multiple hats every time. Hey, man, yeah, just keep stacking them. But there's always a chance that they'll fall off. Oh, man. Once we figure out what's normal anyway. Yeah, exactly. In British law, defendants have a lawyer outside of the courtroom who deals with the paperwork and a barrister advocate in the courtroom. Oh, yeah. I could be a barrister. I could be that. If 5 amulets and 8 rings, here I come. I mean, yeah. So that is sort of what the D&D 5e rules specifically are meant to address, Hans. Is that, like, it does kind of make... it is kind of weird that you can only equip, like, 2 rings in BG3. And that you can only wear 1 necklace. Like why? You know? So that is sort of what this... this setup of rules is meant to address. Is like, yeah, if your DM thinks it's reasonable for you to be able to wear 3 amulets like normally, there's nothing to stop you. Oh fuck, I was on top chat as well, AKL. No, who did I miss? I missed Robin Banks telling me to fuck myself. Yeah. The really important chats. No, he said, fuck you, I'm wearing 3 cloaks. I mean, hey, if your DM's into it, that doesn't seem like the weirdest thing to me. So yeah, that's the, and that was a lot of D&D 5e was trying to abstract and simplify things from the much more complicated and mechanically heavy 3.5e or, Pathfinder. So yeah. 5e is very explicitly designed to leave a lot more things up to DM fiat in both positive and negative ways. If you want to be a Karen with 8 silver rings, by all means. Yeah, a Karen or the guy from fucking 300 Xerxes. Like a ring on every finger. Hell yeah. As long as it's not attunement, why not? If you don't have attunement slots, body slots are a little more needed. Yeah. And I mean, but in like theoretically, like even you have 5 attunement slots, more if you're an artificer, right? But there's nothing to say that you can't attune 5 rings as long as, they're not like the same ring. There's nothing to stop you from doing that. So yeah. Attunement is kind of weird. Attunement and like slots or whatever are kind of weird, but like very simple once you like accept the rule and like what it is. It's pretty dang simple, but it does leave a lot up to the DM.
Okay.
I just looked it up right here. I don't know. See?
Sorcerers can wear no armor. You are wrong.
I can wear no armor.
None.
No, I have this thing that somebody can use.
Wait, I would just like to say.
This is mine.
Wait.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you for your contribution, Liam.
I have something.
This would bring his with that and the ring.
Do I have armor?
If you board this in the ring, it would give you +3 to your AC.
Oh my god.
So that's not bad.
Probably figured this all out before we
Because
started.
this will give you +1 to your AC.
Well, I wouldn't mind having
You have regular set of leather armor right now.
What is that? Is this better? What does it mean? Should I get that?
Probably.
Do anything. This is better?
Probably.
What?
Would that give him a +2 to his AC? Would that armor give him a +2?
Cold snap leather armor. This would be leather armor with +2. It would probably give you an additional +1 to your AC if you wear it. It's not studded leather. It's just leather.
That's what I
but
was
it's
saying,
+2 to
like
the
that.
AC.
Plus
So
combo
yeah,
that
your
would
AC would
give
go up by
you
1.
Who wants the belt of
So,
womankind?
okay, this is part of the reason I don't like shopping. Holy shit, we're making the thumbnail and title make sense. Let's go. This is part of the reason I don't like huge shopping experiences specifically for complicated items. This is not to say, and none of my advice is to say that I don't like shopping sessions in general. I love players going around and looking for what they want. But specifically, like, magic item shopping is so cumbersome because you have to describe everything in detail. And when they buy a bunch of them, there is then a set of like necessary bookkeeping that you have to do afterwards of like, okay, who wants what? Like, do you want this? Oh, I don't know if that would work with my proficiencies. I don't know if that would work with my build. Maybe it would work better with your build. Now it's way worse because there's 8 of them. That's not as much of a problem when you only have 4, but the concept is still there, right? Of like, the more you individualize magic item shopping, it's just going to expand the time that it takes like tenfold. And then you have so many things that you have to do as a DM. You have to explain rules. You have to look up things. You have to make sure that people are following their attunement rules. You have to make sure that, if they were using slots, that they're following that. I mean, it's just... It adds just a shitload of bookkeeping that I am super uninterested in as a DM. Liam said Quaid, referring to Quado in Total Recall. That makes more sense with his lighting and the thing. Still got to do that movie club. I've been thinking about it more. I'm legitimately very much considering that idea. It might actually, I've been thinking about Movie Club as maybe a Discord only thing, like something that doesn't actually get streamed out. It's like a little like fun like thing if you're in the Discord. I don't know. I'm ideating still. We're going to see. Thank you. I never got that before. Yeah, I definitely would not have. They get so much better at this stuff later, but there's a whole lot of cumbersome bookkeeping right now. Yeah, it's definitely worse with new players because you have to re-explain rules. You have to look a lot of things up if they don't know what things are. Yeah, it's definitely worse with new players. It doesn't help that they're still learning the system. Oh my God, you beat me to it. Yeah, I would say that's a really big, probably issue right now, is that they're still trying to learn the system. I like to deal with most shopping out of session and PMs with my players, even if we feel like role-playing the shopping later. WT, that's generally how I go about it. So I try to let my players know the general things that are available in the city, and then if they want something specific, maybe it's available, and we role-play that. Or I can say, that's not available just on a store shelf. You'll have to get that crafted or acquired or ordered or something. And we'll normally roleplay that. Being sponsored by D&D Beyond and C2 went a long way towards helping the paperwork. I can imagine. Holy shit. Yeah, that would really, really help. You have a few days of downtime. Think about what kind of shopping are you planning to shop for next session? Totally, WT. Then you can actually get to like the really interesting parts of the shopping. You can get to Vex and Gilmore interacting. Even if you want to do like big haggling stuff like Laura did, you can get all of the totals figured out in DMs beforehand. And then you can go into the interesting haggling, the checks, all of that, and actually see how much it costs later. And you've already had time to review the stats of whatever you're trying to buy, so there's less bookkeeping in session. That is my personal strategy if I am going to do shopping. It's not the right way, but it is a way that I am definitely partial to.
What's your constitution right now?
I think Pike should have the
18.
I got a
That's
Your
pretty
constitution
high.
up to a 20.
I want to grow a fucking beard.
I know.
I
What's
know
so
it does
sad
other
is
things.
the
Someday
only,
you'll be a real boy.
the only
That'll be
reason
a-
any
I
of
know
us
it
want that
does
belt
other
is to grow a
things.
beard.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, even though there's some very great aspects to the belt.
My question is,
hold on
once
to
you
it.
grow the
Plus.
beard, if you remove the belt, does the beard fall off, or do you get to keep the beard? Because then you guys could just like switch
Switch
it out
around.
until everybody had the appropriate amount of facial hair.
If I had the beard, I would.
That's true.
Or does it like dissipate at the end of the day when you take it off?
I think that's our wonderful Matt
I'll
Mercer's
take it.
call.
We
Yeah,
can
I
hold it
think
until
so,
somebody
yeah.
else wants
No
it.
way of knowing.
So who's gonna take the ring?
What's the ring do? Oh, the
Keyleth,
ring
I
do
think,
plus
would
two.
like.
Yeah, number one, Matt. I mean, that's something that we talked about last session is that there's really no way to do shopping that is explicitly bad, but shopping and commerce and economy are really, really important tone setters. So the way in which you display the options for what to buy to your characters can really help establish a tone. So, like, the fact that Gilmore's Glorious Goods exists as a business that employs tons of people, like, it's not just Gilmore hanging out there, right? Like, the fact that this is like a business that is now expanding to other places says a lot about Iman and the type of place that Iman is, both in the demand for those products and the supply of said products. And so, to your point, if you are in a low magic setting, it would not make sense at all to have a Gilmore's Glorious Goods, right? Like, that would be totally just, it would just not make sense at all. But potions are a great thing to offer them. Even potions, like very like rare and powerful potions, like, you know, Hill Giant Strength, because that feels more like alchemy, which feels more low magic than enchantment. Enchantment feels much higher magic. So that's totally spot on of using this experience and this shopping, these shopping tones to enforce the rest of the tones of your world. I'm the guy that's always buying a bunch of caltrops, fishing kits and bells, flasks of oil, etc. Fuck yeah, dude. I love meat. That's why Thief is one of my favorite subclasses in D&D 5e, is being able to use an item as a bonus action. Ooh, boy, caltrops are fun. Caltrops are fun on Thief. I want to drink out of what Ashley's drinking out of. That cup looks rad. Uh-oh, I gotta rewind. Oh, trust me, there's a bad way to shop. Oh, boy. Oh, it's right there. Oh my god, I didn't even notice it. That is rad. It's like a chalice holding a normal glass. But I think it's all one glass. That's very sick. I don't have many cool mugs. I have a few, but not many cool ones. Cannot wait for the bad way to shop. Oh boy.
So who's gonna take the ring? What's the ring do? Oh, the
Heath,
ring
I think, would like the ring.
It
I would
boosts you
just
in-
like something to help my AC.
What's your AC?
15.
So I bring you
That's
to
pretty
17.
low.
Mine's at 14.
It is now
15
15.
is
You are.
15.
Okay, 15's pretty low, but also she's a druid. So she just gets shit tons of temp HP on demand. You know, I don't know. Been there.
That's good. Alright, you take it. I'll just die a lot.
Are you
Whoa,
sure?
whoa, no,
I
not
feel
cool.
bad.
Actually,
I wouldn't.
what I was saying
Scanlan?
earlier,
15.
I'm gonna take off the Iron Stone.
You look pretty good with a beard.
Oh! Anyone that said over, anyone that took the over. Man, I was real close with that guess, with the 15-minute guess. But our overs have won it. Oh, I should have done like a poll or something. I don't even know if I can do a poll. Because I think I could have. No! Wait, how do I do it? I'm just practicing. Oh, man, I should have done an over-under poll. Shit. Oh, that would have been so much fun. But yeah, whoever thought in their brains that it was going to be the over, you guys won.
You would look really good with a beard.
Well, that solves it.
Well, wait, I thought Grog was taking the beard.
Maybe you guys can switch out sometimes.
Frog is figured.
Take it. It's a belt. We can just. Oh, but we have to
You're
like
gonna
bind
have
it
to
to us.
Because
No, you take
Frog
it.
does
It wasn't 15 and a half, right? It was I said 15 originally.
doesn't wear armor either. He gets better benefits.
There
if he
hasn't
doesn't wear
been
armor.
enough
I'm pretty
in-game
much
time for
naked.
this to actually have taken hold yet, hasn't it?
You should keep that. I think it gives you a bonus
Takes
to your dex.
the manual of quickness of action. It takes 48 hours worth of reading it.
Not yet, no.
Okay. So I'll have to wait. I'm starting this,
But
but
you can read it over time, like you know, take a couple hours in each evening and then.
But that means everybody got something, right?
Yes.
If we divide it up
Did we
that way.
divide everything up?
Yes.
The only one who didn't was my brother.
No, he got
He got
a
the
dagger.
dagger.
No, I have a dagger of life stealing,
Oh, lovely, lovely.
which steals
And
life.
also, Scanlan, and I bring up the Iron Stone.
Oh, yes.
Like I was saying before, you kept running out of spells. This allows you to store extra spells. I propose a friendly trade for the crown that will circlet. What the hat?
Circlet the hat.
circlet.
The concentration circlet?
Yes. I think it would benefit you to have a ring, some sort of spell storing, in which you've complained about running out of spells.
Sorry.
The last-
I took that pill and you wanted it, huh?
Few times we.
Look at this fucking confusion on Sam's face. Because I don't know if Orion is just like has just fabricated this memory of Sam complaining about running out of spells. I do not remember Sam ever once complaining about this. I do not remember this being a complaint that came out of Sam Riegel's mouth. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I find it much more likely that Orion is probably misremembering.
Thought.
The pearl, yes, I did want the pearl, but what?
But what? He's got a yes and. I mean, that's okay. So that's the fucking thing about this being live, right? Is like there's an amount of like, oh, it's good for everyone to be, you know, RPing these things. Like, that's cool. But also, you're on stream, and it is awkward if Sam says no because you're on stream. Like, this is where we come to where there's like a very distinct difference between home games and actual plays of like, it is like, yes, ending is important in home games and it's good to do. But it's so much more important when you're making a show, and I don't know how I would even handle this if I was Sam. Me neither. Sam is made out of straw, apparently. Is that a Scarecrow reference? Like, no brain?
This is a head.
It does what the
it's a
pearl
head
does,
item.
but times
What does it do?
It allows you to if you cast a spell into it, up to level 3, you can do like 3 first level spells or up to 1 third level spell into the stone. It'll hold it, and then like you can just continue on with the rest of the next few.
And see, this is the thing about like, if we are going to roleplay this, like if Tiberius really or if Orion really wants to roleplay this, like, you gotta go all the way. Which I guess theoretically is a criticism of Sam in this point, but I just feel so bad for Sam being put in this situation in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Strawman. Oh, Strawman complained about not having enough spells. I see. He's making him a strawman. I think it probably affects them on several levels. They're, of course, conscious of being on camera, but I suspect it also influences them subconsciously. Not saying it's good or bad per se. I mean, AKL, that's what... I mean, there's some people that, there's a whole thing about like, oh, is Critical Role scripted or whatever? And I have never for a moment, I never watched a second of Critical Role. I never thought for a second it was scripted. But I do think like it has to affect them subconsciously. Like, just being on camera affects me subconsciously. Like, the way that I go about talking about things, like, when they talk about like creators and YouTubers like playing characters, sometimes I think that there are certain aspects that you play up specifically for the camera. But there are also ways that the fact that you are talking to something that is not talking back to you really affects the way that you go about conversing. And it has to be the same for making a show like this. That's live. Like, Dimension 20 probably has it a tiny bit easier because they can cut things, right? If it didn't work out or if it like felt weird in the moment, like they can just cut it. But this is live. They can't cut it. And so they have to be like really subconsciously aware of like making the show drag. Like, I'm always subconsciously aware of like, oh man, like sometimes you'll hear me say like, hey, I've been talking for too long. Like, let's just go. Even if I had more shit to say. Like, sometimes I'll get off on a tangent and definitely have more to say, but I'm like, oh, this has been paused for too long. If anyone is joining soon, or if anyone joined in like the last like 4 or 5 minutes, there has not been Critical Role playing for a while. Like, I probably need to play Critical Role again. And so those sorts of thoughts and pressures certainly affect them. Like, no question. So, and even like the knowledge that there's an arc, the knowledge that they have certain miniatures that they need to use, like all of that pushes them in certain directions subconsciously. Sam should say, go fuck yourself, Ed. I used to do improv. I had a partner kind of like that. He was a big go fuck yourself and type of person. As an autistic person, just being in a room with another person makes me change a lot of behaviors both consciously and not. Can of course also be true for neurotypicals. So in a way, it's a matter of degree. Certainly. Like you hear about people acting, it's like, oh, you're a totally different people around your friends. You're a totally different person around your family. Like it is really matters of degree and the specific ways in which it affects you. We all have a bunch of masks and personas that are constantly changing according to the context. Yeah, totally, Akale. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of having autism, but I have a very, very good friend who has autism, and I've definitely heard him talk about this very explicitly. And we have talked about how it is something that he is like very, very consciously aware of. And the more we talk about it, it is something that I also do, but not nearly to like the degree or the magnitude that he does or has to, just to, interact in social situations. But it's certainly something that all of us do. And the aspect of like being already famous and now, or not famous, but, professional entertainers, and then coming on here and playing a game and like doing the live stream thing where like we're, oh man, like you're just coming on into my home and this is just me and you're getting an inside look, an inside scoop that used to be totally reserved for like, the extras on a DVD. Taking professionals and putting them into that situation, I can't imagine how it affects you subconsciously. Like, I can sort of get there, but I can't imagine doing an actual play. I literally can't. It's not on my radar at all. I would love to be, like, in, like, short arcs with people or, I love running one-shots, but a live-streamed actual play, at least at the moment, is not on the docket for my future, because oh boy, does it sound stressful. For me personally.
You know how I keep casting
this from the stone.
I keep hucking spells is because I keep casting them out of my Ion Stone.
So does that mean on one round I could cast a spell and also activate the spell that's stored in there?
It's still an action to activate it, but it doesn't use your current spell slot because you've already stored it in there from the day before.
That's the majesty of a beer.
I've never run out of spells.
People take you seriously.
You ran out of
I've never run out of spells. Oh my god, oh my god, look at Laura. Was Laura laughing about something else or was she laughing at Sam?
Stored in there?
It's still an action to activate it.
Oh, okay, she's laughing at something else.
But it doesn't use your current spell slot because you've already stored it in there from the day before.
That's the majesty of a beer.
I've never run out of spells.
People take you seriously.
You ran out of spells the last 2 battles, and you said, I can't cast this anymore.
So it gives me an extra level 3 slot? Is that
essentially, right? if you were to cast a level 3 spell into it in advance.
Or you can cast like 3 of those, or 3 of those. Things that you would use for other deals. Yeah.
It's up to you. You have the crown.
Let me think about it. Let's think about it and strategize. We'll do this soon. The 3 level spells I don't use as much as these.
I'm gonna.
But if that's what you'd like.
I would like that very, very much.
Has Max come back from his mandate? He did.
Yeah. Are we done? Are we ready to like do
that
things now?
conversation for 2 weeks.
It's true. That is a true story.
He's been sitting going, well, maybe he'll say this. I don't know.
I'm giving him the one just because he's doing this live. Like there's a weird amount of pressure, and this is one where we go back to pattern of behavior. If Travis was doing this, I would not think twice about it. But I am thinking twice about it with Oren.
You're like me on jury duty.
You did silence me that time.
Sure, I had to.
You didn't have to.
And then
you did turn him into a mouse.
Yeah, a super cute mouse.
I was going to say you didn't turn me back into a mouse.
You also abandoned the party in our most dire moment.
This is true as well.
But he then did get the killing blow.
True.
Yeah, so if I just come, if I abandon you all and come in at the last minute and just take the last shot, I get all the credit.
I like being contrary.
To be fair, Gnome, I never abandoned. I never abandoned the party at all. I was surveying the situation. My idea was not tried whatsoever. So I merely kept to my word. I did not enter the premises, only until I needed to save everyone's life, which is exactly what I did.
I'm so sorry. I missed the last part because my awesome hat was blocking it. Sorry.
It's too big. I'm saying.
We'll discuss soon.
It's not Chlorotis thing. That's a different thing, right?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yes, I have the Chlorosa hat.
And we still have
the
one.
milk on it.
And it looks wonderful on you.
You look like Merlin from Excalibur.
You guys have exited Gilmore's this
Are
time.
we standing out on the street divvying up?
I mean, okay. So that was awkward, but I'm not going to take the annoyance counter at all. I just realized the Orion annoyance counter. Number one, Mad, you'll see the progression. I had to institute this at some point because I was spending too much time on Orion. I think it was in like episode like 8 or 9. I was spending too much time talking about it, so I just needed a counter. But I'm actually not going to take the counter because that sort of awkward interaction is awkward because it doesn't feel like it's in character. It feels like an out-of-character argument. But those sorts of discussions are like what need to happen with flawed characters. Like if someone does something flawed, the other characters should bring it up and like should argue about it. Like that's good character drama. And that is what keeps it as a character flaw and not a person flaw, not a player flaw, right? So I'm not going to tick it. That was awkward, but it's okay. Oh, it gets better. Oh, I'm sure.
Random items.
Yeah,
Just
you guys are essentially in the middle of the thoroughfare in Abadar's Promenade in Iman, bickering over the items you guys are distributing amongst yourselves
Well,
in
I've
broad
got a
daylight.
beautiful pearl, so I'm happy.
I covered my lovely self.
I have a book.
All right.
Are there any shady characters making noise at our goons?
Make a
There is
perception
that
check.
fellow under that tree.
Me? Make a perception check?
Yes.
Bust out those dice.
15 plus probably crap. 0.
Looking about, I mean, there are a few folks that walk by and give a strange eye to the, 7, nearly 8 foot tall Goliath, but nothing beyond what you're used to.
Oh, alright.
Yeah. As a note, guys, you do have about 2 days before the Holy Receptacle arrives, so if there's anything you want to achieve in that meantime, you're welcome to do so, or you guys can just spend that place relaxing.
What?
So this is what? That's your neck?
I'm sorry, Percy, are you talking?
You're
I
at
have
17.
On you.
I have some tinkering I'd like to do.
All right, what would you like to tinker?
Good, that works out perfectly.
I would like to try and build a couple things. I have a list.
Arrows for me, please.
Oh, delightful. He has a list.
Darling.
Oh no, arrows are on the list. I have. I want to start working on.
I would have, if I'm the DM, this is nitpicking. This isn't too bad, but I would, if you're a player, sending that list to the DM ahead of time, even if you want to RP it, is nice just so that they're prepared and they can think about DCs ahead of time, maybe ingredients you need. But in general, like just having a list is dope. Very, very good on ya, Percy. I'm a holy receptacle. We do have the. What is going on? It's one of the holy relics Brother Maynard carries. Oh, I recognize Brother Maynard. Damn it! Richard is just a pop culture reference machine and a cleric machine. 2 things that I know nothing about. Dang it. I do remember what the Holy Receptacle is. Consult the Book of Armaments. Oh,
Some
no.
sort of, tasing implement for direct contact because I have nothing. I want to do an electrical charge that I can rev up.
He wants to make a Sami's glove.
Sami's glove.
Okay.
There's that.
for
I want to.
Avatar?
I have a list of things. I want
Wheels
to.
turned into
How
metal.
many things can I start poking with in 2 days?
That glove, that's going to be like a week-long
That's a
endeavor.
week-long thing.
And like even the design phase will take you 2 days in acquiring materials.
Night vision
Possible. Night vision.
into my current existing helmet.
A night vision element or a dark vision, as
dark
you would put it, that would be more of an enchantment-based.
There's no way I
acquisition.
can try and pull that together out of.
Not via tinkering. The technological aspects are not, unfortunately, that advanced at this time. Like shades, probably. Could probably shade some sun, but actually looking in the dark, that's an actual more.
I mean, that's fair. I do generally lean towards the side of a lot of magical items can be mechanically recreated, especially by artificers. Oh, fuck, he's not an artificer. God, poor Percy, dude. I always forget that he's a fucking fighter and not a artificer. He's just the perfect artificer. Or artificer would just be perfect for him. What a shame. What a shame it wasn't out yet.
Arcane.
We okay. So this boils me down to two thoughts. This is good. I want to put a slight dent in the barrel of bad news to get a ricochet shot, so that basically it allows me to when I shoot a bullet to also do 1d12 worth of damage to one target that's immediately adjacent to the main target. It's not quite shrapnel. It's a ricochet, but yes, it's basically a shrapnel shot.
A bank shot.
A bank shot. A secondary, lesser damage.
Call back for it.
With the bad news,
oh man, again, all of these things are super interesting. Like I don't dislike any of these requests or ideas. And like how he's going about asking is not terrible by any means, but this is definitely like I think it just would have gone a lot smoother and like kept the pace of the session up if you send these ideas to Matt ahead of time. Even if Matt doesn't answer you yet, he at least has some time to think about it beforehand so that he can have fun answers or just at least definitive answers when you actually come into session. Armaments Chapter 2 versus 912. Oh man, there's a whole conversation going on.
The sheer
I'm
power
unaware
and
of.
force that gun emits on its
Would it be possible with if I did it to one of the barrels of a?
It could do it. I'd say it would probably up your misfire rate by 1.
Oh, okay.
So consider that. It's doable, but in messing with the barrel, the chamber, and the trajectory of the weapon, there is that slight increase in the possibility of it jamming or disabling.
Okay, then
so it's a possible trade-off. With bad news, because it travels so fast to do that much damage, any sort of alteration, it will either not change the course whatsoever, or it'll blow up the gun.
I'll start the taser and work on some arrows then. That's
okay.
What I like.
Arrows viable.
Okay.
I go back into Gilmore's and I ask if either they or someone else that they know can make a specific kind of potion.
Oh, I actually joined him.
All right, so the two of you walk back in as they're discussing this. Gilmore is still at his desk.
I'm behind him too.
All right. I'm sorry, was there something else you required?
I forgot to ask. Hello, Gilmore.
Hello.
You look particularly perky today.
Well, I've had a rather good day, could say.
I was wondering if I could inquire about a specific kind of scrying potion that I would like made for me. It's a specialty item. I don't know if any exist.
Well, please do step into my office. And he leads you into the back room beyond the beaded curtain.
What is that? Patchouli I smell?
Quite an astute nose you have. I'll be right in. If you don't mind just hanging tight for just a moment. Thank you. He steps off in the back room and takes about 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I don't understand anything that's being said in chat. If you guys are having your own conversation, that's dope. But if this is meant to make sense to me, I am not understanding. And this is so what Scanlan is doing right now is much more like what I look for in like my shopping is it's like, ooh, I want this specific thing or I want that specific thing. Yeah, that's much more the type of vibe that I instill at my tables, even in high magic settings. Just because even in most high magic settings, there's not that much of a demand for these magic items. Although that could just be my settings. But there is often crafters and artisans that can make specific or specialty stuff. Patchouli, definitely LGBT coded, very broad way. The holy hand grenade from Monty Python, dude, yeah. Something, you guys have fun. I don't know what's going on.
He looks around, or while he's gone, can I look around and see if you guys
I'm glad that you
on
guys are
how
having a
to
good time,
start,
though. That's
like
awesome.
a potion making for dummies book.
Okay. So?
Gilmore, when we get excited, well, never mind that. Anyway, I'm looking for a way, a potion that I can maybe drink or use to help me.
3 references total per night. You know, that might have been a good rule at my first table. It's not as needed anymore, but at my first table, that rule could have been nice.
Me sort of look in on a place that we've been to recently. I could maybe leave a mark of some sort and then and then use that mark to magically scry into that place.
He gives you a long, hard look, contemplating the conversation, and then you see like a light bulb go off in his eyes.
Curious. You're into some things.
Have a dark side.
Indeed. I could probably acquiesce to this. Give me a day. I should be able to produce such an item. Although this is, I will say, having not been attempted, there comes a warning of possible side effects.
So I would be drinking this potion, and it could affect me in other ways.
Perhaps. The funny thing about unproven magic is, well, it's unproven. But I can give you at least a 90 to 95% guarantee.
All right.
Like
and how much would such a potion cost me?
I would say for the research, the materials, and seeing as how you are indeed sponsored by Gilmore's Glorious Goods, at discounts. 300 gold.
Did I give away my ruby last time?
No, you still have it.
You did not.
Have it.
How much would this get me?
Treasurer, come on, Laura.
Roll persuasion.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, I don't have any dice.
There you go.
I almost gave away.
They got into an argument because he was making his character Batman. That's never something I have actually had to discuss at my table. Like, I can't think of any of my players that have overtly made their character into a pop culture character. So it's never something I've even thought to bring up in session 0. But that's very funny. That's very, very funny, Hans. It sounds like he would really like, there's a system called City of Mist that guy would probably really like. You can literally play Batman in City of Mist. Not like a person that is like Batman. You can just play Batman. It's very cool. Very cool system. Reminder of no spoilers for any CR content for no particular reason. Okay. Yeah, that is a good reminder. No spoilers unless it is so vague as to basically be a riddle for me. Or it is like, damn, I really want to talk about the thing that happens in episode 27. That's okay. But yeah, no spoilers. So his name, there's literally build videos of how to play blank in 5e. Oh, I have one of those. I have like what would Joel from Last of Us be in 5e? Yeah.
Mine.
23.
That's right. He goes.
That's a good one.
Oh, 21.
Oh.
So his name is actually.
No. As soon as you procure it, he kind of leans forward and snatches it gingerly from you.
Restate. What would the spoilers do? Oh, just like you type it out and then it says like, hey, no spoilers. That's true. I should set up more commands in general. Should set up a hey, by the way, hey everybody, make sure that you're live. Occasionally, apparently, YouTube will buffer very briefly, and you can't tell that it's happening, so you might not actually be live. If you're not, feel free to turn up the playback speed and catch up.
Your fingers and looks it over in his eyes.
I should set up an exclamation point spoilers, though. I'm going to take a note on that.
For Trey.
Well, if it's... Just tell me how much it's worth first.
This gem would probably run you anywhere from 200 to 300 gold.
Do I sense that he's lying?
Make an insight check.
Yeah, where'd it go? Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds very nice.
Ooh, 11.
Yeah, exactly, Richard. Exactly.
He seems honest. He seems like he's genuinely looking to make a deal.
Straight up.
What?
Straight up.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll give you the ruby for the potion.
Very well.
But I would love a hefty...
There you go, Ed. There you go. Baron Von Bad Guy was his character name with dead parents and inherited wealth. And the argument started because he started taking the alias Batman and forge welded the symbol on his breastplate. Yeah, that's, when I thought that when you said that, I don't know, when you said overtly making his character into Batman, I thought it would at least be like somewhat under the radar. I know you said overtly, but no, that's just Batman.
Amount of the potion, not a single use, multiple use.
Oh, I can provide for this fantastic specimen.
Oh my god, I have so many commands I need to make.
A 3-use potion? Is that within your
That would
realm
be,
of possibility.
that would be lovely. Thank you, Gilroy.
One day.
One wonderful day.
One day.
One glorious day.
Kind of rubs your shoulder for a second and leads you outside of the room.
Oh, wait. I have a two-part question.
I didn't even think you were in there.
I am.
Oh.
As he storms through the beaded curtain as he's exiting.
I'm sorry, this room is private.
Oh, everything's private, I guess. So, I wanted to know, how much that ring of walking on water was, again, and B, if you knew of somewhere I could have an existing item enchanted just a little bit. Like, make it stronger than it currently is, but not change it. Huh?
First off, the ring that we discussed as our original deal, the price would run you about 1750. 1,750 gold pieces. Should you be interested still. As for enchantment is a largely permanent process. To enhance an existing enchantment is a dangerous task that has a very high probability of ruining the enchantment that currently exists.
Oh, that's good to know.
To increase it, such masters I hear exist in the world, but they are very, very
Everything's private, I guess.
dead.
That
Or
is funny.
very, very hidden.
Yes.
However, if you wish to upgrade, we are more than happy to oblige.
No, the ring of protection I have, but it is of one measure. I wanted it by another measure. I don't know how to phrase this in RP. So I wanted just to be have it
More
protecting.
More bigger.
I mean, look, that's part of the fun of playing, is trying to figure out how to phrase it in RP. Come on, you'll get there, Orion. I have to leave. I have a terrible dehydration headache. No. Oh my gosh, Sean, get better. Yeah. Have fun. Or not have fun. I guess have not as bad of a time as you could. Get better. And I mean, speaking of dehydration headaches, hydrate or dihydrate. Everybody, I know you know, John, but I mean, dehydration's no joke, man. It'll get you. Oh yeah, feel better, man.
right.
Yes.
Well,
Thicker.
perhaps we could have one made for you. It would take a few weeks, but
Feel
we could
the
have one
debt.
waiting.
Oh, very good. I would like to arrange that.
All right. Well, you have to pay, I'd say, half the price down front. How much is your ring protection plus 2 currently labeled at?
6,500.
Man.
So 6,500 gold. That will
Actually,
put you
all
at 3,250 down now. The other half when the enchantment is completed.
That is insane. We didn't buy for that much, did we?
We
They haveled it down a little bit.
We threw it in. We tossed it in with the
Stuff's
deal.
expensive, man.
Stuff is expensive.
I mean, hey man, I sometimes find it funny too. And in some worlds and in some campaigns, I've made it very explicit that that's the way that the in-world people think about it. And I mean, that can be that's totally that's a reasonable choice if you want to do that. If you want to make the people in world think about it as spell levels, that's valid.
I'll chill for now.
Very well. Come back if you change your mind.
Wait. Did I find like a book? Did I find like a book? And
Right. All right, we'll get to that now. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
18.
All right. Asking around some of the employees and kind of keeping an eye out. There are a few books on herbalism, how to find and retain the potent elements of various material components found in nature. Also, there's some bits of information about how to extract materials from natural creatures, meaning monsters, beasts, both natural and magical. How to remove and preserve safely elements of their organs and things that can be used in various alchemical compounds and/or potion brewing.
Awesome.
There are no books specifically on
I love me. I've talked about this in the past when it comes to crafting magical items. It all comes together. When I first told you guys about this, I hadn't talked about how much I like giving my players specific stuff, allowing them to acquire things, make things, etc. But I really love working in special ingredients into crafting. So if they want something specific, a lot of times the crafter will be like, yeah, I can totally make that for you. I'm just going to need some fucking fire elemental dust or, something like that. That's a very common thing at my table. So I love me some harvesting magical components from monsters.
the process of brewing, but that is one of the key components to it, is being able to acquire those elements.
So I take those books. How much are those books?
Well, it's a single book that contains everything about the herbalism and a book about the extraction of creature components.
So I take that book. How much is that book?
So 2 books.
How much are these books?
You inquire with the employees.
These books are marked currently at 25 gold apiece. They are second printing, but hard to find. Do you wish to purchase?
Yes, I'll take both of them. 50 gold.
Mark off 50 gold. Hands the tomes back.
Also, did I talk to Gilmore about potion classes?
You did, and he said he'll take it under consideration.
I'll take it into consideration.
And he gave you a look of like,
Maybe. Okay.
We need time.
It's tough to
Without taking too long on it, I was also hoping while we're in town. So that armor that we stole from the big rhinoceros monster, what kind of in the Durgar castle? Remember when he busted?
the bullet.
Yes, the armor that we took from him. Is there any way I can find a blacksmith that can maybe upgrade Trinket's armor with that?
Ooh, that's an interesting thought. All right, I'd say go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Pick wisely. I'm using the new fancy one, so.
Oh wait, okay, no. It came through in the right order, I think, on your guys' end. That came through backwards on my end. I don't know if it came through right on yours. The stream is leveling up. We're getting there. The production value is going up. But then, guys, it won't be charming and low poly. Nope, wrong order here too. Fuck. Okay, I'll have to figure that out. Dang it. We're getting close. We're getting there.
Don't fail me.
Don't fail me now.
20. Easy enough. After asking around town, you managed to find a few individuals speak that there are 2 armor smiths. One that dabbles in both blacksmithing and armor smithing. One that specifically is an armor smith who...
Reese, have you ever heard me talk? What about me up to this point has led you to believe that I'm good at shortening my sentences?
Focuses in strange materials, mostly ornamental, but has a strong history and past in warfare and honing those skills towards the use of actual battle. You find it's a dwarven woman by the name of Karen, and they send you to her facility, and it's a very, very small...
No, I'll get it, Reese. I'm fucking around.
Almost a hovel. But when you approach the outside, you can immediately smell, there's like this strong scent of iron, almost like a sulfur and different other chemicals that are used when you're folding metals and making composites. You open the door slightly, and it's very darkly lit on the inside. There's the heat of the forge, and you see this very sturdy, muscular dwarven woman standing there with her hair kind of graying, and it's pulled back in a very tight bun, and she's wearing a leather apron with her sleeves rolled up, and she's in the process of hammering down on a piece of metal over an anvil, just ting, ting.
Does she have a beard?
You see there's probably a bit of scruff showing the edge of her chin, but not a beard per se. She probably has it kept up. She doesn't seem to notice you. She's just in the middle of her work. It's almost the end of it. Stops for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you enter.
Oh, good.
Can I help you?
Karen, yes?
I am Karen.
Don't mean to interrupt. You look very busy here.
Let me just finish.
All right.
And she kind of gives you a nod and then goes back into her mode for a second, and she makes you wait for a good 6 minutes while she finishes hammering out this piece, turning and rotating on the edge of the anvil, hammering it to the smooth, kind of, looks almost like a pauldron, curved point for a shoulder. Then eventually she quenches it in the trough, sets it aside with a tink tink, puts her tools down, takes off her big leather gloves, wipes her brow, and we see where she wipes it. She wipes the sweat off, it leaves a big old grease mark where once was cleaning. Goes,
oh, sorry for the wait. So, what can I do for you?
I've heard rumor that you are a very talented blacksmith.
Well, hi. Depends what you're looking for. What you putting in the furnish?
I have quite an interesting proposition for you.
Well, like interesting.
Perhaps a material you've never worked with. I don't know.
Now, here we go.
Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Get some fresh air?
At this point specifically, she goes from extremely welcoming to a very nervous, untrusting
Believe
look.
me, you'll want to.
This sounds like you're fucking gonna mug her or kidnap her. Like the step outside, that definitely sounds like you have someone waiting to throw a bag over her head, Laura.
See this.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Why didn't you wink first?
No, why?
You'll want to see this.
I don't know which. That's the problem with having too many. I'm rolling my trinket dice since it applies to trinket.
Oh, there you
go. That wasn't good. 9.
Okay, she rolled a 2.
Yay!
All right. Sorry, I don't mean to. I've had a few encounters in the past.
Let's go.
Yes.
We got there. Woo!
Outside, and she kind of walks out. And as she walks out with you, you can see she kind of reaches over and grabs a sheath short sword and just keeps it at her side.
No need for that, darling.
Trinket?
your armored bear comes looming around the corner, at which point she kind of goes for the sword instinctually.
No. Take a gander at his armor.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. She walks up to him and kind of like carefully, like doesn't want to
He's
touch
friendly,
him.
don't worry.
Trinket, of course, leans forward, licks the side of her face, cleaning off some of the grease stain on her side of her cheek, and says, that was unexpected. Are you ready for another one?
Sir.
Trinket, is it?
Yes.
You're a nice one, Trinket. She kind of rubs and starts rubbing the side of his cheek.
He likes you, I can tell.
Starts looking at the armor. Nice, functional. It's taken a few dings. It's seen some battle.
Yes, it has. I'm hoping to protect him a bit more, however.
I can see that. Who made this? She looks around. She pulls it. Oh, this is the Mark of Western. This was made over in that side.
Yes. You could do better.
Oh, they're not the finest over there. They're functional, but not the finest. Is this for a parade, or is this for actual combat use?
Actual combat. Beauty, not my concern.
Right. And what materials are you looking for?
Well,
as you slam down this, like, awkward, still somewhat wet in places, but mostly dried out bullet hide that you guys carved from it. And it is like big pieces of plate scales with sections of leather underneath kind of interwoven.
Oh, big Monster Hunter vibes. I'm loving it.
When it is part of a large behemoth of a creature. As you slam it down, she kind of steps back for a second. And you, what manner of creature did this come from?
A very large one, actually. A bull.
Bullet?
Bullet, that one.
Oh, I haven't seen one of those found itself to the surface in quite some time.
It wasn't on the surface. We're a bit of adventurous, if you want to know.
She gives you.
Yeah, Reese, I am much more into this type of shopping. Like, I'm not. It's still shopping. It's like not like the best, but this is intensely more interesting to me than. This is what's in the display case. This is what's in the next display case. Then we have this thing over here in a display case. And then we have some stuff in the back. Like, I do not like maybe this is how I'll put it. I don't like window shopping. But them talking about, like, how can I craft this boulette hide into some stuff for my bear? Totally into it. And Matt gets to play Trinket, which is always lovely. Very true.
This long look us. Right, adventurers. Of course. Sorry, didn't mean to offend.
You've probably heard of us, Vox Machina.
And she stops for a second and goes, actually, yes, I have heard of you. When's this Crest Festival? Not long ago.
That is correct.
Right. Right. Well then, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Little establishment of business.
Yes.
Go right ahead. I have not worked with this. She leans down and starts like messing with it, seeing how pliable it is in sections. She goes, there's enough here to redo most of the armor.
Do you consider it a spoiler to mention that something isn't ever mentioned again? Ooh. Generally, no. Okay, here's the thing. If we were talking about, like, me watching, like... If we were talking about, like, me, like, watching a TV show at home, no. But I probably still don't want to know, mostly because I could foresee me being like, hey, don't they have that? And, like, that being a further discussion later. Or maybe I'll just forget about it too. Who knows? But I think for the integrity of the stream, probably not. But also, if it happens, meh. I'm not gonna be too bent out of shape about it. Like if you told me who fucking Kavaran was, you know what I'm saying?
Perhaps not most places, but I could minimize spatial use of it and possibly get most of the main plates gathered. I can work with this.
Nice.
I can work with this. It'll take me a few days. Unfortunately, it is a rare material.
Right. Is 2 days enough?
2 days.
Yes.
I'd have to charge you more because I'm not going to get much sleep at that rate.
Understandable. How much is a bit more?
Well, you're providing the materials. That definitely cuts the cost significantly for my time to work and sleep.
And we will send many, many customers your way.
Can I put my personal brand on this?
Of course.
Well then, you're not there.
Unless you think it's, like, incredibly interesting, probably lean towards not talking about it. But if you think that I might forget about it and you think that it's something, like, interesting to talk about, then bring it up. I don't know. On that sort of stuff, use your personal discretion. But yeah.
Trinket isn't sponsored. It's just fucking us.
Okay.
Oh, 500 gold suffice?
Oh, Jesus.
How about 450?
Make a persuasion roll.
No.
Vex.
Oh,
I must
Vex.
use Dicker.
Because I want to. Yeah. Wah, wah. That would be 26.
She looks you over for a second, looks at the material, and you can see in her eyes there's this kind of interest in working with this material. This never touched or worked with this. She goes, 450.
Deal.
Shakes hands.
See you in a few days.
All right.
2 days.
2 days. All right. She leans down, picks up, and it's heavy material. Like for the most part, carrying it around was his job.
Yes.
The bag of holding. She lifts it over one shoulder, heads right in.
God, I really, oh man, it would have been so funny if Laura actually spit into her hand there. Oh man, I've pulled that bit on a DM. It was the first DM I ever had, the first campaign I ever played in after I'd been DMing for like 5 years at this point. I finally get to play, and the character I was playing was big charisma warlock, very much the barterer, greasy salesman type of character, and so at one point my DM does that to me. He like fake spits into his hand as the NPC, and I real spit into my hand and make it very clear that it's real and fucking go for it. It was so funny. Oh, I had the table roll, and I'm just goated like that. What can I say? Megaphone's suggesting to slow down to normal speed around 43 minutes. Ooh, I'll slow it down now, just in prep.
Into the workshop.
Thank you, Karen.
Stops for a second, turns out.
Because I'll definitely forget if I don't do it now. But yeah, the 0.25 is just like the default, just to make sure we don't go into the wee hours of the night. Never invited back. Oh no, dude. Everyone loved Jebediah Smith, dude. That campaign went from 1 to 20. The only campaign I've ever been in, DM'd or played, that went to 20. And Jebediah was essentially a cult leader by the end of that campaign. He usurped his pact patron, and was eventually wasn't even really a cult leader, was kind of just the world leader at this point. He wasn't the party leader, but it was his job. He was basically like the Secretary of State, and the party was the Illuminati. Like, it was his job to coordinate all of the leaders of all of the countries against, like, the multiverse threat. And there was a scene where he essentially had the world leaders bend the knee to the party. It was a fun time. That was a fun character and a very fun campaign. But yeah. Oh, Jebediah Smith got invited back. If you didn't invite Jebediah back, your stall got burned to the ground. And who knows who did it? You hear eldritch blasts in the night.
Take that armor in the meantime. I figured I could use that as a base
of course,
pattern.
yeah. We use it together. A trinket.
Gonna take about 15 minutes. She helps take the armor off. She lead all into the shop, and then she goes, "All right, see you in a few days." Closes her door.
I'll drink it all naked.
Yeah. Trinket, look at you naked. So cute. Alright, sorry that took so long.
Hi, you're back. Alright, shall we start adventuring then?
Where? There's 2 days to hang out.
Oh, we're not leaving yet?
No.
I was mostly
I'll say,
spacing out
if anything else
last
you guys want to achieve in these next 2 days, you're welcome to do it now, or we could go ahead and say you relax
Fast
and
forward?
take time and fast forward to the 2-day
I'll
period.
do my tinkering rolls and then I'm good.
All right. So first, you wanted to work on.
I want to work on a grappling hook arrow that attaches to the unending, that ties to the unending rope, so that we can actually something that'll pierce heavy stone and just its anchor.
Okay. All right.
I have a
like Batman. All right. I don't know why Batman's on the brain right now. Could be any reason.
Batman.
I have a
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Earring of the Wind that I made, but I have not enchanted yet. Can I enchant that in 2 days to make another one?
Another one of the speaking earrings?
There was the existing functional ones, but like over the last since I gave them out, I've only had time to make one extra one, but I have to enchant them also.
Yeah, I would say you can begin the process of it. You get about halfway through. It would take you the better part of a week to complete each earring, which is what it did before when you first made them. But you can begin the process. You definitely have your laboratory now in Greyskull Keep, and that definitely gives you a bonus to the rolls you make to enchant it. So.
Can I start it, and then if we leave, I can have one of the
Probably have Allura come and finish it. If you
Higher
want to
links,
ask her.
higher links.
She has anything better to do.
I'll start that. I'll start doing the one that I made.
Okay.
And
So you
then
take the time
enchanting
in the enchantment on that. All right. Go ahead and make your first tinkering check.
All right, first tinkering roll is 13.
13. Okay. So you, as opposed to an actual arrow, what you're doing is you take an extended crossbow bolt. You blacksmith onto the end of it, extending it to what would be an actual full-scale longbow arrow length, but it is a thick metal rod. From there, you create the grappling hook end to it, and what would be essentially it's thin, and then once the rope is pulled or tugged from the back, it retracts the front part to extend it into a grappling hook.
Yeah.
You get through the process of creating the rod, and you sketch out a few ideas for the actual portion of the end of the arrow that would extend into the grappling hook portion. Go ahead and make a secondary roll.
We got there. We got there.
12.
12? Okay. You're having this is including your tinker bonus, your
Just
tools?
proficiency bonus. That's,
yeah.
Leveling up.
So you start having a little bit of a problem with the mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps sticking and having a hard time actually, retracting or springing from the arrow point. It takes you a little more time than you anticipated with it. Go ahead and make a final roll.
I'm going to inspire him before he makes this roll.
All right. So
with a little inspiration song or something.
So Scanlan comes down into your workshop underneath Greyskull Keep. You hear a fine little ditty to inspire you in your work.
Whoa! I hear you're tinkering. Whoa! Please do it well. Take my hand and you'll tinker, I swear. Whoa! Please do it well. Tinkering on a prayer.
There we go. Now I feel inspired.
There it is. There it is. Tinker on a prayer. Can I do math in the commands? I don't know how. It says that I can use variables, but I do not see a way to do math. Maybe I'll look at it later. Because EP Calculator is hilarious. I do want to do it.
It's about to give you a D6, but that'll be the full D10. So on this final roll, go ahead and what did you roll initially?
I actually don't even remember, but it wasn't that bad.
49 minutes-ish? Okay. All right, sounds good.
So that's 18.
18, okay. With that bit of inspiration going and your little Scanlan-based soundtrack, you managed to figure out that some of the gears were sticking. You recut them out, insert it, and like butter, shink, it sticks out and retracts.
Cool.
So you have one grappling arrow completed. For material costs, it came to about 100 gold.
100 gold. Ooh. And then I want to try and recreate the exploding arrow as my last little thing I want to do.
Okay.
Guys, we gotta go back and get our money.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's what we gotta do.
We gotta get that.
Yeah.
That is like 30K sitting for us.
Can we just send our minions to get it? Like our
Oh gosh, I see the regex commands. Okay, so you can use regular expressions. I'll have to figure out the electrical or the electrum pieces calculator later. Sam's musical improvs deserves to be heard in full. I feel that's fair. I'm with that.
Max has something he'd like to add.
What?
Yes.
Pike, dear friend, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I know. We're getting to that.
I was wondering if maybe you and I could swing by the Temple of Serenre and fix my
Serenre?
Oh, it's Saren Ray. That's fine.
It's the Ren Ray.
I'm an atheist, darling, but I
fine.
know that my foot doesn't fucking
Well,
work.
I
so
know.
let me-
And I was gonna say, the past couple days, I think I've spent in the temple trying to sort of reconnect and really just
apologize,
tune in and apologize and
Sounds like a day spa.
confess.
Oh, that's
Okay,
good.
now it does. And you return to this temple, the same temple where you yourself were resurrected after falling to the treachery demon, not but 8 months previous. Returning to that place, especially after your recent journey and near brushes to death again, is a very solemn experience, and there's a part of you that just feels internally cold, both returning there and because of your strangely fractured connection with Sarah and Ray since you delved into the Underdark and kind of tapped into your darker side since traveling abroad on the ship. You take approximately...
What, you mean when she held a dude under lava? That dark side? Oh, wait. No, that was Keyleth. That was Keyleth. I don't remember what Ashley did. Oh, she, like, finished the person off, right? With, like, the mace or the maul. She, like, bashed their skull in when she super didn't need to. I remember that. I think that was it.
6 hours out of each day to just go in silent prayer and reach out to her. I will say, go ahead and make a wisdom check.
Okay. 22.
At the end of your second 6-hour period of intense communion with Sarah and Ray, sweat pouring down your body, the room itself is pretty cold, but for some reason your body...
I don't know if anyone just saw my lights flickering, and it seemed like all of the lights in my house were flickering, so, if stream goes down, I saw my wife's monitor flicker. If stream goes down, it might be because I lost power, but until then, we keep trucking.
It's just growing more and more intense with heat.
I mean, it seems like I'm chilling so far, but I think we're fine. That was weird. The communion was just that intense. Yeah, dude, Ashley's like getting my lights to flicker. It's not a power outage, just ghosts. You're so right, dude. You're so right. It's probably because the mirror that I shatter every single morning. It's an expensive habit, but I keep doing it.
You feel yourself internalizing all of the steps and missteps that you've gone through over these past 6-7 months, trying to find your path, rediscovering yourself and what you have to prevent yourself or any of your friends from following the fate that you once did, and explaining to her that your love never left, and that this was all with the ultimate purpose of achieving her ultimate purpose as her instrument, and you wish not to cross that again, and if there's any way to redeem yourself, to let it be known to you. At the end of that...
I'm sorry, wait. Like, okay. I understand what Matt's doing, but one of the great parts about D&D is that you don't have to call for a check at any specific time. So, ho-ho, it's Bit D time again, everybody. You want to hear about Blades in the Dark? I don't know if you've heard Blades in the Dark. But one of the things that's hard for me about Blades in the Dark is that specifically you are supposed to have the player state their goal, state what skill they are using to accomplish said goal, and then the result of the roll determines if they do it or not. So it essentially determines like what they say and like what happens in the fiction and like how people react, which is similar to skill checks in 5e, but subtly different. And a real advantage of the 5e, yeah, Bit D digression counter. That's fair, man. That's the real. That's my version of the Monty Python limit. I can only have 3 Bit D references per stream. But one of the really big benefits of the 5e skill check system is just how flexible it is. You can let Ashley kind of RP however she wants. Right? Like, and then like set the DC to accomplish that, or not set the DC to accomplish that, but just let that accomplish whatever makes sense based on her role. Or if you're having her roll before she says the thing, you can be like, yeah, you succeeded. Like, what do you say? Like, it's going to have a positive impact, but like, RP what you say. So this is, and I know that Ashley is new, and that sometimes you want to kind of training wheels a new player through things, but I do really encourage, especially for these sorts of moments when it's like between a cleric and their god, or a warlock and their patron, or when it's a paladin talking about their oath, or druids talking about nature. Like, that is one of the moments where I have found a lot of new players are actually really willing to to RP when it's like specifically about the class that they chose. I find that they're much more willing to engage on RP than, say, when they're talking to an NPC, or especially when they're talking to other players. So this is, I don't know, this is a little bit of a moment where I'm like, Matt, like, maybe let Ashley talk, I don't know.
Union, Saren Ray, sweat pouring down your body. The room itself is pretty cold.
Narrating how her body reacts is fine. Like, that's kind of a next level RP thing. Like, I understand that. Narrating the scene around her, that's also good. But especially for first time role players. Oh no, did I leave? Wait, okay, it said OBS reconnect successful. Am I back? Oh god, we almost lost you. There is definitely something weird happening with the power. I think my router went down for a sec, but we're back. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. But anyways, just a tiny hitch. Okay. But yeah, so when you're really trying to like baby step a new player into RP, I think this is actually one of the main places that I would really encourage it, compared to a lot of other places.
But for some reason, your body is just growing more and more intense with heat. You feel yourself internalizing all of the steps and missteps that you've gone through over these past 6-7 months. Trying to find your path, rediscovering yourself and what you have to prevent yourself or any of your friends from following the fate that you once did, and explaining to her that your love never left, and that this was all with the ultimate purpose of achieving her ultimate purpose as her instrument, and you wish not to cross that again, and if there's any way to redeem yourself, to let it be known to you. At the end of that period of time, you feel...
There's actually, and I could be reading a little bit too much into this, I could be analyzing this a little bit more.
As her instrument, and you wish not to cross that.
But
your friends from following the fate that you want.
To me, it's like, okay, you yourself are internalizing all of these things. That's fine. Telling players what their internal monologue is like is actually okay, at least in my experience. Even to experienced RPers. It's something similar to saying like, you are like they are acting annoying, or something like, it spikes a level of anxiety within you. Like, they can then choose how to act and how to react, but like telling them their own internal like unconscious thing is okay. Classic second person narration. Yeah. But then he very quickly shifts into actually what she said to Saren Ray, and that switches out of that second person and into third person. It's a very quick switch, and that's where you can, I might be reading too much into this, but I can actually like see Ashley Johnson, like she's engaged, and then she sits down and she's like, oh yeah, that is what I would say. Right, there's a little moment.
All of the steps and missteps that you've gone through over these past 6-7 months, trying to find your path, rediscovering yourself and what you have to prevent yourself or any of your friends from following the fate that you once did, and explaining to her that your love never left, and that this was all with the ultimate purpose of achieving her ultimate purpose as her instrument, and you wish not to cross that again, and if there's any way to...
See it sink in. When she realizes, oh, Matt's going to narrate all of this. Not saying it was like a conscious thought, and I could be like totally overanalyzing. I've never been known to do that before. but there is this kind of level of like, oh, he's doing DM stuff, and now he's talking as my character.
To redeem yourself, to let it be known to you. At the end of that period of time, you feel, since you've lost that connection with Underdark, that thread reconnect. The warmth fills you, and the sweat stops as your entire body seems to be humming with energy, and for a brief second in your face, in your eyes, in your vision, you can see the beautiful gold gleaming, fire-wreathed head of Sarenrae smiling at you, and she reaches down and touches the side of your cheek and says, "Be forthright, be grand, burn bright and beautiful, and I shall always be at your side." With that, she releases your cheek and vanishes. The vision gone in the temple, and you can see about two other clerics that were in their silent muttering prayer have gone quiet, and they're both staring at you with a look of like, what just happened? You look down at your holy symbol, and that one giant fissure that had cracked has...
Oh, it's healed. It's also a poker tell. When someone deflates or disengages, they tend not to have a very strong hand. Yeah, it's... And, you know, this isn't the biggest deal in the world, but this is definitely something to take into your own DMing. And it's a very easy kind of slippery path to go down. When you're describing so much about their character, it can sometimes feel natural to want them to say something that makes the role make sense. But it is that's one of the challenges and the great things about D&D is that you can make any words make sense with the role, right? Like that is a challenge as a DM, but that is also like a huge like benefit touchstone of D&D is that characters and players can play their characters exactly how they want. It is such a fantastic and massive RPing opportunity that a lot of other systems don't allow, with just the way that D&D 5e's skill checks are set up. So it is a challenge for the DM, but it's also a huge opportunity.
Has resealed itself.
Oh, yes! Hey, man, that was my new special Celtic die that whoever sent this to me.
Hooray! Celebrate by shitting on a bed.
That's a cultural gnome thing, right? Yeah.
Well, to start things off then, how is Liam's foot?
It's going okay.
I'm so sorry.
Who? Who's this Liam?
What am I saying? I mean, how is Vax's foot? I'm not sure who
as you step out,
foot's great, actually.
As you step out of the central chamber of the Temple of Sarenrae, Vax has been waiting there for a while. Wanted to actually ask for your aid in this. As you see her step out of the main chamber, Vax, she has a look of serenity in her face you haven't seen in quite some time.
Is this the moment? Should I take my shoe off?
Don't do it.
Get my shoe off.
Don't do it.
Here, just sit on this rock, okay? Take off your shoe.
For the first time, you're safe.
And he does.
It's disgusting.
I'm proud of you right now.
And so...
It's still, it feels strong, but it's, it itches. It itches me. How should I say it? It irks me still. Perhaps maybe you could give it one more try today. You seem to have a bit of a glow.
I'll also say, let's. This is a little bit of a prediction. I think it kind of doesn't matter what Ashley rolls. I think that this is where it gets healed. It's just so thematic for her reconnecting with Sarenrae, of, oh man, she's had this big moment with her god. And you, as Matt, can really reinforce that with, like, no matter what she rolls, whatever she casts on his foot, you say, as Matt, it's a, normally this doesn't feel like it would have, you've done this a couple of times, this doesn't feel like it would be enough, but you feel like where there was a rift, there was almost a crack in your magic. And now it is whole, it is healed, and just as your magic heals, as does Vax's foot. And you can really really reinforce this really dope and really cool moment with Ashley. We'll see if that happens. I don't know. I'm not going to, be too hard on Matt if he doesn't do that. But this is a great narrative opportunity for Matt right now. Normally that nat one would just chop his foot off, really. Your divine energy forms a blade and you just shook it right off.
Who about you?
Well, 30.
So 30 points of healing. As you're saying
Hey, see you later, number one Mad.
this, and you're kind of stuttering this out, she kind of goes into a singular trance, clutches her holy symbol with one hand, and reaches out and grabs your foot with the other. Her hand almost burns at the touch. This is something you instinctively pull back on, but her grip is like an iron vice, and you cannot release yourself from it. And as she just intensely focuses forward, you can see this glowing divine energy transfer from down your forearm into your foot. Fear reaches you suddenly, because you don't understand the divine, and though you've seen some crazy things, this is a little worrying. You've seen some shit. I want you to go ahead and make a medicine roll with advantage.
Medicine roll.
It feels like icy hot.
He's giving her advantage.
Sends a Vicks Vapor Rub, hits your system.
Another one, you get advantage. You can do it again.
Yeah, that's a lot better. 24.
24. As she releases her grip on you, the energy fades, her eyes tend to come back into that natural soft pike image you're used to, and looking down at your foot, you can see any noticeable sign of scarring, damage is completely gone. Your foot is whole, intact.
And your nails have been painted red.
So, okay. This actually brings up a good conversation that I have, or that I would say. There's pretty consistent advice of like, hey, don't make your advantage reason Saren, right? Yeah, that's certainly what happened. I don't love that as a solution, though. So I said I wasn't going to criticize Matt, but that specific way of doing it, I actually don't love. Because there's this concept, right, of if a character can't fail something, don't have them roll. Like, that's just a general kind of piece. Like, if it would be really, if it would just like totally break kayfabe, like if it would break verisimilitude to have them fail, then they shouldn't roll. And I think the exact same thing about it being cool. So not just if it doesn't make sense that they would fail, but if it would be really lame if they failed. So like I think about this sometimes. You have these situations a lot with athletics checks. If there is like a ledge that they need to like jump and like climb up, right? And there's no pressure. It's just like something that they have to do to like get through a dungeon. There's nothing chasing them, right? This isn't a hot and heavy moment where like failure actually means something. I normally don't make them roll athletics for that sort of thing, even though explicitly that is like what athletics is for, is like jumping and climbing. But if it's lame and dumb that they would fail it, then I don't have them roll. That's maybe a bad example. Another thing is like if someone comes up with a super cool maneuver, a really, really fun maneuver, a lot of times I don't even make them roll for it. I'll make them roll for certain things, and if it's in combat, more often I'll make them roll or I'll give advantage. But if it's an RP thing, a lot of times I just let them go for it. I'm just like, yeah, that's dope. You succeed. Right there, he's narrating this divine energy. What if she fails that medicine check? Like, yeah, he gave her advantage, but what if she rolls 2 3s? And it's like 5 total. It's like, are you going to be like, after all of that build up and all of that hype, you're going to be like, never mind, it fails? It's a real lackluster moment. Like, I definitely encourage, it's like, rolls should be done when failure is also interesting. Right? So, does it depend to any degree on how comfortable the player in question is with narrating a bit of RP in lieu of the roll? Like, describe to me how you heal his foot. Some people might really clam up at that, and then it would be DM narration only if they can't roll. It's not a bad point, AKL. It's not a bad point. I would still lean towards, in a lot of situations, like that situation in particular, I would lean towards, if you want the player to roll, if you want them to feel like they are rolling, what Matt has been doing is when she's been doing these spells, he's been having her roll dice to see how much HP she heals, even though she's not healing an HP thing. Right, so if you want that type of narration, or if you want that type of thing of like rolling dice, I think that that's still a great way to make a low RP player still feel involved, even if on the back end they're going to get healed no matter what. But honestly, I still feel like you don't even need that. I think it can be like kind of full DM narration. I don't know. There's also an aspect of like, kind of like I just described with the damage dice. I wonder if Matt would have even let her fail the medicine check. Like, she didn't. She got a 24, but like, would he have even let her fail it? I don't know. Because it would have been lame. So, I don't know. It's very much something to think about. My Dwarven Cleric Heimlich came up with this kick-ass maneuver. I will say that one theme that comes out is strong character development out of failure, so I feel like Matt does like allowing for some space for failure in most things, even narrative moments like this. It gets stronger and sometimes funnier later, but I think as the group, they do capitalize on failures as much as they do on successes. And if you, if that is, and that is why baked into this advice, there is the caveat of don't have them roll if the failure would be lame. Like if you don't see a way for them to make it cool. So like in this situation, it could have worked. Like Pike and Ashley could have made that failure work. So maybe this is not the best example. Although, for a newer player, that's harder. So you have to keep that in mind, balance the scales in there. And I'll think a little bit more on a really good example of this because I've had it in my games. It doesn't come up as often as all that. But it is like when someone comes up with a really kick-ass maneuver, failure is part of it. But if it is almost lame and inconsequential that they fail, and they're just maybe going to do it again right afterward, like if they come up with a kick-ass acrobatics maneuver to get somewhere that they could have gotten a boring way, is it cool to let them fail? I don't know. Sometimes they will make something funny happen, and that's something that you have to gauge as a DM of like, is this player going to make something out of a failure? Am I going to make something out of this failure? That's something for you to gauge as the DM of like, and it's sort of it's the entire conversation of, can they fail? Like, does it make sense in character of them even being able to fail? And then secondarily, if they do fail, can I or the player make this interesting? Not necessarily cool or badass, not, maybe funny. Can they get some character growth out of this? What have you? And that comes with knowing your players, having good trust relationships there. And a lot of experience DMing. I think that Liam would have absolutely made a meaningful scene out of it, whether she failed or succeeded fixing his foot. I definitely understand what you're saying here, though. Yeah, and it does really come down to, will they make it interesting? Which is something that you can't always predict. It sounds like I'm kind of asking you to predict the future, and maybe to some degree I am. But I think that once you're thinking about that, maybe there's the occasional scene you'll see.
You know what? It doesn't smell as bad
I'm
now.
going to stick my foot in my sister's face.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna miss that
It
bit.
doesn't even smell bad anymore, so thank you.
Well, not so fast.
Percy.
Yes.
Do you want? Wait, how many? You have time probably to attempt 3 arrows.
I'm going to try for 3 exploding arrows. And I've built one before.
Yes, you have. I know, and I can keep keeping that in mind.
Thank you.
Materials per arrow will cost you 50 gold.
I'll give it to you.
Gold? All right.
So 150 gold for materials. You have your goggles on.
I won't even haggle with you, Percy. I'll just give it to you. I mean,
Hey.
well, you know what I mean. Gold.
Oh, I certainly do. I know exactly what you mean.
Yes.
No.
That's going a bit beyond winking.
So coming off of the hive.
Now I'm nervous.
Coming off the hive, completing your grappling arrow, you sit down. You're alone in the middle of your workshop. It's hot in there. It's subterranean. You have the glow of your candlelight around you. You have your goggles on, your blacksmith leather gloves on, and you're just tinkering with the delivery method of these small concussive arrows. Go make your first roll.
18.
18. With deftness, you rapidly complete the first arrow, wrapping up the powder charge, the impact point, and the arrow itself weighted to be fair and balanced to be flung from a longbow. Make your second roll.
Like Fox News.
15.
15. Second arrow. Takes a little longer, but you still manage to keep the flow going. Completed fine. Third and final roll.
Come on, Percy!
Natural 20.
Oh! That's an extra special arrow.
Not only did you complete this in record time, but the arrow itself looks beautiful. It could be a display case item.
Does it do extra damage?
You'll find out.
Do I have to specify?
But I would mark that arrow separately from the other two.
You would mark it.
Mark it as 2 exploding arrows and 1 exploding arrow with a star next to it.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. So you
that's
have a grappling hook arrow, 2 exploding arrows, and 1 exploding arrow with a star.
Come here, you beautiful bastard.
I'm getting to kiss everybody in this game. I've already made my way through siblings. This is getting all right. All right.
So true you have.
Oh, you've been to that party before.
I've kissed the twins. Well, thank you.
All right. Any other business you guys wish to?
Yeah, is there a tavern nearby? It's just a quick question.
There are many taverns. The one you know the best is the Laughing Lamia, which you guys previously stayed at.
Is it the biggest one?
It's pretty large. It's
All
pretty
right,
large.
I'd like to walk to the Laughing Lamia and knock the doors open and as loud as I can go, listen up! I want to know if anyone has seen any Goliaths wandering around these parts. Aside from me.
Do you wish to do this via conversational persuasion or through intimidation? Because there are 2 ways you can go with this
And you're
scroll.
wearing the belt that makes you extra persuasive.
Only with dwarves.
Only with dwarves.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some dwarves hanging about.
There might be some dwarves.
Yeah,
So,
but
how you doing?
persuasive.
Okay, make a persuasion roll.
Can I be with
Was
him
there
just to
also a
watch?
grappling arrow person?
Sure.
Okay, I'm with you, Grog. Just watching.
I'm still enchanting.
Yes, you are.
Possibly reusable.
Can I go read my
There you are.
book?
I got a 4. With the belt.
This is.
What dice are you
I grow a
rolling?
giant pubic mane from the belt.
Enchanted Merkin plus 2.
You gotta check your balance dice, man.
All right, so as you burst in and shout this to the group, everyone kind of stops and turns and looks. And then goes right back to drinking and the conversation. There appears to be no immediate reaction.
Can I jump up? I jump up on a table and I say, "Listen, you motherfuckers! My friend just asked you a fucking question. Now fucking answer him, or I'm gonna kill every last motherfucker one of you."
I'd listen to him. He means it.
Can you do
Is this a 20?
Come on, Stan.
Yeah, please be good.
Come on,
Scanlan.
That would be a 30. Oh wait, no.
Amazing.
Yes, 28. I added wrong. 28. 28.
Oh,
Okay, so I very rarely allow players to help after the fact, like after they've seen the other person's role. Like I never allow them to be like, "Can I take the help action?" or whatever. But I am more than fine with players being like, "I want to make my own check," before you tell him the result of that. I'm totally okay with that. There's a certain order of operations here that's a little tricky, but I think that this was fine.
Makes a difference. So, in an unseen display, the Goliath storms into the bar and makes no impact, yet the tiniest gnome jumps onto the table like a ravenous wolverine, frothing at the mouth, his wild eyes staring about the dark interior of the Laughing Lamia. All the patrons at the table around him, you can see, lean back in fear, caught off guard by this entirely. One man holding a drink just drops it and you hear it shatter on the ground. Everyone gets quiet again, but stays quiet. Even the small band playing in the far corner, you're like, discordant sound as all instruments break to a halt. The dancer stops. The whole room is dead silent.
Record scratch.
At which point, a nearby halfling, you can see, he's kind of unkempt, kind of farmer tan looking fella, looks up and he goes, no.
Thank you for your forthrightness and honesty.
At which point a hand claps your shoulder. You look over and there's a human there, bearded, older man in his 40s, his hair trimmed very, very short, kind of crew cut almost. He's wearing what looks like a patchwork scale mail almost, like mostly leather, but there's a lot of chunks of scales put around it, and he looks scarred and weathered, and he's...
I've traveled this land quite a bit. And I've heard the roving bands of Goliaths have been attacking folks up north in the trade routes. I haven't seen any near Amon. But where occasionally you hear of the mountain folks staying up north, it appears they're getting brazen and wandering southward. I haven't seen any myself, but I have a friend of mine that had an encounter once, lost half his travelling crew. Had to bury him outright. It was terrible.
Sounds awful. You said up north. How far?
Oh, just on the Silvercoat runway.
Fucking Scanlan acting so normal now. Look, if I am... I'm all about letting Scanlan jump in and make a fucking scene. But also, if he starts talking all civilized, I'm keeping that in mind with how the NPCs treat him. It's like, oh my god. What is up with this guy?
Way south of Craghammer, on the way to Western.
All right. Anything else you'd like to know, Grog?
No, killer.
Thank you for your troubles. Here, let me buy you a drink.
Alright, I'll take that. And he goes over and walks you to the bar, tosses him a gold, he gets his ale, and...
You know, I've always shat on gnomes, but today, I think you've represented them well.
You, my friend, have good taste.
That was awesome.
Alright,
No
so...
idea, that was amazing, Scanlan.
For you, anything.
Good cop, bad cop, dude. This reminds me in BG3. I won't get super explicit on the details, but there's an NPC that I helped save from a group of enemies, and they had a bunch of stuff with them. And I was like, hey, I rolled intimidation. I was like, I'll take your stuff as payment. And he's like, hey, friend, like, my employers aren't going to be super chill with that. Like, you know, just like walk away, basically. Even though I succeeded on the intimidation check. And then I asked him something else. And then he was like, yeah, you know, like, this is basically the point where you walk away. Like, he's like, you know, telling me to fuck off. And I rolled another intimidation check. It was like a 20 intimidation check. That was like, no, this is the part where I start cutting unless you hand over the package. So I'm just like very casually threatening to kill this dude. And afterwards he's like, all right, fine, you can have the package. By the way, I like your gumption. Good on you threatening to kill me all those times. Find me the next time you're in Baldur's Gate. And I was like, oh. That's exactly what this reminds me of. It's like, oh, good on you being a fucking lunatic. I like your style, dude. One tiny cube-shaped package, yeah.
Hey, grow a beard tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I know that reference.
Alright, so, we'll say over the period...
Jules telling Honey Buddy he can't give away I got that one! Let's fucking go. I got that one. I know Pulp Fiction. Murder threats is how real men express friendship. You're so right. You're so true and based, AKL.
You have 2 days. Go by. Grog, what's the percentage on your...
50% chance.
Go ahead and roll
Cool.
a percentile dice.
Oh, we've never done one of those before.
Percentile dice.
20?
No, it's a percentile.
It's two 10-siders. There should be one that has double digits and one that has single. Or you can just do
Both
single.
of them?
No, just one.
Just
Just
one.
one?
Wait, roll
60?
16, then roll another one.
Double zeros.
That's 100.
100. That's a 100.
Well, yeah, then there was a 60 and
Oh,
that
wait,
was the
no.
second.
Well, it depends. It depends on what you're using. Are you using a 1 to 100 chart, or are you using a 0 to 99? I know people that do it both ways.
So you rolled a 60.
Okay, good.
All right, so over the period of the next morning, you wake up, excited and check, smooth as a baby's bum.
Baby's bum.
I know. However, as the 2-day period comes to an end, you guys acquire, early in the morning, that morning as you finish your breakfast, there is a messenger.
By the way, I know that they're supposed to be 10s. Like it's supposed to be 100, but I have met people that use 0 to 99 because it looks more right. So when are we getting a stream of you just sitting there reading the Vex and Vax prequel novel? There's a prequel novel? Mr. Dad, you joke. I have done a read-along stream before. No one watched it. It totally bombed. I never did a follow-up. But I have done a read-along. That is unironically possible that you will get that someday. You want to place a bet on how long it takes Grog to grow a beard, or if he ever does? There is. Ooh. I'm not gonna place a bet. I'm gonna let the dice determine it. It's a 1d6 for 1 to 6 episodes. Let's see, dice, how long? 2! In 2 episodes, Grog will have a full, luscious beard.
Comes to the front of Greyskull Keep, delivers a summons to the Council of Taldore. It notifies you that the package has arrived at the council. Very, very quick.
Over under 3.5 episodes. I'm taking the under. I'm taking the under.
Quick, to the point words, not very verbose, kind of in the idea of keeping it vague and secret, but you know what it means.
Do you think it's the model plane I ordered?
I think it is. Yes.
Probably not.
Oh.
And I'm not even going to do a poll for this one, because this is something you guys would actually remember. I knew that most people probably wouldn't remember the time code, so I was like, oh, I should run a poll for that, but I feel like you guys know what episode he grows a beard.
Just in case, so.
Well,
or
should
if
we
he
go?
does.
Yeah.
So mark down, you spent 2 of 4 days of enchanting on that second earring. You can get back to that if you manage to find yourself to some sort of a laboratory elsewhere, or you can return to your...
Can we stop is Louis, is she here or not?
Laura, she might be in the Cloudtop District in her tower. You can inquire.
And did she have helpers there when we were there? Do you remember?
No, she was just herself.
It was just herself?
She runs it herself.
Okay.
In the last 2 days, have I gone back to Gilmore to pick up my item?
You got back. Your item was completed.
Excellent.
Let me go ahead and...
What kind of potion did you get?
All right.
It's a potion that, when combined with, when consumed, can allow me to leave a mark of some sort that possibly I could use to have visions of what is in the area.
Ooh.
All right,
The mechanics of which I would not like to get into at this moment.
So he gives you the potions.
Richard, I feel like that's... You're either really baiting me or that's... Dude, what a crazy bait that would be if it wasn't over. If he just never breaks a mechanical pencil the whole series, and you're just like, look, I asked you, you can take the over-under, I don't know. That would be really funny. Over-under how many other bears... over-under 0.5 additional bears named Trinket that Vex gets. I am once again sad that I will never get to see your reaction to finding Scratch in the game. Oh, dude, I popped off. It is sad. Dude, when I found out that you could play cat or fetch with Scratch, oh, the lost footage, dude. It's so I'm so sad. I was literally because so when I had the raw footage, I processed it all because I recorded in FLV locally, so I can't I can't straight upload that to YouTube. I have to convert it to MP4. So I had even gone through the process of converting it to MP4. And I was about to just raw upload all 72 hours onto the main feed. All I had to do, it was in 2 separate files because at one point the stream crashed. But I brought it back. And so I had to combine the files and then upload it, and that was it. That was all I had to do. And then I deleted them. Ugh. It's so sad, dude. Over under 0.5 on how many warheads Percy builds.
It was a curious endeavor, but
I should never. I'm not going to Vegas with any one of you. You guys would be the worst bookies.
Happy with the results.
So we can spy
Any
on
chance
you.
to talk to you, Gilmore, leaves me happy beyond compare.
Oh, stop it. Flattery will get you
Shut the fuck up, Richard.
You have an erection for more than 24 hours.
Did you get that potion so you can spy on Pike when she's naked?
I am offended and terrified at the assumption that I would sink so low as to spy on my good friend and future wife Pike when her pantaloons are down. Not at all.
Well, that's how everyone reacts whenever I was when I was doing the whole Kima bit. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're so right about Kima. You've never been more right."
How
I never know
dare
what's
you.
true.
How dare you.
When I finally do like bink a prediction, everyone's gonna be like, "Yeah, you're totally right," and I'm never gonna know. Flattery gets you everywhere.
Have I ever spied
Yes.
on a member of our current party?
Yes, you have.
No. Current party.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Bam first.
I just wanted to make sure you remember.
Yes, I do.
All right, so your party potion, it's
doesn't
a kind of a
I can burn us back here when we're done.
brackish purple color, and it's like a purple gray.
Purple gray. Okay, I've got it. Great. Thank you.
You go back to Karen, and indeed the armor is completed. It's interesting. It makes Trinket look like a roly-poly almost.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's these overlaid giant gray scales that overlap in armored sections, and
That's so adorable.
you would imagine if she wanted to just roll in a ball and it would look adorable. He would. But yeah, it's the armor's
You
completed.
really want Trinket to be a girl.
I don't know where I got it in my head. I don't. I just
roll
no.
anything?
You know what it is?
Can
You
we
know what it is?
Can we roll?
It's because my bird I thought
I'm not sponsored. I'm just a child.
was a boy for the longest time. We found out our bird was a girl, and so I got used to transitioning to she when I talk about animals since then.
Right,
I apologize.
understandable.
Trinket is a boy.
Boy.
Maybe stop now.
And maybe you can roll into things now. It'll be awesome.
Can you roll?
We'll try it if you want.
I want to really bear.
Bears are known for their rolling capabilities.
He's a special bear.
How much does Trinket weigh again? Like 600 pounds?
He weighs a lot.
Call it a bear roll for.
But he's getting heavier by the day.
Barrel.
Pounds,
Bear.
He's like,
Barrel.
he's 800 pounds?
Trinket's pushing about 800.
They're just so easy, man. Especially because, like, I was... Hi, dog. What? Bug? Especially because I was working right up to the bell today. And I still had to make the thumbnail and all that. I did not have time to make dinner. So, Uncrustables, my man. Oh, daggone. Matt and Marisha's bird since deceased. Aw. Hello. Oh my god, she just fucking slipped me tongue. I was not expecting that. Hi, doggy.
He's 100 pounds, so.
Just
He
roll
weighs
him
more than
down
Rob.
into...
I can fastball special him.
Fastball special Trinket.
So, the benefits of this.
Very special.
Trinket acquires an additional +2 in Trinket's armor class as the previous armor,
Yay.
which gains from the bullet.
That puts him at 20.
That's fantastic.
That's really good.
Also, Trinket has resistance against non-magical bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
Awesome.
So if anyone attempts to go after Trinket with a giant hammer or something that is a bludgeon type damage, a giant mace, anything, if I ever attack Trinket with something that seems bludgeoning and you say, is that bludgeoning? Call me on it, and it could be reduced by half.
What if someone
So
tries
if I
to...
did try to roll him into something, it wouldn't hurt him because
Not
that
as
would
much.
technically be bludgeoning.
Here, yeah. Hitting
What
a
if-
wall, Trinket would be like, all right.
What if someone tried to hit Trinket with a salmon?
That's also blood.
That's fish damage. It's a different,
Okay.
it's a different arcane type of damage, unfortunately. It's like fire, lightning, fish. It's the whole
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Let's go see the council.
Let's go. All right, to the
Did
council.
I learn
To the
anything
council.
from my herbalism book?
What the books are is you keep them with you, and if you wish to reference them while taking any sort of herbalism roll, they will essentially give you a momentary bonus to it. You'll be able to double your proficiency bonus for any rolls for herbalism, or to harvest any pieces of a creature.
Dope.
They give her expertise? It's gotta be like once a day, right? Whoa! I thought he was gonna say like +1 or +2. That's crazy. Double your prof? At that point for them, that's what? +3 for them right now? +4? That's crazy. Willith a herring.
Keep that in mind.
With a herring or with a salmon. 50 GP for expertise. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. Has to be once per day. Or long rest or whatever. That's crazy.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's go to the council.
Huh?
Are you proficient in herbalism? Or medicine? I guess it'd be not. Sorry, herbalism is.
There's not, I mean, I'm
Sorry, it's all
proficient
just
in
systems.
nature.
I knew what he was saying.
Say nature. Be nature. I've run too many systems, too many games. So we'll say are you proficient in nature?
Yeah.
So you double your
Sure,
proficiency.
yep.
Yeah, you double your proficiency bonus on any nature rolls to do either of those things. Keep that in mind. All right, so you guys head to the Cloud Top District,
Yay.
towards the palace in the center. You ready to say something, Ryan? Do you want to talk to Allura while you're here or not?
No.
Okay.
You should talk to her. Talk to her.
Why? She has no interest.
She looks really pretty today.
Bro, I forgot Liam was here. Which is like not his fault and not anyone else's fault. It's just the nature of a shopping session. It takes so fucking long, and like most people are doing absolutely nothing the whole time.
It looks like she put some
I'm
lips
sure
on.
Lady Chemo can satisfy any needs she has.
I think they're just friends, darling.
You don't want to look back and regret what you didn't say. Go too short.
Say what you need to say.
It's so much funnier him saying it from the tablet. It's so much funnier him just like whispering from. It's like like a walkie-talkie or something, or on like a cell phone.
I mean, it's fine. We can stop by there. I only have a question.
It's nearly across the street from the palace. So you head to the Ivory Tower. You go ahead and you take the giant, circular knocker on the door, hit it a couple times, and eventually Allura comes. This time in what looks like more comfortable robes. She was kind of caught off guard. She has like a equivalent of terry cloth or some sort of like big, fuzzy material. Her hair's a bit disarrayed. She can open the door.
Oh, hello. Greetings. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting company.
What time is it?
At this point in time, it's probably about, I'd say, 11 in the morning.
Oh, she's a late sleeper. I like it.
On like a Sunday? Is that the deal?
Sure.
Roughly?
Roughly. Yeah.
Okay.
Sunday. We were about to depart on another adventure and whatnot, and I was working on an enchantment on this particular. I'll show her what it is.
Yes, of course.
It's an enchantment that's usually, finished enough. I was wondering if, in our absence, spare time, you could probably put some time into finishing the enchantment whilst we're away.
That should not be a problem. I was intending to complete the circle of teleportation markings that I had promised you within your keep in your absence.
Oh,
so I can
just waiting there as well.
I can do both while I'm there.
Thank you so much.
It would be my pleasure, Tiberius.
It is. Well, okay. I will bid you farewell, and I'll do prestidigitation and with the local flower. I'll.
Okay.
For your trouble.
Okay. A purple dandy, as it's called. It's like a star-like purple flower. Projects itself from your hand. Hand it to her.
Okay, hot take. Hot take. Prestidigitation is a dope and very cool spell that is also, I think, kind of a fucking crutch for a lot of people when it comes to RP. Like, I thought he was RPing delightfully. It was awkward. That's fine. People are awkward. Like, that was delightful RP. And then he breaks character. He breaks out of character voice to describe prestidigitation. And I think that moment would have been more fun and more, like, character develop-y if he'd just not done it. We'll see, maybe I'm... Oh, my gosh. That's my hot take of the day is that, I think a lot of times spellcasters that know prestidigitation lean on it too much for RP. What did you read on your reading stream? I read The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. And I read the first third of it, and I was going to read the second and third, and then I never did, because I did the stream, didn't get any engagement on YouTube, which is fine. Like, at that point, none of my shit was getting engagement, so that was not a problem. But then I shared it on Reddit. Like, I shared that I had done it, and I shared the link. And I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said something to the effect of, I read, one of, the, least, I didn't say, least known science fiction books, but I said something to that effect, and Reddit just tore me apart. apart. They were like, fucking some dude coming into the reading community and hasn't even read fucking Time Machine. Fake ass reader. and just absolutely tore me asunder for phrasing it like that. I think I ended up deleting the post. And people went to other posts I had made about totally unrelated shit and were like, fake reader. So that kind of soured my taste on the book, and I didn't do another one after that. You're such a PD, Andy. A PD. Oh, a prestidigitation? Yeah. Is this coming from the guy who had a character who cleans their feet continuously with prestidigitation? Shut the fuck up, Connor! I do have a character that does that, and it's a character trait. It's not lazy. It's a character trait. Fuck. No, people that know me outside of stream art shouldn't be allowed to watch. That should be illegal. Gosh. You're saying that Reddit Reddited? I am shocked, yeah. Yeah, I used to post more of my shit on Reddit, and then I stopped. Yeah, PD is in public domain. Yeah. I literally just looked up, like, best public domain books, because at that point I was much more concerned about it. And the Time Machine was on there, and I was like, oh, that sounds sick. I've never read that. And then I read it, and it was sick, actually. I legitimately do think that the Time Machine is a super sick book. You should definitely read it if you haven't. I finished it, just not on stream.
You see, she kind of like puts her hand in her face like,
Thank you very much, Tiberius. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Lily.
She kind of touches your shoulder and gives you a smile, and then, best of luck. Return safely. We've been here too short to leave so soon, so don't stay long.
You're right, Richard. Do that.
Oh?
Closes the door.
I shake his shoulders, look at you!
Oh no.
Do you want to go steady? If so, check this.
Do you like me? Yes, no, maybe.
All right, you guys make your way to the palace, back to the council chambers where you met not but 2 days before. The entire council has not been summoned to this. It's just about half the folks there. You see, the actual sovereign Uriel is not present. The individuals that are there, however, you have Topher Bratoris, the female dragonborn paladin, is present. Seeker Assam Emmering is present. They're both in the room, as well as, and you notice this immediately as you walk into the green meeting chamber. There's 2 envoys that you haven't previously met. 2 humans, 1 male, 1 female, dressed in silver and blue robes, waiting patiently with their hands behind their backs. And beside them on the ground, you see what looks like a large cube, about maybe 2 feet by 2 feet. It's smooth, like a chrome-like silver. The entire construct of this cube, with 2 looks like chain-like handles on each side of the box. And there's a very finely carved.
Dude, that is something I am curious to learn about. See, here's another example of like, oh man, like that was, Tiberius being highly and heavily aggressive and like kind of a dick. Not kind of a dick, just a dick. But I'm like actually interested in it because it was very clear that it was the character being a dick. You know what I'm saying?
Sapphire inlaid pattern design all over this box. It looks very ornamental and like it was a painstaking process to craft.
Good night, Amelia. Have a good sleep.
You gather immediately that this probably is the container of which was sent for from Vasselheim.
Thanks for joining.
As you get closer, you notice the carvings almost have like a snowflake-like patterns. It's very geometric and perpetual, almost a fractal that continues throughout the entirety of the outside of the box. It's very intricate and beautiful. As you step into the room, immediately Tofor stands up and says,
They have arrived. Good. I'm glad you all could make it. The envoys have arrived with the container for the horn, and I believe they are eager.
Tofor does sound super evil. I don't remember if she sounded this fucking Disney villain last episode, but she sounds very evil right now.
Good and ready to take you as their guards to see that this evil is rid of this land forever.
Envoys, and she extends her hand. They both step forward. The man, young, but very soft in voice and very stern and military almost. Hello, I am Scarbearer Vorak. I come under the Platinum Dragon and will be escorted along with you and our delivery. As he turns to the female and steps forward. She's older, probably in her 40s. Long, fine hair, brown, that kind of rests just past her shoulders. Her features are very, very fine. You can see almost like there is elven blood in her, but not completely, similar to your half-elf compatriots. She steps forward, her piercing green eyes hit the group immediately, and she goes, hello, I am Scarbearer Desona, also under the Platinum Dragon, and will be escorting you on this mission. They both step back towards the box in a very ceremonial way. Everyone kind of looks to the rest of you.
Oh.
What?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Your name, Desona. What?
Was it Vorak and Desona?
Desona.
Lovely to meet you. I'm Scanlan. I'm sort of the de facto leader of the group. Nice
That
to
is
meet you.
not true. I am Tiberius Dorman. Hello, nice to meet you.
My second.
Yes.
Everyone looks
introduce yourself.
Oh, Percival Frederick Strang Kowalski von Musadero the Third. Hello.
You call him Percy.
They call me Percy.
They look about the rest of the group.
Hello.
Hi, and you'll be accompanying us on this arduous journey to the north.
No one else introduced themselves.
Vasselheim, the northwest,
Yes.
in the region of Othansia,
Oh, yes.
on the continent of Isilra. It's quite a ways.
Are we taking a sky?
We're taking an airship of some sort.
Yes, a skyship is to be provided. They look at the council, and the council nods themselves, and you can see Seeker Emmering kind of steps forward. Yes, a skyship will be provided and waiting for you at the skyport here in the Cloudtop District. We're just awaiting one more. As he says that, the door opens again, and you can see Lady Kima steps in. No longer in the gold armor that she had found scavenged from the interior. She's
Oh boy. Ooh, man. I'm debating my next prediction. Are they going to go down? Is the ship going to crash? Oh, man. It's like a 50-50 in my head on whether or not this ship is crashing. Oh. I'm saying it does. I'm saying it crashes. I don't know why. I don't know if it's sabotage. I don't know if it's an Aarakocra incursion. Could be a Periton of some manner. Could be a multiple Peritons. But I feel like this airship's going down before they actually get to Vasselheim.
now dressed in proper silver and blue inlaid plate mail.
Who is this?
Lady Kima.
Oh.
You know
She's
it.
wearing the same colors as
You're
the
a conqueror of the
two engines. You can see now
engines.
just the silver and blue theme of Bahamut is very much on display in this traveling crew. Sorry I'm late. It's had to get ready, and she kind of.
You look wonderful, Lady Kima.
Yeah, you look wonderful, Lady Kima.
Thank you. Thank you. Quite. Well, do we have? And she looks about the rest of the group with a look of somewhat dread. Do we have the
flawless record, never been wrong.
the artifact?
Oh, Amanda?
Were we supposed to bring that?
Yes.
The two scale bearers.
Look, we still don't know that Lady Kim is not evil. We know Lady Kim is not Kavarn, but I did discard that theory before Kavarn was actually revealed. So, I'm just, man, Jarnathan the Aarakocra.
Just reach over and both at the same time place their hands on the top of this chest. You can see their fingers slip into these small holes in the sides and they lift, and the box kind of scrapes to this high-pitched metal against metal scraping sound, opening up a chamber on the inside. You can see the interior also has the same similar scrolling carvings and engraving on the inside of the box you saw on the outside. There is like a slight hum, almost like a slight vibrational sound coming from the inside of the box. Kima looks to you guys, expecting like, shall we place the artifact in its container?
Oh yeah, I'll get it. I'll
No,
reach
no,
out.
no.
Tiberius, if you would be so kind.
Mage hand?
Oh, yeah. I'll let Ruda clean it up.
Yes.
Okay.
We're putting it in the box.
Putting it in the box.
Oh, well,
So, it takes a moment. The use of Mage Hand in a bag of holding is a very meticulous process, because bag of holding responds to the thought command of what you're reaching for the moment you reach in with your physical hand. Using it as an arcane tether, it's almost like reaching through jello to get there, so you have to like really concentrate to get it through. Eventually, the Mage Hand takes hold of something. You feel the tingling of something weighty in the grasp of your arcane focus, and as you lift out, there aloft, you can see the dark, twisted horn of Orcus.
Okay,
As it's removed, this is the first time the council's really seen it at this point, and there's almost like an audible leaving of breath in the room. Everyone at his presence.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible.
okay. hold on a second. We're putting this in a container, right?
Yeah, the box,
Yes.
magic
I'm
box.
gonna put it inside bag of holding real quick.
Back in the bag of holding.
I'm gonna take off a tiny piece of one of my tickets of telescription, and I'm gonna enchant it, and I want to attempt to do an enchantment spell where I want to put it at the bottom of where I'm gonna put
box?
the box, and if any weight is lifted from it, I'll know. If there's an old switcheroo somehow.
God, I so wish we still had the troll deck right now.
Oh man, because we use the troll deck instead.
It is already enchanted. To re-enchant it is a difficult process, and plus enchanting anything would take time, especially that, which is essentially an alarm spell. You could do it, but it would take probably half a day.
I think we could trust him.
Well, this is alarm. This is also like oh gosh, not glyph of warding. Might be glyph of warding. There's a magic spell where you can set up a glyph for later. Like you can enchant the glyph with a spell, and when a certain trigger happens, then it casts that spell. I mean, there are just spells that do this. So no, you cannot do those spells. To his credit, he may not know that. That isn't what that does. Yeah. That gets a small one. That gets a 1. He hasn't done anything egregious this episode.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus, adding extra runes in them might jack up the enchantment they already put in the box.
That's why it's a tiny piece of paper.
Yeah.
No.
I think we're good.
But we're fine. If I can't do it, then I just wanted to say.
Right.
That's fine.
It was smart.
I put it in there.
That was a good idea.
I mean, they had an alarm spell at your disposal too. That would be with the enchantment space. I don't know if you learned alarm. Did you?
Not yet.
Yeah. So
That wasn't what I was thinking.
So I put it in there. Okay.
As the horn gets lowered into it, you can see the runes on the inside of the box begin to glow and come to life with this soft golden yellow hue, and the horn seems to be shackled in the box and held.
I was thinking of glyph of warding. Yeah. When you cast this spell, you inscribe a glyph that later unleashes a magical effect. You inscribe it either on a surface, such as a table or section of floor or wall, or within an object that can be closed. To conceal the glyph. The glyph can cover an area no larger than 10 feet. If the surface or object is moved more than 10 feet from wherever you cast the spell, the glyph is broken and the spell ends without being triggered. But yeah, it's basically, it can either just explode just straight up, or it can cast a different spell. So like alarm wouldn't necessarily trigger from that thing being moved, but that's why you do glyph of warding, because glyph of warding can essentially just say, hey, as part of casting this spell, you store a different spell inside of it, and then that spell will just go off when whatever trigger you set up occurs. It's a very cool spell. Very, very cool. It's very creative. It's kind of hard to use because it's very creative. It's kind of like, I mean, if you like minor illusion, it's kind of takes that creativity to the next level. Fishing line and a bell, no spell slot required. I think the point is that it would ring his fucking dome. Even if he was like asleep, or even if the box is far away. Richard. But I do it. I mean, but honestly, better than nothing. True.
Off in the center. Your mage hand no longer has any sway on it. It's now locked in place, just in the center of the box. No seeming physical anything holding it. It's just kind of locked there. There's almost this creaking sound of air in there fighting between cold and hot. You're like, there's a small physical battle between the temperatures as they take the lid, lift it over, and seal it shut.
Preset sending or something? Yeah, totally. Yeah, you could do exactly that. You could be like, so when you cast Glyph of Warding, I will say that so it does specify the spell must target a single creature or area. The spell being stored has no immediate effect when the glyph is triggered. The stored spell is cast. If the spell has a target, it targets the creature that triggered the glyph. If the spell affects an area, the area is centered on that creature. So sending wouldn't work because it would send to the creature that triggered it, not the creature that cast it. But you could theoretically do alarm, because alarm affects an area. Although alarm wouldn't be... Ooh. But yeah, so you can cast alarm, you can choose who the appropriate people are. Whoever is triggering this probably isn't one of the approved people. And so then if someone other than you triggers it, alarm goes off and you're all good. So yeah, but it's a very interesting spell. Put Ron Weasley's Howler in there. True.
The two bearers lift the chains on the side and lift the box between the two of them. Kima looks back to the rest of you. So, onward.
Kima, you're coming with us as well?
Damn right. I haven't been back to my temple in quite some time. It would be good to see Ford.
Kima, I'm wondering...
But I will also point out, Glyph of Warding specifically mentions wait. You can further refine the trigger so that the spell activates only under certain circumstances or according to physical characteristics, such as height or weight. So you can literally, do exactly what he wanted to do. Like to the letter, what he wanted to do. Which... all that is to say, if there's a spell that already does it, no, you can't just weasel your way into it. But to give him benefit of the doubt, like I was giving, I think it was Ashley earlier, he doesn't know all the spells by heart in the manual. So, move more than 10 feet. They're going to another city. From where you cast the spell. So I would say, this gets real. This gets into relativity bullshit. But I would say, if I was the DM, you guys can load it onto the ship, open the box on the ship, cast it on the ship, and as long as it's not moved away 10 feet relative to the ship, you're fine. I would rule that as the DM. But I think that there's also could theoretically be some other arguments about what is that relative to. So there's a little bit of DM interpretation there. Even alarm would only alert you if you're within a mile, unfortunately. Don't know how you'd make it work from further. Well, I think the point of Tiberius, what Tiberius was wanting to do, was to notify him if anyone did anything fishy on the airship. I think, I at least, that was what I interpreted to be the point. So it's as they're traveling with these people and with this box, if they're, asleep or something, and someone breaks in and is, fucking with the box, trying to do a little switcheroo, he would get notified. I need to make a mental acrobatics check for that one. I don't think that's even that crazy, Richard. Come on. And look, I'm the DM in this situation. I can do gymnastics if I want.
Who do we speak to? Who flies the ship?
I don't know. I haven't taken a skyship in quite a while.
Let's go.
I'm excited.
I know. I've never been on one.
If we could, maybe we should ask if they could stop at Craghammer for a second. We could drop in and get online
On the way
really
back.
quick.
I think on the way back. Once the horn is off the ship.
It's probably best not to bring it.
I'm saying we can use the airship later on for
Yeah.
stuff. Which is cool.
Like Teddy Ruxpin.
What? We have an airship.
What is this airship made out of?
Air and ships.
And wood.
It only
and
floats a
magic.
couple feet off the ground. It's not that big.
Can I pull Vex aside for 1 second?
Yeah. It has to be yeah. You're right. Because a movable rod runs into the same, relative position chicanery of, okay, is the immovable rod relative to the ship or relative to the planet, I guess? Which, because otherwise, if it wasn't relative to the planet, it would just rip through the planet. So, what is it relative to? There's a lot of chicanery with immovable rods. And a lot of times, so I'll say with the immovable rod, this sort of goes against exactly what I was saying with the glyph. I would generally allow them to be place the immovable rod as the airship's going, the immovable rod gets stuck in the air. But if my player wanted to anchor the immovable rod relative to the ship, I think I would actually allow them to do that with a successful Arcana check, but I would say you have to commit. you won't know, you won't know if you make the check or not. So if you click it and you fail the Arcana check, whoop, there goes your rod. I love that sort of chicanery. Technically the box is a pocket dimension. It wouldn't be moving at all. Hey, I'm down for all these arguments at the table. When it comes into DM interpretation and fiat, I'm down to argue it at the table. If the box is a different dimension, spells inside of it wouldn't affect the outside, right? Ooh. So spells can travel interdimensionally. It would depend on if alarm says you can or not. So like for sending, for example, sending can cross dimensional planes. So it would depend on what alarm says. Oh, but alarm is a mile away, so probably not. So maybe not. So you might be fucked. Might be fucked. Oh wait, why didn't it play? Oh, there it is.
Yes, before we go on this quick journey here, we trust all the people who are sending this along this journey, right? We trust the council?
Definitely not.
I believe so. I mean, we did a few insight things last time, but I mean, we can do some more.
No. Huh?
I think we should definitely talk up the new guards and see what kind of people they are when we're on our way to the...
Although, to be fair, Hans, Pawn and King, attorney at law, when you open the box, would it not be a pocket dimension? Right? Because once you open it, so it wouldn't let you know if anything was happening while the box was closed. But I think once the box is opened, you've opened the portal. Now we, fucking trace a line. If you're within a mile of that line, I would say alarm still works, personally. All right, Poker Night, gotta go. Hopefully you won't still be streaming. We can hope, Richard. I might have to start upping the playback speed, but have a good time. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, how about that?
All right, good again.
Brother on the guy, sister on the girl.
Oh. Or Scanlan on one.
I'll take the girl.
I'll take the guy.
All right, you guys make your way out of the palace towards the northwestern side of the Cloud Top District, and what you've seen is there is one thicker tower that is part of the wall that surrounds the Cloud Top District, what is essentially the bastion of defense for the inner part of the city. There are these small pillars that hold up the wall. There's one that's very thick, and you've seen only a couple of skyships travel to and from. You don't see them in use very often, usually for very specific modes of travel or reasonings of these employed. But you can see this large tower that has a spiral staircase in the interior that occasionally lets out in these small windows across the entire length of it as it rises up hundreds of feet to the very top of the tower that surrounds this district. On the top you can see there is a platform that extends outward on both sides of the wall, and you can just barely make out the top of what looks like some sort of a construct there. As you make your way, following Kima up the long spiral staircase, eventually through what seems like way too long to be traveling up a very thick spiral staircase, you come to what looks like a trap.
Although, to be fair to all this glyph of warding bullshit discussion, you could also just cast alarm on the box and not even need the glyph of warding stuff, and just anytime someone goes within a certain range of the box and you just say like, hey everybody, I'm casting alarm on the box, don't get within a foot of it. And then we don't need all of this bullshit with the glyph of warding.
Door almost, like a wooden trap door. He huffs it over, ting, ting, you hear it slap on your sides, and the chains hitting against the stonework, and daylight comes careening into this spiral staircase. You all step out on the top, and immediately you're hit with the wind. This high up, there's definitely a breeze that blows through. Your hair being tossed a bit.
Whoa, this is crazy!
You see roughly, 5 individuals standing, all in gold and white armor, various types, and they are seemingly employees. They're currently standing, waiting for you. There is one individual that is more adorned in what looks like a captain's uniform, if you will, and above them, with a bunch of ropes hanging from the sides of it, you can see what looks like a large, beautifully crafted wooden ship that has golden scrolling, this beautiful, beautiful elven-like golden scrolling across the entire underside of this wooden ship. You don't see propellers, you see what looks like 2 almost wing-like protrusions on the sides of it, almost like 2 fans that open up that are probably used to guide pitch. At the very front of it, you can see what looks to be in the center of the ship, one large 10 to 15 foot wide blue crystal that is embedded in the front of the ship, and on the back, 2 more that are currently attached to the back side. These stones slowly rotate in place where they are, and you can see there's this slight hum of arcane energy that seems to emanate from them. You can immediately gather that these 3 blue stones are what holds the ship.
I agree, Hans.
Silent and beautiful. Awesome. As you guys begin to walk up towards this ship, looming about 15-20 feet in the air, the individuals in there all of a sudden glance over and notice, and the captain steps forward, reaches out his hand.
All right, I'm glad you could finally make it. Been waiting for a good 30 minutes. I'm Captain Damon. I would like to welcome you aboard the sky ship Dira. We are traveling across the ocean. It's approximately a week's worth of travel. We have provisions provided for you. Do you have any questions?
Captain Damon?
Yes.
Just making
And
sure
like
that's
Skipper Vera? Who is it?
Airship. The airship's called Dira. Dira?
Oh, the airship.
I go up to Captain Damon and I put out my hand and I say, Captain Damon, it is a very pleasure is all mine.
Dirty shake.
I was a deckhand on the Broken Howl, and we heard of many adventures that you had, and maybe you've heard of the Broken Howl, maybe you haven't, but
No, but I'm
it's
willing to
great
hear.
to ride on an airship.
Oh,
So thanks.
It's a pleasure to have you. Keep everything away from the sides.
Oh, I was about to say I run over to the side and look over the edge. Before he says
you guys
that.
are still on the platform. He hasn't led you up onto the ship.
Oh, does the platform have like a ledge I can look over?
Yeah.
Like the Empire State Building?
Yeah, you can do that.
I want to do that.
Okay, as you do, you really shouldn't do. She shouldn't do that.
Guys, this is really high!
She really shouldn't
that's
do
really
that.
windy.
I'll
It's
run
all right,
behind her
she
and I
can
grab
fly.
her shoulders and scare her.
I climb up on the ledge.
Okay, as you're climbing up on the ledge, Grog comes over and goes, boom, and shoves you and gives you a scare.
Grog!
Did you pee a little?
Like a little bit.
At which point you can see the captain's like,
Don't worry, Captain Damon.
Guys, you should try.
She can fly.
Grog, hold the edge of my shirt. I wanna feel like I'm flying for a second.
Okay.
if we could all please make our way to the ship, we need to
Guys, you
leave
should try
post-haste.
It's so far.
He slowly face palms and kind of glances silently and goes, a week. We have a week.
Yes.
Right.
You have flown before. You do remember that, right?
I know, but I'm always an animal.
It's true. As you're doing this, I want to go to the opposite end so I can get because this is beautiful, the airship, right? And I want to hold out my staff. And
Are you gonna take a selfie?
And I'm gonna cast image
Selfie
capture of me.
Image capture?
Yes,
That's a thing?
it is in Draconia
Oh, we can take a selfie.
to get all of them and the airship while they're doing it.
You use your prestidigitation to temporarily capture an image of yourself at the edge of the top of the tower.
And the airship is in it too.
In doing so, the DM imposes disadvantage on your next two rolls.
Oh!
No, it's fine.
Nobody
It's fine.
likes a selfie
It's
stick.
fine. I just hate selfie sticks so much.
What about selfie staff?
Selfie staff.
Selfie staff.
They're the worst.
I'll let it pass. It's a temporary image.
How I can get all of it.
It's a temporary image. It's
Like
very-
everyone.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You hear this loud whistle, this whee kind of whistle.
That's so silly. I like this characterization of Keyleth as like most druids are like terrified by the city or whatever. I love this image of her that just like everywhere she goes in a city, she's like a really jived up tourist. That's really funny.
The captain you see is blowing on this like loud metal whistle around his neck. All aboard! To the dinner, folks, and everyone starts climbing up the ropes that are underneath the ship.
If you guys need any help, I can totally help.
I can totally do it.
Captain Damon, just morbid curiosity. Are you married? Do you have a steady girl?
He looks at you with surprise, confusion, worry, shakes his head at a misunderstanding. What's his ear? What?
Never mind, we'll talk later.
All right. He looks entirely side blasted by that. He was not expecting that question. Nothing negative, just really confused. So as you all climb your way to the deck, you get on top of it, and the whole deck has this strange kind of slow floating sensation. And once you're on the deck, you can hear this crackling hum around the large blue stones
Hey,
a
how did
little
Trinket
off.
get up if we had to climb ropes?
We will say there are ways, and if you ask this question, like how do you Trinket up? They go ahead.
Witches.
Let's say no. The captain kind of gets back off the ship, goes over to the side. What you did notice in the front of the platform, there is like a large crane-like structure.
Oh.
You actually you raise up Trinket in a small sling-like contraption.
You okay, darling?
Trinket's like, was bad enough trying to fly when you guys were in the Underdark. Now Trinket, just paddling in the air absentmindedly as the crane contraption brings Trinket back over and lowers him onto the deck of the airship, Dira.
All right.
Eventually releasing. Trinket's now on board and looks noticeably uncomfortable and is like in the center of the ship sitting down.
That when he's nervous.
All right, everyone on board?
Yes.
All right, to your quarters underneath. We set out now. To Vasselheim. He blows his whistle a second time. All the hands kind of separate. Most of them go under the deck.
Where's the box? Where's the box? Are we keeping an eye on the box?
Yes, you can see now the two scale bearers are carrying the box underneath. And on the deck, you can see there are doorways that lead into various levels underneath the deck of the ship. There was a large, cargo kind of lattice section in the middle of the ship where they're putting larger things down below. There is the actual wheel of the ship is on the back end, on the elevated back end of the entire ship, and that's where the captain stands up to. As the rest of the hands bring all the ropes up from the side.
I wanna stay on top, but I feel like I should go keep an eye on the box and see. And
It's up to you
make
guys. But as the ropes are brought up, everyone gives a thumbs up on the sides. He reaches the front of the ship's wheel. You see he takes something from his neck and places it into the center of the wheel, at which point the three blue stones spark with additional life. The humming gets louder. The ship lurches for a second and begins to lift upward with this slow, gradual sensation. All of you at once, your stomach kind of gets that butterfly sensation for a second, at which point the captain leans forward. The actual the wheel moves forward slightly and the whole ship lurches forward up and over Iman. And those of you who are on the deck, you can look below you over the side. You can see the entirety of Iman from above slowly drift away as the endless ocean of Osmit, the Osmit Sea, comes towards you. Clouds ahead, beginning your trek
to the distant land.
I can see my keep from here.
Oh, and you can.
Can we see Castle Grayskull?
You can see it's a little blip from here. It's slowly vanishing, but you can definitely see the keep.
Hi, Grayskull.
I've gotten to sleep there for 2 days.
I know. Bye.
All right, and on that note, we'll go ahead and take our bathroom break. We'll fast quick bio rest.
Okay, I am thinking I'm wrong about the ship going down, given that they're over the ocean. I for some reason they talked about the place being to the north, I think. And for some reason in my head, probably fucking NA shit, right? North American shit. In my head, everything north must be land. It literally never crossed my mind that it would be ocean. New continent incoming or small island after crash? No, I don't think they're going on an island adventure, so I don't think there's any crashing. They might get into a fight up in the air, but if they crash, it'll be like a crash landing like into the city that they're going to like prevent them from like easily getting back, potentially. That could be a thing, but I think I am retracting my crash prediction. But in the meantime, while they're taking a break, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave this playing while I'm gone. Be a real reactor. And so that there's, something cool happening on screen. Oh, wait, actually, I want it to be clear that I'm coming right back. I'll just play my normal thing. But go get water, go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. What's up? It's mentioned during the break that the channel needs 7K subs to break even and be able to plan more expansive programming going forward. Ooh. And sub count is 3792. Interesting. I wonder, oh my gosh, I want to see how much the sub count goes up after they mention that. Oh, I see it just shoot through the roof after they say that. Timestamp for after break is 1:53:40. 1:53:40. There we go.
Wait, I will say, Soul Hunters is a misleading title because that sounds dark and ominous, and it's a super cute game.
Oh, that's a weird choice. I use that.
Yeah, doesn't it sound like? Wouldn't you think it would sound dark and ominous?
Oh,
But it's
that is
super
a weird choice.
cute. It's like kind of like cute RPG.
Yeah, no more keys. It's just a promo code that you
Yeah,
use.
I know.
Cool choice.
Yeah.
All right, so returning back, you guys are now traversing the extended Osmit Sea towards Alfanzia. Upon the sky ship Dira, at the command of Captain
How many days away are we now?
I'd say you guys. We'll start about 2 days into the journey.
I'm going to spend that time reading my book.
Yeah, me
All right.
too. I'll read books.
All right, so you guys take time studying. We'll say you probably have a few more days of like 8-hour days studying. We're going maybe about 8 to 10 hours a day if you want to take in these.
I'll also go ahead and. Oh, you have Nest book, right? Are you reading that book?
I'm reading
it's over there.
I'm also.
materials to enchant with you
though.
I'm going to make a few scrolls in my time.
Okay.
As well. What should I make scrolls for, guys? What's handy to have?
Oh, well, when you gave me something once that was really cool. I think that was a spell.
It's handy to. Well, yeah, I can make spells into scrolls.
Can you make something that if we fall out of the sky, we don't die?
Hey, you know what? You know what we always need? You know what we always need?
Anti-petrify?
How to carry trinket on the goddamn carpet.
Right, like levitation and
Well,
stuff.
you guys can shrink him. You have polymorph.
Yeah, but
Oh,
we always
that's
are
true.
like one body short of being able to pile onto the carpet.
I'll make.
Can we add like a little bit extra square footage to the magic carpet?
Yes.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
I'll make a polymorph scroll and give it
What
to
about a
Bob.
steampunk rocket pack for the bear?
This isn't World of Warcraft. All right.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Well, I can make. I just put like whatever spells I've learned for the day. I can put those, and I think like depending on the level, like a 3rd level spell scroll will take me like 4 to 6 hours. So the higher the spell, the longer it takes. So if I spend 2 days, I can probably make 4 scrolls.
Had Xanathars come out at this point? Because I think the DMG does not have that explicit of guidelines around crafting like scrolls or potions. I think that it wasn't until Xanathars that they actually nailed that stuff down. Well, and even nailed down. Xanathar's guide stuff is still pretty loose, but they at least have some really good guidelines for downtime like crafting and such. June 2016. No, it came out in 2017. That's what okay. That sounds right. Because I don't remember it being I don't remember Xanathars coming out until I was in college. And I was not in college until 2017, so that would track. Or I guess I was 2016. Late 2017, yeah. Huh. It's only weird because she's talking about it so confidently, but these must be like Pathfinder 2e rules.
Using 4 or 5 scrolls, yeah.
I like it.
So I'm gonna I'll make a polymorph scroll for you.
Thank you.
First, double check the time process.
Oh.
Creating a scroll.
Well, he's looking
So
this
it
up.
was in Pathfinder. I am using Pathfinder.
Add it to my inventory.
I know
during this game.
we went shopping. We
It's exciting. I got arrows.
Okay, there we go. I was like, what? Okay, she was using Pathfinder rules.
I got scrolls.
That
I have a question about Trinkets Iwama.
Yes.
It has an area for me to ride on him still, right? Like the other I forgot to mention it to you.
I mean, you can
right, it
still.
is like
There's
8
not like a
years
saddle or
right
anything.
But there's like the last one had like a divity thing, so like
Yeah. It's built off of the design of the original armor you had customized. So yeah, that's still there.
Is there a bow on this ship? Like the front? pointed
There
across?
is, yes, there is.
Pike and I would like to go to the front of the ship, and I would like to stand at the front and put my arms out.
And I'm gonna hold his waist.
And go, I'm the Goliath of the world!
Oh, he fell right off the front.
No, I did not!
No, I didn't.
Oh, thank you, Pike. Oh, I feel like I'm flying!
Look at the guns on that nose!
I can spend the days crafting another thing, right? And I just need like whatever gold that would be.
You mean just crafting the jewelry element of it?
Yeah, because the enchantments now, that's over there.
Right.
I'm just not doing anything.
You didn't bring any crafting tools with you for that? It's not like crafting jewelry requires a specific set of tools. to do
Stuffs,
that. Yeah.
stuffs and things like that.
Unfortunately, yeah. When you touch down, you can probably try and find some in your vicinity. But yeah, the journey here.
Airship.
What about
Hey,
you?
DM,
Yes.
Since Vax has nothing really to prepare ever, and he's in obviously peak physical condition, I'm going to spend the trip helping Keyleth, and if she needs any ingredients for whatever she's doing, I'll go get them. I'll hold things up for her. I'm just going to hang out and try to help her get things done.
You're so helpful,
I'm
brother.
a little familiar.
All right.
Spell making familiar.
Honestly, he kind of just hasn't talked much. Yeah. Dude, I mean, yeah, that's like shopping episode shit. His counter was only as high as it was last time because he got like 3/4 of his counters in the first like 5 minutes of the episode. He just did like some real weird ass shit in the first 5 minutes last episode. And then he didn't really accrue much more the rest of the episode either. So don't worry. Once we get into combat, I'm sure he'll get more.
Not bad, not bad.
I thought you were into Gilmore, darling.
I'm hard to pin down.
For the time being, because I don't want to spend too much time with the internet watching me scan through the books to find the rules for scroll crafting, I'll save the
That's
time.
the best part.
Yeah, I'll save the time being. It'll take you about half a day to make the polymorph scroll.
Okay.
And the material components that are required for the spells putting into the actual scroll would run you about 300 gold. Or 400 gold, because it's a 4 level spell.
How much?
Level spells polymorph.
4.
4, yeah, so I'll say 400.
How much gold do we have left anyway?
Well, I mean, I can use my personal, but we have very little party funds.
I still have a little personal money left too.
Sure, I can do different later, but whatever. For ship, it's hard to get materials.
It's fine. We'll be fine.
No,
Don't
it's
waste,
okay.
don't waste money.
No, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
No, that's what money's for.
Okay.
I'm gonna do 2 polymorph spells.
All right.
And give 1 to Vex and 1 to Tiberius.
All right.
I'm taking 400 out of my personal.
Okay, I'll take 400 on mine.
I still have.
All of it.
All right.
Give me 400.
Mm-hmm.
I'm spending most of the time up near Captain Damon watching him work.
He seems very focused on keeping the ship going. He does steer you around one thunderstorm that's kind of rolling by. He takes you on a wide angle around. It's very relaxing. Relaxing up here. It's a little cold, but it's relaxing. Say the beginning of day 3, as you all are kind of resting underneath the hold, you're all shaken awake by a sudden lurching of the ship. All kind of, it just shifts in such a heavy way that you aren't expecting it. All of you are kind of pulled out of your stupor for a second and begin coming out of your individual rooms to check in on each other and see what had happened. But apparently the ship is, or was, had some sort of a shuddering physicality to it.
I rushed to the box.
I rushed to Captain
Conquering
Damon.
the engine?
What the hell just happened?
Okay.
Also, are you married?
All right, so you rush to the box, and the room, as you go and you open the door that leads to where the box is, you can see in the room is Kima, and both of the scale bearers are there, reaching for weapons as the door open, and they see you and kind of relax for a second. Kima goes like, "What was that? What was that?"
I was going to ask you the same thing.
I have no idea.
I rush out. I rush out to the
I
bow.
also rushed to the deck.
Okay, as you guys are rushing up along the scale and everyone else rushes up, you come to the surface, and we're just cresting into sunrise. Like, the sky itself is mostly dark on one side, with the blue slowly leading into a bright orangish yellow to the other side, as the morning light is starting to slowly crest over the horizon. As you get to the surface, you immediately notice there are a handful of large winged...
Also, I just want to point out, Matt is like late for his hearing, for his probation hearing on Smell Jail. Like, one more fucking misstep, mister, and you're back in the slammer. I have no idea what this ship smells like. No idea. It could smell like so much cool shit. It could smell like ozone from the crystal magic lightning energy. It could smell like all sorts of cool stuff. And I have no idea. Thin ice. One more. If we get to that new city and I do not know what a single smell is in it, he's right back in jail. We had one Laura Liam smell point earlier. No. I need a smell jail counter, and like once he gets over a certain like point on the counter, he goes back into the slammer. And we get like a little emoji guy. Oh man. Will the next stream title be smell based? I've already had a smell based title. Been there, done that. I don't know what the next stream title will be. This has honestly been like a pretty chill session. We're gonna have to see. See if there's anything standout next in the next hour or so.
Creatures that are currently harrying the side of the boat. As you step to the surface, you see one just dives past you real fast. You notice as one of them takes off in the distance. It was just a blur of quick-moving wings, but as it begins to flap away, it looks dragon-like in its physicality. But it's smaller than any dragon you've encountered, but it's flapping giant wings and goes by that screech as it takes up, and it looks like there's something on its back.
What?
You see 2 to 3 more of these now starting to dive bomb, and you can see the rest of the deckhands are up there now with weapons ready and are starting to fight some of these off.
Can we use any kind of perception to see if the things on them are controlling them?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
I get +2 for any dragony things.
Good to know.
I'm going to.
Tiberius, your brothers are here.
I don't think I'm associated with these.
19.
19. Glancing at the back. Even in the, what did you say? What?
26.
26. All right. Between the two of you, you notice, even in this low light circumstance, there appear to be on 3 of these winged dragon-like creatures, smallish humanoid entities that are on small, almost like leather-strapped saddles that are put on the sides of this creature, and they're clutching onto it. And each one of them is carrying some sort of large spear-like weapon. There was a 4th one in the distance that does not appear to be dragonoid. This one appears to be feather-covered in its physical form.
I'm going to. There's a big, large one, right? Though.
Yes, which at this moment we are going to roll initiative.
Can I do a nature check?
You can.
No.
Okay.
I cast Blubber for any of that shit. Let me see what I want to do.
I'm just gonna keep rolling until I get
initiative I'm capable of having.
No. Do I do a nature roll first, or should I do it?
Just let him fucking cook, dude. Just let him fucking cook. Oh no, Tiberius has been so cool and chill this episode. I can't believe how low the counter is. What did I tell you? Just wait until combat. Ah! I hate Arthur. Vax is being extra stealthy this episode. He should get additional damage. Dude, he was hiding from me. He could have snuck attacked me, that's for sure.
Initiative roll first.
Oh, sweet.
Can I do a nature check first?
First, I want to place you guys. So you guys are.
Also, for people who don't know what I'm annoyed about, all you gotta do is ask, man. Dude, it's literally like this is like a really common thing with him that I used to criticize him for all the time, but for people who are new or, maybe skipped some of the episodes in the middle, I really when the DM asks for a roll, you have to ask them if you can do something before that roll. You cannot just say, the DM cannot say, everyone roll initiative, and you're like, never mind. Like, before initiative, I want to cast a spell. No. That's why, things like Blur and Mirror Image and Bark Skin and all of those are, okay and balanced for, what level they are. Is because they take a turn once you get into combat. That's the whole point of surprising spellcasters. I hate the, before I rolled initiative. Hate that, man. Grinds my freaking gears, dude.
Up from below,
Oh my god, the ship! Whoa! Cool, look at that!
Oh, that ship is
Dude, that's pretty.
That's very
Look at the crystals!
Oh wow. I like all of our viewers are just looking at our midsection.
No, I've got to turn on Twitch so I can see it.
Turn on Twitch, turn on Twitch.
Here, I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up. Don't do it. You ready?
It looks like the crystals.
Nice. Restay. That is a nice map. I like looking at that map. Nice. Nice question mark? Yeah. Yeah. That's just a good looking map, dude.
Those are really 3D. Matt, that's amazing.
Oh fuck. For this combat, I might move my stuff to the opposite side.
This is like that Jabba's cruiser game that
Totally.
came out. Anybody?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, yeah, that.
Alrighty. So,
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
as you guys come up to the surface, you can see these 3 entities kind of swooping around and dive bombing the remainder of the guard and the deckhands that are now currently haphazard armor on, and they're trying to strike at these as they swing by. Let's go ahead and roll initiative, folks.
Sorry, Scan Man and Trav, but I need to see the board. I want to see the board. The worst part is that he clearly takes the lack of reply from Matt as confirmation rather than not hearing it, or he's taking advantage of the lack of confirmation. Yeah. Dude, it's just, yep, I don't know. This is what the annoyance counter exists for. I give my quick reasoning. We don't have to hash it out like crazy, but oy vey, man. Matt was planning to go to art school originally. That is That is like when they show you like in like fantasy or industrial movies, it's like the inventor's blueprints or whatever. But they're like not like any blueprints that anyone has ever actually made. Like they're so beautiful. Like, oh man. Like this look, it's simple. It has like an industrial feel to the art, but it looks so good. I wish I was good at art. I cannot. You guys have seen my stick figure thumbnails. That is legitimately the height of my artistic ability. I can sing. I guess that's like artistic in a loose sense, but in terms of like drawing, nah.
So,
Sorry, I'll take that.
All right. So we have 25 to 20.
22.
20.
Who else is their hand up?
20.
Okay, so 20. All right. 20 to 15.
19.
20.
He heard you.
Gotcha, damn.
17.
17 you said, Keyleth?
Yep.
All right. 15 to 10. 15 to 10.
15 to 10.
10 to 5.
8.
What'd you get?
We always get the
Four.
lowest. We always get the lowest.
Hey, it's not bad for the cleric to go last.
That's true.
You know?
All right. So top of the round. Vex, you got this.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do. They're all far away from each other, aren't they?
They're all pretty spread out now. Yeah, they're all recuperating from what looked like a coordinated attack, and you can see there appears to be what you normally see are about 4 to 5 deckhands. There's only 3 up there right now with Captain Damon. They're either sleeping or not currently in the battle.
What color are the dragons?
From what you can tell, the dragon-like creatures, which, as you get a better look at this moment, you know these. A large number of the Draconian army utilizes these as mounts. These are wyverns. And they're all in a kind of ruddy, brown, brass-like coloration to their form. Best you can tell in this light. All right, so, Vex, what are you doing?
I am going to Hunter's Mark, one of the ones with a rider on them.
Okay. All of them have a rider, it seems.
Oh, all of them?
Yes.
Even the one with feathers?
Even the one with feathers.
I'll go for the feathered one then.
All right. Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark.
We're doing
Hunter's Rings.
Hunter's Ring. All right.
And I'm gonna Hail of Thorns him at a level 3.
Okay.
Yeah?
What's the range of that?
That is, it just says a ranged weapon, so
All
whatever
right, so
my
whatever
range
weapons
is.
range is. What's your weapons range for your longbow?
I don't know how the current on-screen element arrangement is. Let me know if it's, particularly bad or good. I'm trying to get it to where we can see the combat stuff. Yeah, I realized that they were getting covered. Yeah, I'm trying to arrange it, but we'll see.
That is a really good question. I'm gonna run forward.
All right, how far you run?
That looks
That's
right.
as far as you can go with your
Yeah.
movement this turn. All right.
I can, and that means I can duck against one of those walls where the stairs is, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll help you out with that. All right, so the
Thank you,
range of the
AJ.
longbow
I'll
comes
take
to 150. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
So,
I just.
regular attack.
Yep. So roll for attack on him.
It is me, the
17.
DM.
17 does hit.
Yes. Okay. So regular attack, and then also arrow, thorn attack, right?
Yep. So go ahead and roll the damage for the spell at level 3.
Okay. D10. 23
See the importance.
plus my regular 14.
Nice. So a total of 37. Nice. And is that a radial explosion?
Yeah, so that should get him and the rider
All right.
on the Hail of Thorns part.
Good. So the rider itself also takes the damage. All right. So as you release there, it arcs through the air, and you see the wind itself is very strong at this point in the morning. But you still manage, thanks to your training and the magical nature of the arrow that you fire, strikes true, slamming into the side of this giant. You can see it now flying with its giant beaked eagle-like head. This is a griffin. You've seen them occasionally, usually wild, and stay away from them. This one appears to be used and harnessed as a mount. However, the arrow slams into it and detonates with a spray of magical thorns. You can see it kind of recoils back, giving this screech sound.
Mark. I said it. 3 additional damage for Hunter's Mark on
All right.
that.
Great. All right. So
I can't. Dude, no. I cannot tick the annoyance counter and also let Laura get away with that. Dude, once the dice have hit the table, you're done. You're committed to whatever you're doing. No. I know it's Hunter's Mark. It's a little bit different. Like, she could have done it before, but I don't think so. I don't think so.
So, That's your bonus action and your first attack. You get a second normal attack too.
Oh shit! Awesome. Let's do it.
It just explodes.
She already casted it? Oh! You're right, Restave. You're right. I'd forgotten that she'd already casted it. So she just forgot the damage. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. I know in the past she has forgotten Hunter's Mark and tried to cast it afterward, but you're totally right. She just forgot to add the damage. That's fine then. I'm down to retcon anything like before dice are rolled, but she'd already rolled the first damage dice, and then you would roll Hunter's Mark dice. She does regularly beg to have Hunter's Mark to have casted Hunter's Mark, but she did remember this time. Lol.
No.
That is 24.
24 definitively hits.
Okay.
Against the Griffin as well?
Yes.
All right.
10.
10 damage. Alrighty. Got it. All right, so as the Griffin's reeling back and trying to flap away, a second arrow strikes it inside, and it screeches again in pain. Begins to rise up over the actual area.
Nice, Cal.
Ooh, I get to use these again.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love it.
Bargaining,
All right, so that ends your...
bargaining with the DM is one of those things that really depends on the vibe at the table. It can either be a total mood killer if the vibes aren't good, or it can be like really fun and silly if the vibes are good. It's very much one of those things that like you have to read the room on like on whether or not you can actually bargain with them in that moment.
Your turn, I believe. You've moved and then everything else. Alrighty.
Oh, I didn't move Trinket at all.
You move Trinket if you want still.
I want it to be near me.
Okay, Trinket moves up to you, ready to guard.
Yeah, but we're
angrily.
kind of blocking on the wall.
Up in here?
Yeah.
Alright. That ends your turn. Next up, these guards all shift over to these three placements over here. You have large defensive bolts that are locked into the sides of the ship. And they go and they reach over to the barrel, and you can see they take one out, and each one of these giant bolts has a rope attached to the end of it. And they start loading it into it, pulling back to prepare it for an attack. It takes their entire turn to do that, but now they're at the ready to strike out against whatever they can manage to aim on.
Is it also at the front of the ship? Is that what that
One at the front ship there and one on each side there. That ends their turn. Vax, you're up.
All right, I'm running up right behind my sister's shoulder, and because of my assassinate perk, I have advantage on this because they haven't gone yet.
Correct.
So I'm going to click my Boots of Haste as I come up behind her, and dagger over her shoulder. I'll use my brand new Dagger of Life Stealing the first time.
You know, this is something really, really small that I want to compliment Liam on. There's like a few ways that you can go about talking about the other players, right? You can, and the other player characters. He could have easily said, I want to come up behind Laura. And that is just, that takes people out of the moment, even a little bit. But it does, it's like, oh, that's Laura, not Vex. He could have also said, I want to come up behind Vex, which is better. It keeps people in the moment. It thinks about, it makes them stay within their characters. He takes it one step further and says, I want to come up behind my sister, which is great. That is not only making people stay in character, but think about the characters. And it reinforces the relationship between the characters. I think that the twins, in general, do this really well. Of like reinforcing these character relationships and keeping us in the moment by doing so. So I don't know, wanted to take a quick look. Like, it's something tiny of like, I want to come up behind my sister. Just, it totally makes it clear that he is Vax right now, not Liam. Just a tiny little thing that is so nice. So good. Yeah, Liam is always super immersed in his character. It lets me forgive that he keeps forgetting that it's a bonus action to activate his Boots of Haste. Yeah.
That was a 19, which is a critical hit for me.
You're at disadvantage in these attacks because they are beyond your 20-foot dagger throwing range.
Okay.
Also, why is it a critical hit for him? Is that... Oh! Wait, no. That's not how Assassin works. Oh, wait. No. It is. It's Assassin's Initiative. If you hit on an attack, you have advantage, and the person hasn't taken their turn in the initiative order yet. It would be a crit. Okay. I had to think about that for a second. He said it's a 19, which would be a crit for me. He has to know whether it hits first, but as long as it does hit, then yes.
Well,
it sounded like he was saying that he was like a fighter or something. I was like, what? You don't have improved critical? What are you talking about?
Well, I had advantage for assassinate and disadvantage for the distance, so that brings me down to even. My first roll was a 19, which is still a critical hit for me.
That would not be a critical hit then. So he would have advantage for assassinate, but if he has disadvantage, then he rolls at normal and assassinate does not trigger. You have to have advantage on the roll at the end of things. So you can't attack something that you have disadvantage on, even if it cancels out to normal. Fuck. I forgot the rules, Ty. Rules lawyer Ty. Just replay everything that I just said, but imagine I was wearing this sweet tie.
Do you know how it works?
Assassinate.
You have advantage? Yeah, it's true. You do.
They haven't gone yet.
No, it hasn't. You have advantage.
It does cancel out, but he still doesn't get the crit. He still doesn't get the crit. And he certainly wouldn't get sneak attack. I think he's thinking of his keen dagger, but said he was using his life-stealing dagger, right? It wouldn't matter. It honestly wouldn't matter even if his keen dagger did give him advantage, because any amount of advantage cancels out with any amount of advantage. So, like, you can have 3 advantage and 1 disadvantage, and they cancel out to 0. So it wouldn't matter which dagger he's using in this case. I think everyone at the table struggles with sneak attack rules. They're weird. They are... Rogue's a weird class. I've given my Rogue's a weird class rant before. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite classes to play, but it has some weird, unique stipulations.
It cancels it out. So yes, that first attack is a critical hit on this this wyvern right here.
What up? Right over my sister's shoulder.
Warn me first.
Yeah. Because it's mainly just they think of it as you have to have advantage somewhere in the calculation, but the rule is actually you have to have advantage at the end of the calculation, not just somewhere in it. Hell, that shit took me a while to figure out. Yeah, dude. I was talking to one of my friends who's played with us for a while, but he's always he's never DM'd, so he hasn't internalized a lot of the rules for like classes he hasn't played before. And he was playing a rogue in Baldur's Gate 3, and he was like, "Holy shit, I actually have to learn the sneak attack rules? Fuck." And he's like, "I think next time I play D&D, I will actually know the sneak attack rules." That's crazy.
So here we go. Rolling dice in New Jersey. It's wonderful.
Keen makes it a crit on 19. Oh. Hans, that could be it. That would make way more sense with what he's thinking. If he's not taking the crit from the assassinate feature, if he was actually taking it from the keen dagger, even though he didn't say keen dagger, that would make way more sense. He still doesn't get sneak attack, but that must be what happened. While we're contemplating Liam, we can also point out how he's using the accent even though he's talking to Matt almost all the time. Oh, yeah. Even when he's talking to Matt almost all the time. Yeah. It's dope. Yeah. Liam is a really, really, really great role player. I personally think the entire top row is really good. Ashley is definitely clearly the newest, but that's okay. She tries really hard, and that's really dope. And yeah, but not to say that not to diminish like Sam or really anyone on the bottom rows RPing, but I really feel the strength out of the top row when it comes to RP.
That makes 10, so that's a 20 for that.
All right.
And then I'm going to start slinging the other 2 daggers.
All right.
First one, it probably misses. It's a 14.
A 14 against the wyvern?
Well, I don't know. Do these all get advantage?
Technically? That's another good question. Hey, look at this.
All 3 of them before they go.
It's true. That's why I'm thinking probably. I'm pretty sure you get advantage.
Yeah,
on attack rolls against any creatures not in combat yet, so yeah.
Alright, so then actually that's 20.
It would cancel.
Alright, so that definitely hits.
Okay. That is an 8, and the third dagger goes whooshing right over Vex's shoulder for a 27.
Alright.
This one is a poison dagger, of course, so that is 10 of damage, and then it's a DC of 15 for poison.
All right. All right, the dagger strikes true. You're uncertain if it's had an effect. Unfortunately, at its distance, it's hard to tell its physical reaction to the impact. However, it seems the dagger seemed to have making definite damaged appearances to its physical exterior, and you see it.
Also, I want to really quickly point out, he is super casually throwing his magic daggers directly off the airship. No? I just started thinking about that. Like, I don't think these wyverns are over the airship. Even if you manage to defeat them, I don't know if you're recovering those. He has a belt that allows them to return. Oh, that may have been mentioned at one point, but it's hard to keep all their magic items straight, honestly. Okay. That makes more sense. Do they return after the battle, or do they return immediately after he throws them? Because if they return immediately after he throws them, that's insane. That is a very powerful magic item. Yeah, I was trying to remember if that had come up. I think it's immediately. That's crazy, dude. That's so powerful. End of turn still. That is a powerful magic item. Woo.
Recoiling from the attacks means one's going to fly up as well to try and get out of range.
I'm happy.
All right. That ends your turn. It's now the Griffin's turn. The Griffin and the Griffin Rider.
No.
The Griffin Rider and Griffin swoop down. Have its movement. It's going to attempt to grapple. Against that guard who
Oh no.
fails his check.
Oh, no.
Grabs.
Oh no, he's gonna throw him over the edge.
Grabs this guard into its claws. And then flies up and over this side.
He's gonna toss his ass over the edge.
And is going to release it.
Oh, you are shitting me!
Can someone have a reaction?
Seriously, tie ropes
If you have something crazy.
Can someone do anything in reaction?
The guard misses and or fails to hold on tight with his last reaction to try and grapple back.
That's such dick.
The guard, you watch as the Griffin swoops down, grabs him, both of its claws and talons.
Wow, that blink back belt is amazing. Yeah, I mean, just for point of reference on maybe people who are watching this now or in the VOD that maybe don't understand why I'm saying that that's so good. I mean, is exactly for this sort of example. But consider the Artificer infusions, or are they infusions? I don't remember what the Artificer's class resource is called. I think it's infusions. There is an infusion that is like on the same level as like a +1 weapon, and like you cannot put it on top of an existing magic item. The only property of it is that when it throws, it comes back. That is the only property of that Artificer infusion. Beyond that, Eldritch Knight has its bound weapon. That is a whole subclass. That's basically the subclass defining ability, besides the spell casting. And even like with that, calling back the weapon is, I believe, a bonus action, if not an action. Pact weapon, same thing. Like something that just gives you back everything you throw for free. It can hold up to 4 weapons. That's so many. That's so many. Dude. And they can be magic weapons. Like every other way that you do this, you either have to go a very specific subclass, or you have to get a magic weapon with that property. Now you can use any magic weapon that you can throw and get that blink back property. That's so good. That's so good. I mean, that's like, it's rare, at least in my gut instinct classification. There are better belts? Well, sure. There's better everything. Let's look at the artifact list really quick. And I mean, it doesn't grow you a nice, thick, luscious beard, to be fair. Oh man, that's crazy. It looks very cool in the animated show too. Fuck yeah. That's dope. I'm glad it looks cool. I was so happy with how Eldritch Blast looks in Baldur's Gate 3. I love it when shit looks cool. That sounds like so generic, but like I have seen animated versions of like D&D and like fantasy stuff where the shit just looks real wimpy because they wanted it to like either like be realistic or whatever. I like it when it looks cool. Uncommon? Dude. That's not an uncommon. Oh, I was debating if rare was low enough. That is certainly not an uncommon. Yeah, they have great magic weapons items. Oh my goodness. 3,150 gold on his original sheet? That's how much it costs? I mean, maybe. That's not how much an uncommon should cost, but that item, maybe it should cost that amount. I don't know. Weird.
Wrapping around his shoulders, lifting him up and chucking over the side of the ship. You hear him scream, "Ah!"
As a reaction, can we freaking tie ourselves down to the boat?
You have no ropes immediately around you. You have to go to the side.
The rope of...
You have nothing to tie it to at this moment.
Shrink it.
You have the pegs all on the side here with the ropes attached to. You guys climb in.
That's so interesting that that's the belt's value. Because like an uncommon item is I think between 200 and 500 gold. So the value implies a higher rarity, which would make sense. But it's rated as uncommon. That's odd. I wonder. I don't know. Yeah, that's odd. That makes more sense as the belt's value. I like that more. But yeah, weird that it's also called an uncommon.
Grasping fine.
We could just attach it to all of ourselves, and where we go one, we go all. They take one, they take all of us.
And with the last bit of the griffin's flight movement, so that was done there.
What now? What now, Ashley? I guess. Oh my gosh, this is 2015. I was like, oh my god, did Ashley Johnson just dog whistle me? That was crazy. Okay, no, this is 2015. Q was not around back then. We're all good. I was like, whoa, what a crazy thing for her to just drop. And it did not require attunement? Dude, insane.
He would make it well, he would make it difficult. He would have to break against like strength section against
that's not going
rock
to get
stuff.
back
Yeah.
into here.
Oh no.
All right, so now there's the griffin's current position on its turn. That ends there. Tiberius and Grog both go.
Okay, I'm going to move over here.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's as far as you can get there.
God, the lights keep going out. I do not know what's going on. Because, like, none of the appliances are doing that thing where they, like, flash their lights or whatever. That's so weird. I don't know. Also, to be clear, if it wasn't clear by my reaction, if it looked like I was, like, happy that she would fuck QAnon, is that... I want to make sure that's clear. Sometimes I think about what I say after the fact, and I'm like, I don't know if it was, like, totally clear, like what my, like, opinions or stances are sometimes. Like, sometimes I avoid it too much. I was not like, woo, Ashley Johnson's in Q. No. But, yeah. Anyways.
I'm still in range of that guy, right?
To get past that.
I'm going to use telekinesis to lift the rider off and tuck him off.
Okay. Go ahead and make your check plus your +5 for the modifier.
Oh no.
So that's no, but it's still okay. That's 16 plus my this thing. That's 19.
All right. So the rider, which as you look over, you can see appears to be small and halfling-like in physical form. You reach over with your telekinesis spell and concentrate. The entity that's gripping onto it, holding the spear, all of a sudden gets lifted up and then flung off the side.
Yes! I turn to the wyvern and I go, "Shisha me shit," and I in dragon speak or draconic whatever. I say, "Fight with me or be free."
Or be free and be free.
Or it can meaning stay. Fight with me.
Okay. Yeah.
Or go peace out.
Okay.
You just sounded like Enya to me.
Make an. I'll say for this one, make an animal handling roll.
Come on.
Ooh.
Natural 20.
No.
Advantage, because you're a dragonborn.
Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Good
You have
enough.
disadvantage right now.
Do you have disadvantage?
No, I had advantage.
Oh no.
So this halfling or gnomish entity is now falling out of the air. That ends Tiberius' turn. Grog, what's up?
All right. Cool. Especially because Matt established at the beginning that these are used in Draconia's military or Air Force or whatever. That was sick. Good job, Orion. That's cool. That was a cool decision. Cool attempt.
I'll turn to the group and say, make sure someone goes.
I don't like everyone being like, you have advantage or whatever without Matt stepping in, but that's not Orion's fault. That's everyone else's fault.
Towards the box in case it's a distraction, and then I rage. And I would like to run to the front of the ship where the captain was. As far as I can.
The captain's right here.
Oh, the captain's there?
Yeah, it's in the back of the ship.
That was
here.
the guard.
The guard got flung off the side. The captain's still up there holding onto the...
I will run to the front crystal.
Okay.
If I can get this. 40 feet. That's how far I can go.
40 feet right there.
Son of a bitch.
But your rage is a bonus action. You can use your action to dash and go the rest of the distance. Nobody movement.
I wanted to tie myself to something, though.
Oh, okay.
Tie yourself to
You can run to the
show.
side and tie yourself.
What is that thing at the very front of the ship?
Right there?
It's
It's another one of these ballistas. They've all been set. This one has been set to fire. Just the person who was currently helming it got chucked off the side.
Oh.
Ooh, you're the shooting guy.
Is there a railing on the side of the ship at all?
There is a railing. It's about waist high.
And there's pegs to tie yourself to on the side.
Okay, I have
Each one of these little
I have
dots.
100 feet of chain. Could I take the chain out of the bag of holding, wrap it around my wrist, and wrap it around the railing, and then that'll be all I do? Can I do that?
Yeah. With your movement, you can get to there, unless you wanted to instead head over here and...
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so instead of going further up the valley, you go ahead and wrap the chain around there. Sure.
Yeah.
Chain around your wrist. You kind of tangle it in with your chain of returning. You go ahead and take the chain and wrap it around the side of the peg and pull it taut. That's your turn.
Okay.
All right. That is Grog's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to move my speed over here-ish.
All right.
And then would you say I'm 60 feet within range of that guy?
Oh, yeah. You're within 25, 30 feet of him.
Oh, am I? Well, let me back up a bit then. Just
Okay.
right, yeah. I can walk across that.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
Also, laser pointers are a fantastic idea. I think I said this like the first or second episode. The next time I run in person, whether I'm a player, DM, whatever, I am getting a laser pointer for the table. That's a fantastic idea.
It's a wooden lattice, basically. It's mostly covered. It's just what they remove when they're putting large cargo into the ship.
Right, gotcha. And there's still a rider on that guy?
Yes, there's a rider on all of them.
Okay, I am going to cast polymorph on that wyvern. I'm going to turn him into a bunny rabbit.
You're gonna kill a buddy. No, he won't die.
Also, air fights are so dope, and I won't have anyone tell me that they aren't. Air fights are so sick because you can insta kill people so easily. It's so much fun. You can like fucking Hitman, Agent 47 style kill people, except with magic.
You like kill a bunny?
6 hit points?
Like, I'm ready.
It's like the least innocent thing she's killed in this game so far.
That was an Acme cartoon.
Wile E. Coyote.
Right.
Thanks, Easter Bunny.
All right, so what's the DC on that?
He has to make a wisdom saving throw. The wyvern has to make a
And
wisdom saving throw.
what's your DC on that? Your spell DC.
18.
And what creature?
The wyvern.
Yeah. And, all right. So.
Oh, a bunny.
So.
Or you know what? You know what would be funnier? Like,
Look at the bunny. Bunny's got
bunny.
the bunny.
Oh, it's a bunny.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, water is somewhat more dangerous because of the breathing aspect, but they're uniquely dangerous, and PCs get like actually pretty proficient at it. There's a lot of spells that either allow you to fly, levitate, feather falling is accessible. I think feather falling is like a level 1 spell, level 2. So I mean, there's so many things where you can do it to where it makes it so dangerous, but like in a really fun and engaging way. It adds an automatic constant tension and other factors. Exactly. If fucking the rogue did not have his blink back belt, he would not be able to be chucking his daggers because they'd go right off the edge. There's so many fun things.
The wyvern.
If you have, I mean, I know that not every setting can or should have airships, but I love instituting, I like floating mountains, even in low magic settings. A lot of times, if I want to do an air-esque combat, I'll do a set of ancient ruins that has like floating areas that are very like weird and arcane or whatever. Or I'll do areas of wild magic where gravity gets weird or something. There's a whole lot of ways to do those types of combats without needing technology and in various types of settings. But they're so much fun. Bit of singing at 221 through 231 if you want to slow it down for that. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Turns into a bunny rabbit from underneath its rider and goes
and then plummets. The rider, which begins to fall as well, immediately tossing a grappling hook as it falls.
Oh, speedy.
It's falling so slowly.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Thanks. That was my turn.
That was
All right.
slick.
All right, that brings us. All right,
So now the wyvern's turn.
Where did the music go?
Where'd our sweet
Why is the music dying?
Bum bum ba ba bum bum.
I
It's coming, guys. Don't worry. All right, so this wyvern turns and dives down to catch its rider.
Oh,
We'll do 125 just in case.
To step back up onto its back, but it uses its entire turn doing so.
Wow.
So, well, wasted their turn on that element. This.
The
He
wyvern
caught
caught
his
his
rider.
rider.
How did that possible?
It happened in like
You,
second.
you threw it off the side, and for the wyvern's turn immediately, it dove down, caught the rider, and it helped it back onto its back. But it took its entire turn to do that.
Okay.
That helps wyvern.
This wyvern is plummeting as a bunny rabbit now through the air. Is going to attempt to make a saving
Attitude,
throw.
poopy pants. Attitude.
Fail.
Wait, does Polymorph allow a saving throw every round if it's against its will?
I don't
Fail.
think
It looks
so.
like
It
it
was.
failed.
I remember you had to be damaged,
dice.
right?
Oh yeah, Hans. I mean, there's a lot of really. I love like the flooded temple or the flooded whatever motif. I love that because like I don't love doing combats in the actual ocean, but I do like underwater combats. Especially if you do like a mixed battlefield where part of the battlefield is flooded and maybe it's a Zelda like temple of like the water temple sort of vibe where you have objectives that are set underwater. You have like a switch or a key or a chest or something that you need under the water, so you're forced to go down there and do the underwater combat. I really the ocean is kind of whatever from my point of view. A totally random command check. Is that right, AKL? Is that right? Yeah, you can get water breathing pretty easily, so that can be fun. Totally. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like feather falling. Like, you can get things that make those combats safe until they're not. Until you get counter... whistling. Until you get counterspelled, you get silenced. There's maybe an enemy that breaks concentration. Actually, I don't know if water breathing is concentration, but you get my point. Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had there.
Funny go splat, funny go die.
Actually, yeah.
Go bye.
Thumper's toast.
No.
It lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies.
Yeah, so no.
He's just, is a falling bunny.
It's a falling bunny. That is going to be one dead wyvern.
Any luck is
that's
gonna fall on
amazing.
the shot.
Will you let me know when he hits the ground?
I will,
falls?
don't worry.
Well, it's the ocean, right?
You'll hear the guts splat out of it.
Upon hitting.
Terminal velocity for a bunny rabbit. I have to consider this as a DM now. This is a thing in my existence.
Yeah, it's the same. You throw a penny, you throw a cow off the Empire State Building. They're both going.
How high up are we?
Zero, he turns back into.
It's
How
hard.
high up are we? And how much does the bunny weigh?
It's hard to tell. You cannot make any
Let's
details
do
out
the
on.
math.
It's you're so far above the ocean that you can barely make any details of it. And what you can see is so fine in the distance. You can gather. You're a whole long way up.
Getting flashes of Holy Grail here.
Exactly. So the grappling hook tink, onto the side here.
Oh,
The rope
gotcha.
swings, and this guy spends his turn getting up onto the side of the boat there, and that's his turn. Next, this wyvern here is going to swoop down. As it does, its rider leaps off.
Okay, so I will actually. I kind of when Matt caught the guy with the wyvern, and then Orion was like, "Wait, what?" I was kind of like, "Hey, like attitude check there, poopy pants." However, they both had some pretty interesting turns, and obviously, she essentially insta-killed the wyvern, so good reward. But also, the guy, as a reaction, whipped out the grappling hook. Again, as a reaction. Lassoed it with the grappling hook. Fell, and then in one turn went up and, fucking muscle upped his way onto the deck, I would have maybe given it like one turn. Like maybe he climbs like half of the way up, or he's getting his bearings for a turn. I mean, I understand as a DM a certain level of like, oh, you don't want to make the combat too easy. Like, you don't want to reward them too much. But there is also a certain level of like taking something that's cool and combating it almost to the point of invalidation. I don't think he's doing that. But I don't know. There's a little bit of like an air, like a wind out of the sails feeling of like, oh, I threw him off. The wyvern immediately caught him. He, again, as a reaction, fucking lassoed himself and then got onto the deck. Like, it maybe seems a little bit like you just didn't want the combat to be that easy, Matt. I don't know. That builds those choices are small and they probably won't have an impact overall, but it does build a little bit of a DM versus the player's mentality. If the players do cool shit, you should let the combat be easy. If they totally fucking wipe a combat that you thought was going to be challenging, I say let them. In the same way that if they find a combat that you thought was going to be fine for them and they have to spend every last resource, like getting it down, it's a nail biter towards the end, I'm not going to make it easier just because it turned out to be harder than I thought it would be. So, I don't know.
Landing right there, the wyvern comes over here and is going to make attacks on you.
No!
First, it comes back
No.
with its bite. It has no arms. It has its arms are its wings. It has talon feet. Comes down and bites.
It certainly does. I'm not even like, I don't even really think that it's like, oh, he shouldn't have been able to save himself. But if I'm running there, I'm not having him do anything on his turn. Much like how Matt didn't have the wyvern immediately save the other dude. I'm not having the guy do anything on his turn, and then on his turn, action, fucking throw out the grappling hook. And then maybe make an athletics check. I think maybe, honestly, the optics problem here is more that they did those things for free, and if a player was doing those, the player would have had to roll for it. No question. Right? If a player was hanging off the edge on a rope, they'd have to make an athletics check. If a player got chucked off off a flying Trinket, and Trinket tried to go and catch them, Trinket would have to make like an animal handling or an acrobatics check. And I think, I've told you guys that I mostly roll behind the screen. This is actually a scene where I might start rolling in front of people, in front of the screen. If I'm like, okay, the wyvern is going to try to catch him, like DC 14 acrobatics for the wyvern. Like, they're trained in this, but it's still a tough maneuver. Roll in front of everyone. And I just feel like that makes it a little bit more friendly. I've seen more criticism of Matt being too easy on his players than the opposite, but of course there's a lot more nuance to it than that. I mean, I think in general, I'm not saying that Matt fudges rolls or or anything like that. But it definitely, I think when Matt can rule in favor of them, he often does. I will give the example of Percy's headshot giving all of them advantage on saving throws that Kavarn procced. Super not what headshot does. And but that was definitely an instance of Matt being maybe easier than he needed to be on his players. So I definitely won't argue that too hard. But It's definitely, yeah, from combat to combat. There's going to be nuance and difference. I would say maybe we need a Toothy Maw counter. Maybe we need a Toothy Maw command.
It's at you with its giant Toothy Maw. That's going to be a 25 to hit with its bite. So you take 13 points of piercing damage.
All right. Oh, sorry.
It's not going to use its claws, because instead, as it brings its claws up, as in a rearing position, its tail whips underneath it with this gnarled, pointed stinger at you. As you're the one that shot an exploding arrow at its friend.
Oh, all right.
This is going to be... it's a 20 to hit.
Okay,
Critical
so
Role
my armor
stats
class is
already
19,
did
but I'm
it.
wearing a +2 ring of protection.
Hell yeah.
Right, but that's with your...
Is that with the
that's
+2
with the plus
ring?
2, yeah.
So it hits me then.
So for that... Alright. You take 10 points of piercing damage.
Damn it!
And I need you to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. As the stinger at the end of its tail pierces you in the side of your torso, and as it does, you can feel the venom pulse into the inside of your skin. Yeah.
You got this.
Confidently, roll that shit.
No? As the poison pulses through your system, you feel your muscles seize up with this horrible, painful, burning sensation. Oof. Okay, you take 26 points of poison damage.
Holy fudge, dude!
How much?
26 points of poison damage.
Ouch.
I'm gonna start doing math now.
The individual that hopped off of it now, you can see, is a halfling dressed in dark leather, face is obscured, pulls a longbow out, and pulls out 2 arrows at once, pulls back and releases them. One is going for you, Keyleth. The other is going for Trinket.
This guy's got skills.
That is a 22 versus you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
And a 20 versus Trinket.
He's got 20.
All right.
Oh no!
You take 12 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Trinket takes 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
That ends their turn. All right, brings it to Percy.
Go, Percy. Go, Percy. Go.
How far away am I from that wyvern that's currently attacking everybody?
Right there?
Yeah.
You're right here, so you're about roughly 45 feet from him.
Ah, this will be funny. Okay, I'm gonna back up and sit
Hell
down
yeah,
against the back wall
Dowson.
of the ship.
Okay, against the doorway.
I'm going to pull out the biggest gun I have, so I'm going to pull out bad news.
Yes!
I'm going to sit down.
Yes.
I'm going to take aim, and I'm going to try and take a wing shot. I'm going to spend a grit and try and take a wing shot at this.
This is what you were
At this
born
wyvern
for,
here.
Percy.
Yes. All right.
What's a wing shot?
Well,
I was about to say, is wing shot a thing he has?
see if it
Trying to
works.
shoot the wing.
I'm shooting him in the wing.
You mean literally?
Does he? I've given my opinion on targeted shots, and I normally let it go for Percy because I know that he has fighter maneuver-esque abilities that he spends grit to activate, and he said that he spent a grit, but what is he doing if wing shot isn't actually an ability?
Literally.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
18.
Hits.
Just winged it.
Okay. 19, 20, really? Where's my d12s? I was not prepared for this. Here we go. That's 14 points of damage, and he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
We're just letting that guard die, right? We're not going to try to.
I didn't realize we could save
23.
him.
He was
No, fails that.
Okay, that wyvern drops hard 20 feet.
All right, so that wyvern, who is roughly about 10 feet up, you shoot in the wing, it blows a big old hole in the side of its leathery wing. As you do the impact, sends its wing arm crumpling behind it. It spins uncontrollably in the space and then plummets to the ground on its back, just reaching and scrambling, trying to get back up. So it's currently prone on the ground.
Boom. All right, thank you.
No worries.
And I reload.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
Okay. I'll take a few steps towards the action. And I'll cast Big B's hand, you know it, Shamon, on the griffin.
All right.
Is he above the boat or just?
Was Gunslinger updated at some point? Because I looked up like Matt Mercer Gunslinger winging shot. When you make a firearm attack against a creature, you expend 1 grit point to attempt to topple a moving target. On a hit, the creature suffers normal damage and must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. So I don't know what's going on here. This is weird.
Above the ocean.
Currently above the ocean, just near the edge of the boat.
Can I use forceful hand? It says I can push. Do you think I can?
Ah, maybe that's it. Could be.
Twist?
Stop it.
You know what? You could. Probably.
I'm going to dump him over.
Okay, go ahead and make a check with your bonus.
Oh, and this is all through the hand cone of clarity.
Right, of course. All right. So go ahead and roll and add 5.
19 plus 5, 24.
Dude, Sam doesn't even know like all the shit. He doesn't even really understand how much Orion wants his shit. But if I was Sam, oh man, I'm a petty little dude sometimes. If I'm Sam here, I am purposely casting concentration only spells. I'm going from banishment to fucking Tasha's hideous laughter. I'm going to Bane. Concentration only for me this one. And I'm also making sure to have 1 spell slot left at each level. So if I have 2 level 3s, I'm only casting 1 of them. If I have 3 level 2s, only 2. Make sure that I have 1 left in every category. Ooh. Oh, man. Sometimes I'm a little petty like that. There's at least 1 episode where they comment on it getting tweaked. Not this specifically, just we changed some stuff. Okay. I mean, that that's fine. I was just confused on it because it seemed like they weren't quite sure what was happening. And so but I also don't know if, like, I don't know what sort of freedom Percy has within the subclass. So it's a little hard to tell if that was okay or not. I think it was. I don't know though. Pathfinders is on a hit. The target is damaged normally and must make a DC 20 fly check or fall 20 feet. I see. Probably. Yeah. Taliesin is basically the resident playtester. Yeah.
19.
Well, and he's the blood hunter, right? As well. I think he's because I know about Blood Hunter, and I think that Talison's the Blood Hunter, but I could be wrong. It could be one of the other players. Maybe it's like Scanlan. That doesn't sound right. Sam Riegel does not sound right as a Blood Hunter. Unless they bring in a new cast member, I literally cannot imagine any of them as a Blood Hunter besides Percy.
Plus 3.
Or besides Taliesin.
So the griffin, all of a sudden, this giant shimmering big hand, as you reach out, this gargantuan version
Do you really want to know? Nah, I'll find out.
of a Scanlan fist comes rocketing through the sky, the fingers unraveling, clutching the griffin. Its wings seem to be pulled up and crunched for a second as it is suddenly lifted. Its rider, who is holding on to the reins at the front, is now dangling and going to...
Not Liam. Vex plays, or Liam plays Vax. Vax is like a charismatic rogue. Like, I feel like if Swashbuckler had been out, like, Vax is, I feel like, closer to a swashbuckler, right? I feel like that's more how Liam plays Vax. I don't see Blood Hunter as suave, right? I see Liam as suave. I can't imagine. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Blood Hunter to me is like the ultimate edgy class, like beyond Rogue. It's like Rogue, but less fun. It's like all of the like all of the edginess of Rogue mixed with all of the serious, like, oh my god, I traded my baby for power of Warlock. Because they, like, you know, it's like blood magic. That is funny to me, and I'm not going to tell you why. Hell yeah. I'm glad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see it for Liam. I definitely don't see it for Grog. Or for Travis. Yeah, I'm trying to picture any of them. I don't picture it for Laura. Oddly enough, out of everyone at the table, the other person I could see being Blood Hunter is Ashley Johnson. I don't know why. I can picture her coming in like super dark mascara and eyeliner and just being like, I'm fucking ready. I'm ready for the power. It's coursing through my veins. How does he do it? Ashley would make a hilarious Blood Hunter, so we haven't seen it before. Fuck. Damn it, I was that close.
Attempt to try and hold on, and rolls a 3.
Yeah!
The rider
immediately
plummets, falls right towards the edge of the ship.
See, and that, like, rolls a 3 thing, that's more what I was saying he should do for, like, not even necessarily to land the grapple hook, but, like, to climb the grapple hook or to have the wyvern come and catch him. It's like that sort of thing.
Breaks his back.
Makes an acrobatics check and manages to reduce the damage and land on its feet. However, does still take 9 points of falling damage.
Is he a halfling as well?
No, this actually sees a very lithe, elven-looking individual, like very thin form, face and body all covered. Appears to be female, from best you can tell, just from the physicality.
I'm also going to inspire Vex with just for her archery skills. Just a little.
You're not gonna sing for us? Come on.
Elvish people in the ship tonight. Everybody just have a good fight.
All right, you get a D10 inspiration dice for your use.
Hit points. Everybody.
All right, so that is your turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay, how long is the ship?
The full length of it?
Just so you know what I'm looking at right now.
this ship.
This ship right
this
here.
ship right here?
Yeah, that
sure,
one.
okay.
Hell yeah.
I'd say it would be about 130 feet and 140 feet.
Okay, so would you say, like, maybe this area would be about, like, I don't know, 60 feet?
60 feet radius, you mean?
Yeah, where
A 60-foot radius for you would be right here.
Okay.
Like this around you.
Actually, when does the episode
Okay. I would like to reach down, stay where I am, and touch the floor of the ship, and cast Hollow.
That
And
ends the ep in an hour. And we've probably watched an hour and a half so far. So I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep the playback jacked up.
which
They want to watch 5 minutes after
basically
that?
infuses a 60-foot radius with holy power,
Mhm.
and any creatures or anything can't harm anything within inside the radius.
Alrighty. It takes... Look at the casting time on the spell.
Oh no.
God dang.
24 hours.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
24 hours?
24 hours, but Hallow works, you take 24 hours, and that land that you do that is like that until someone dispels it.
Hey, I tried, WT. I try.
Oh wow. Should have done it when we first got on the ship.
It's like
Okay, so then that's cool. That's good to know.
Yes, but-
That's cool.
Instead,
I'm gonna guiding bolt this guy right here.
This guy right
One to you?
Oh wait, no, the flying guy right here.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You currently can't see him, unfortunately. That is down below the ship. It swooped down to pick up the guy who'd fallen, so he's currently out of your view.
Cool. I'll guiding bolt the. I can't do that griffin up there, can I?
What's the range on guiding bolt?
That's it.
Might be able to.
120.
Yeah, you
can. Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
All right. So go ahead and make your ranged spell attack. So roll d20, add that bonus.
Oh man, that's a 1.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
So in your confusion, you reach back to shoot the wyvern that's on the inside of the ship. It's not there, and so while the spell is releasing itself, you're like, crap, that one! And by the time you turn around to redirect the divine energy blast, it just arcs off in a random direction.
What a fail of a motherfucking turn. Okay.
Someone
Can I still move?
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah.
Richard's boots over to Vex.
Okay.
That's me.
Richard's boots, boots.
And then I'm going to give her. I'm going to give her a.
Dude, what a fucking vibe. What? Oh, man. I want that to be my ringtone. That's it. That was great.
A superior healing potion.
Okay, so you haven't used it yet, but you have one.
Okay. I can't have to use it. Okay, that's
You-
okay.
She has it. You handed it to her, but she has
Here's a
it.
superior healing turn. Potion turn. I can't wait.
Oh wait.
All right, top of the round.
Wait, so she has to use that on her turn then?
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. All right.
That's
Let's
fine.
just go past this really fast.
I'll fight.
Let's move on.
That's okay. All right, so Vex, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use a superior healing potion, which is how many? What do I roll for that?
Superior healing potion. That is 8d4 plus 8.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a big old heal.
1, 2, 3, 4.
She's drinking a potion that Pike just gave her.
Were you hurt?
Actually, very severely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm gonna add those up in just a second.
Oh, d4.
Okay, but first I'm gonna. If he's on the ground, so if I step away from him, he doesn't get a.
Correct. He's not threatening.
Okay, so I'm gonna move away from that guy.
All right.
I'm gonna
How far?
Actually, I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna move against the railing around Grog. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can move around.
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of stand next to Grog and hopefully he overshadows me.
Money's meant to be spent, right? She got a good deal. That's restate. You're not thinking about it right. You're not thinking about it right. That's not 1.5k gold down the hatch. That's actually like 50 gold earned, because that was supposed to be 1.55k, but she got a deal on it. So basically, we're making 50 gold here. You gotta think about it like a bargainer.
And I'm gonna lightning arrow the griffin.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll for attack on that.
Why do I feel like the griffin will be immune to lightning attack?
No, birds.
They're fine, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Birds hate lightning.
Okay,
the
so
griffin
that
is grappled
is-
too.
That's how. Oh my God, there's such a great. Oh man, I might have to wait. My wife sent me this video the other day that we might have to watch really quick, because I don't think it'll get me copyright claimed. Let's see. No, it's not girl math. It's not that. Let me see. Oh, yep, girl math. The Eras Tour edition. Okay, quick break to talk about girl math.
Girl math. Girl math. Girl math. Girl math.
Girl Math is back. We welcome Sarah to Girl Math. Good morning.
And I'm not going to give you guys any context of what girl math is if you don't know it already. We just got to watch this raw.
Good morning. Now, you would like Girl Math to justify quite a big purchase for you.
What did you buy?
I managed to get tickets to Taylor Swift the Sydney show.
Wow, well done.
So, do you mind telling us how much this cost you?
No judgment.
Did you want for the one night or did you want for all the nights?
What do you mean all the nights? How many nights are you going to Taylor Swift?
I'm going to all 4.
How much did you pay for 4 nights? How much do you need us to justify for you here?
No judgment, Sarah.
Accommodation, flights, and the 4 tickets would be a total of 5,600.
Jesus!
This is going to be a hard one.
You are kidding me!
Girlies.
It's a lot of Taylor Swift.
Okay.
Wow.
I reckon we can.
Now listen, flights, you would have had to pay that much for flights for 1 night or 4 nights. So that's free. And then
That's a good point.
Because she's going to 4 shows, but she's not buying 8 flights.
Yeah.
Exactly. She's bought 2 flights.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. Right.
Now accommodation you need, so that doesn't come into the equation.
Well, hang on, we need to accommodation at home.
How much is one set of flights to Australia? We worked it out at about $600.
Yeah.
So 600 times. So that's 2,500, but she's not. So 2,500. She's actually she's saved $1,800 there.
It's a great saving.
So what are we going? We're going $5,000 minus 1,800 because she doesn't have to buy 8 flights.
Lovely.
Now we're only justifying 3,200.
Beautiful.
The maths have begun. Easy peasy.
This is madness.
It's easy.
Well, yeah, and then you're thinking
Girl math.
accommodation for 4 nights.
Yep.
You have to pay rent at home.
No, you've shot yourself in the foot there. She's still paying rent.
Roll that one back. Roll that one back.
Can you sublet out your room for the 4 nights?
Yeah, that's it.
I could try, yeah. I don't know how the rest of the people there would feel about it, but I think
Screw 'em. I'm knocking off $200.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
We're at 300.
Okay, right.
300. We're at 300.
3,000.
Right.
3,000. Sorry.
Yeah.
Damn, I wish we were at 300.
Okay, well, a great way to get the price down for the tickets.
We're at 3,000.
3,000. So if you want to get, let's say, down to another 1,000 off, she needs to rewatch her videos of the concerts 1,000 times.
Yeah. How many songs do you reckon you'll be videoing, Sarah?
I reckon I'm going to try and do the whole concert over the 4 nights.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so the concert's 3 hours.
Yeah, so I reckon if she watches those videos 1,000 times, that takes the price off because you're getting a free concert.
You're getting a free concert.
You're getting a free
You're getting a free concert because you get to watch it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna watch 3 hours of videos 1,000 times?
Yeah. And
Now-
that saves you a grand.
Yeah, okay.
Now, also, as many of us Swifties have been doing, have you been watching the live streams on TikTok, Instagram?
I have been, yeah.
Exactly.
Lovely.
So those were free concerts that you can take off of.
So you're telling me she's getting about 1,500 free concerts?
Yeah.
We're in the positives already. I mean, I don't know how we've done that.
Exactly.
3,000, but just for logistical sakes, I'll take away 1,000. Now we're at 2,000. Now here's the thing as well, is like, We've got a lot of people who missed out on Sydney tickets, in which way we're so lucky that we got them.
Yep.
Their alternative was to fly to... Where's one of our friends going?
Melbourne.
No.
Oh, no, to like
Paris
Vienna.
and Vienna.
Someone's going to Vienna.
So we're looking at justifying $3,000. You don't spend that $3,000 to go to Taylor Swift and you see all your friends at Taylor Swift, that itch will never be scratched until you see that Eras tour.
Mm-hmm.
Next minute, you're buying flights, accommodation, and tickets to Vienna. And you're telling me that's going to cost any less than $3,000? You're kidding yourself.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be able to go to 4 shows there either. So you wouldn't be able to get the deal on the free concerts.
That's right. And now we're in Europe. Everything's more expensive.
I mean, it's $2,500 return for flights to Europe.
Yeah, I can't believe we've even bothered justifying this, to be honest. It justified itself.
And also, ultimately, like, when you're old and, like, talking to your kids, your nieces and nephews, whoever, you can say you were there. That's priceless.
My mum always tells me, I saw Freddie Mercury live, and I was like, I don't want to hear it anymore. You'll be able to say that I saw Taylor Swift in the flesh.
Yeah.
At the most iconic tour of history. The most money-making tour.
Beatles.
Yeah.
She's going to be there.
It's all about Swift.
Beatles.
So what have we got it down to?
0.
It's basically free.
It's basically free. The way I've calculated it, the amount of free concerts she's getting watching it back on her phone and the flights she's saving to Vienna.
And subletting her room.
She's made $4,000.
And subletting her room, yeah,
Plus
you're
an
right.
extra $200 for subletting the room for 4 nights. I mean, this is
Actually,
unreal.
we have to fly to Sydney.
I have no idea what the rest of their podcast or whatever is like, but I love me a girl math. Yeah, so you guys, you don't understand. You have to do girl math. Like, it's not Laura's not losing out on 1.5K of gold. She's actually making at least 100 gold plus these wyverns, I believe that these are pretty rare. So you have to consider, if she doesn't take that superior healing potion, are they going to kill these wyverns as cleanly? Probably not. So we're getting more skins, more claws, more eyeballs, more alchemical ingredients, just overall, off of these wyvern bodies. Regardless of whatever's actually on these air raiders, which probably have cool shit that they've raided off of other airships, as well as airship raiding materials. So this is not 1.5K down. I mean, I would even call this basically free. With the deal that she got from that fool, Gilmore, along with everything that they're making here, I mean, I say she's making money, personally. Yeah, exactly. So Vex profits by drinking the healing potion. I mean, it keeps you from dying. It's true. And she's freed up room in her backpack. You're so right. How is she going to carry? You have to spend gold to make gold. How is she going to fit more gold in her backpack if there's a healing potion taking it up? I mean, you have to think about these things, people. If you don't have your health potion, what do you have? You're so right. See, guys. We all understand. I'm glad you guys understand. Girl math.
That is 4d8. Oh, I have to roll and see if I get it. Okay, which one looks like a light roll? This is the amateur, looks like a light roll.
There you go.
There's like boom, get it like.
Okay, that's good. That's
Could be an airship
25.
to Vienna.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's 4d8. 15.
15 points of damage to it? All right. So as you run around Grog, as you rush around his shoulder, you grab one arrow, pull it back, knock it in your bow, and underneath his arm, as he's like reaching up with his axe, you release an arrow. As you release it into the air, it almost seems to spark with energy. Halfway to its mark, all of a sudden, the speed it's traveling at increases, and you see energy beginning to off the front. It slams into the side of the griffin. The blast of energy and electricity surges through its body. The griffin loses about 10 feet of height before it catches itself. You can see the giant burn mark on the side of its body. It's having a hard time keeping itself in the air. It's looking pretty rough.
For my second attack.
That's true. Marquette's very expensive. Hey, unless that's a Critter reference. I was thinking Marquette, Kansas. Which would be mighty expensive from him on.
Yes.
I'm going to have Trinket charge the elf.
I have a
guy
feeling
in
that
red,
that's
girl
not
in
what
red.
you were referencing, AK.
Oh, no, he's going to attack the wyvern that's on the ground. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Shoot his wing off.
He can go, and bash him with his new armor and, do stuff.
All right. So as you fire the arrow, Trinket turns around and comes forward. Go ahead and roll attack for Trinket.
Okay, I don't know if I've ever attacked a Trinket.
You have before. It's been a while.
It's been a really long time.
I like possibly Pathfinder a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yay, Trinket.
And he rolled a 1.
No!
Inspiration.
So
Inspiration.
One,
no,
and
it's
one is not a miss.
Trinket 1.
So Trinket goes to attack. The wyvern's on the ground is screeching around, moving its body. Its tail whips out and strikes Trinket in the side of the armor, almost piercing it with the poison stinger. Trinket simply.
Oh, shit, I forgot I was poisoned.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hans, dude, oh my God, you're so right. What's the alternative? Yeah, she becomes a cleric. She has to actually learn how to craft this shit. And time is money. Time is time that she could be out there looting bodies. So the fact that she didn't have to spend the time to make it in the first place is basically free money.
She takes off the armor, but
so
Trinket instinctively recoils from it and forgoes the attack to
Marquette,
take a
more
defensive
like
stance.
I forgot I was poisoned.
All right.
Yeah, you meant
These
the
weapons
Kansas one
set up.
for sure.
I'm gonna finish.
I don't even think Marquette has an airport.
A healing potion just now, so I can.
Okay, go for it. This guard pulls back and aims the ballista up towards the griffin. That's on the air. Releases the bolt as it streaks through the air. The bolt rushes past the griffin, unfortunately not finding purchase. The rope leading off in the distance. As he sees you, the rope, the entire giant bolt misses. Curses and takes a dagger out and cuts the rope and just disappears over the side and goes and spends the rest of his turn getting ready to prepare for a second shot. This one over here currently has the rate of fire bolt, has no means of doing so, instead draws a weapon and begins to rush over to try and join the fray of the wyvern over here. Can't quite get all the way over to fight it. That ends his turn. Back to
This
you.
guy's still alive, is that right?
Yeah, you just can't see it.
I'm going to run up alongside, Trinket on the side, and stab the ground wyvern 2 or 3 times.
You have your boots of base, so you can do this because you have to go up the stairs here to get to the next level. Right there. All right, so now you're up on your...
Keen Dagger to start gets
All right.
a 23.
That hits.
Okay, so that's 11 points of damage plus the sneak attack damage.
Oof, this is going to be nasty.
3, 4.
I look like Cindy Lou Who.
12, 13 sneak attack damage. So that's 11 plus 13.
Yes, 24.
First dagger.
Nice, 24 damage.
Second dagger gets a 26.
Hits.
There's a 10 of damage, and the third dagger gets a 16.
16 does hit. Good roll damage.
Very nice.
Come on, Jersey, roll that shit.
Yeah, that's Jersey. So,
I mean, technically, always the creature is prone, so you have advantage on these attacks too, by the way.
Oh, well, did they all hit?
Yes. Go ahead and roll a second one for this last one, just on the off chance it might critical. I don't know. Okay, so then you're fine. All right.
2 more? Okay, good. I'm good with everything.
Okay. Just like all right, so damage on the last one?
Oh, it was 8.
Gotcha. All right, so as you rush around, Trinket, you come up with your daggers. Stab! You're jamming it in the side, and you can see like the dragon, the dark black dragon blood spilling out of each wound as you're kind of piercing it, screeching out and trying to get back to its feet in the process, but you just keep finding each opening and jamming it with your blades.
And as a bonus action, I like to take my hands under Trinket's ears and go, wooga, 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 wooga.
Trinket goes, kind of rubs into them.
Would you mind healing him? He's low on health.
All right, so
Trinket's a dude. Such a glass half empty girl.
the griffin. It's going to take its turn. 40. It's going to swoop down towards Keyleth. It's going to attempt to grapple you.
Nope. I was doing, hey, friend!
Go ahead and make either an acrobatics or athletics check. Your choice.
Come on, vision that shot of the griffin
Let's do athletics.
Yeah.
Let's do this way.
Oh.
That's good.
It's okay. 15.
15. The griffin reaches down, grapples into you with each of his talons, and lifts up,
No!
carrying you, and
It's okay, guys, I'll be
pushes
fine!
you off the side. You begin to
Wyvern.
plummet off the side of the ship. You see vanish above you.
I'll be fine!
Look, Keyleth, that's what you
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on the community tab, eh, Kale?
So that thing went to go save his dude. So I turned to him, super annoyed, and I go, "Okay, fuck!" And I use telekinesis, and I rip off his wing.
Which guy?
The wyvern.
You can rip off his whole wing?
This one here you can't see. It's like far below the ship. So it dove down to catch its guy. It's not currently invisible rank. This is off the board essentially. It's down below there.
Oh well, crap.
Rip all the griffin's feathers off.
I don't do any of that stuff. Just pluck it.
Yeah.
This is annoying you.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
We're in for dinner.
What's going on? There's who's this dude over here?
This is one of the riders that managed to just barely grapple on and pull itself to the top of the ship.
And this is it. The elven.
This is the other one who was on top of the griffin.
Okay.
Got dumped off by Scanlan.
Oh. Let's see. That's how many feet between the two? 5. How many? What's the distance between? What's this thing right here?
That's one of the ballistas up front. It's ready to fire. It hasn't fired yet.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. I'm gonna use my movement to get around over here so I can get within range. Because that's all 60 feet, right?
Yeah.
Just pay attention,
Cool.
man.
Well then I'll use screw it. I'll use telekinesis to pick up that elf and huck it right into the ballista.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. D20 plus 5.
Boom! Natural 20.
So you take the elf. You suddenly elf is down, pulling 2 blades out. Lift it up in the air, and fly off to the side. The female form slams into the ballista from behind, setting it off. You see now the bolt just arcs off the side of the boat.
Yeah, in a suit of armor. She's 3 baby wyverns in a trench coat. Got a big top hat.
Nice. The elf is just currently grappled now and held against the side. Takes 7 points of impact damage from the full slamming attack. All right. The ballista was aimed this way.
Oh, were you trying to skewer him?
Yeah.
Well.
I still do that. I lift him up and I do that instead.
The ballista's already fired though.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, it's gone.
And you slam into it and fire it off.
That's okay. You
Cool.
still, you still flung him real hard. Real hard.
Sorry.
It's fine.
You and Ashley.
We had a week off.
Yeah. It's get in.
Wiggle
Rog, you're up.
Oh, yes. Rog. Seeing the wyvern at my feet, I feel that familiar tremble in my loins. And I take my hand out of the chain and I go into a frenzied rage. And I would like to butcher the ever-living fuck out of that mini dragon.
All right, make an attack. It's starting to get to its feet now.
Oh, hold on, kitty. 15 plus 8.
You still have advantage on it, by the way, remember, because it's still technically prone.
23.
Hits.
23 again.
No, you already did
That's
it.
120.
So hit critical, and...
The third one.
That makes up for so much shit.
18.
Hits.
Nice.
Critical hit. So, for the first hit,
Yes!
8.
8 damage. You want the bonus?
Yeah, I rolled
1. Okay, so 8. Now you're critical.
Jack Rose, is that 2 of these?
Just roll once and double the number.
Oh, awesome. 12 and 7, 19.
Well, then add the plus at the end. So whatever you rolled.
19.
You rolled 9.
I rolled 12 plus
So it's 12, so it's 24 plus 7.
Oh, I got you.
So 31.
31.
Alrighty.
And the last one.
Mm-hmm.
16.
Nice. So you just smack! Giant axe. With each arc backward, you can see the blood spray through the air, spattering part of the ship. It's screeching in pain, trying to reach around it for some sort of purchase. You leave gaping wounds in its side. It still seems to be earing to go.
These things are hard.
Pretty tough. Pretty tough, these wyverns.
You take the wyvern or the rider? The wyvern.
Grog, you say where you are?
Yes.
All right, then it's your turn. Keyleth, you are currently falling.
And before I turn into anything, I kind of just take in the scenery, and I'm like, this is peaceful.
Very, very
nice. And then I turn into an air elemental. Whoosh.
Alright. Is that a thing?
Yes. Not a shark. I know.
That could be cool too.
That would be funny.
Turn into a flying shark.
I'm like, oops.
It's like a whale spinning. Intelligent flying shark.
In my disappointing haste, forgot to bring your elemental figures, and I apologize.
It's okay. I'm air.
Use this
So
little piece
I'm
around you.
air.
So this is you as an air elemental. Right there. You're so pretty. You're air.
So pretty.
Around
you.
Sorry, guys.
So-
Usually better about that. Basically crazy.
I turn into poof.
Yeah.
Is that the name
Now
of
your
the
natural element, there's no fall. You stop yourself immediately. You know more than maybe 20 feet below the bow of the ship.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, cool. I'm only 20 feet.
What's your flight speed?
Awesome.
That's what I'm
Like 60. It's like the same. Like all of them, if you're like moving through like air.
Your own
and
terrain,
stuff.
60. Yeah, so you can get onto the bow and still have 40 feet to go.
Okay, so who's like the nearest bad guy?
The griffin that just threw you off.
Is that a bad guy next to him? Or
Yes.
is that a guard?
That's a bad guy right there. That's a guard. That's the one that's
My
riding.
my air elementals are big base, right?
Yes, the large.
Okay, so here's what I do.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be tough. I actually have not played a session of D&D since I started playing BG3, and all of my other players and the DM for that campaign have also been playing BG3, and we are going to have brain rot. There's gonna be so much pushing, so much jumping, so much. Oh no, wait, none of us know guidance. We're the first thing's gonna do. Nick, how do I craft a guidance amulet? I need it. I can't exist without guidance anymore. You don't understand. Integrating rules from BG3, hell yeah. Molotov healing potions, fuck yeah. I'm way more into Molotov healing potions than I am healing potions as a bonus action, I'll tell you that. Oh man, yeah. Oh, I can very much see our group will be incorporating BG3 rules. There's so many that work so well. There are some where it's like, okay, that works better in the video game, but it wouldn't work as well on the tabletop. But there's some that are just like strictly great.
I go up and I'm like, whoosh, this big, dark, scary cloud, and then I go up and I'm gonna do whirlwind, and I just go full tornado.
Okay, so is
Full twister.
this form? You guys, you've never seen this before. All of a sudden, this giant angry cluster of elemental energy. This wind begins to just shoot like angry eyes, and almost based on just an energy source within, begins swirling into this giant cyclone, localized. Both the griffin.
That would be cool. That would be cool, Hans. Anything that requires a lot of math works less well without the background computing. Yep. Yep, totally. It's wild, like it's yeah. But it's still cool. And it's one of the reasons that I think that certain types of campaigns and even certain systems entirely work a lot better in VTTs like Roll20 than they do in person. Because a lot of systems use more riders. So like I personally think that Pathfinder 2e, which admittedly I've only played like 2 sessions of, so I really cannot speak to it. But having played a decent amount of 3.5 in person, I can imagine that Pathfinder would work much better on a VTT than something like D&D 5e. D&D 5e has less writers and less calculations that you have to make, and so it can work better on tabletop paper, whereas a VTT, having all of those calculations very easily built into your character sheets can be a huge boon to more, not gritty, what's it called? I want to say grokky. That's also not the word. More, I don't know, more mechanics heavy systems. work, I think, better on like VTTs. Crunchy. Thank you, AKL. Crunchy.
Being pulled into it as well as the other creature on the side. The effects of that?
They have to make a DC 13 strength saving throw.
All right. The Griffin does succeed. This Wind Rider does not.
Awesome. On a failure, a target takes 3d8 plus 2.
That's also true, Hans. That is also very true. I mean, yeah, there are some real big downsides to something like BG3. For example, I find Fly to be like weirdly not necessarily disappointing, but it is just like, oh yeah, like they definitely can't do anything else with it. Like I understand why Fly works how it does in BG3, because it just has to work that way. But it is so much more fun and more useful in something like D&D. Prestidigitation just doesn't exist because, oh my god, it would be so hard to like make that anything in BG3, but it's a fantastic spell in 5e. So yeah, there's huge ups and downs to both of them. I think that BG3 made some very distinct changes that do work on the port backwards. So I love the weapon bonus action stuff. There's so much I love about BG3. I'm hitting my fucking stream quota for it already. But yeah, I wonder if that will influence future systems, assuming that some kind of VTT, including at the table assist versions, eventually becomes standard. It certainly could. It certainly could. I think that we will always, at least for a long time, I would say, probably the next, couple decades, I think that we will see, like right now we're seeing a lot of old school Renaissance, which is a lot of more crunchy, mechanics heavy stuff coming back. I think that we will see that along with the VTT and the technology becoming better and better and better and being able to support crunchier systems better and better and better. And then I think at a certain point that will kind of peak and people will want to go, I think, a little bit more back to D&D 5e is still on the crunchy side of TTRPGs, don't get me wrong. People are going to want to go back to more like the City of Mist, very uncrunchy systems. So I think it's kind of a pendulum that'll swing back and forth. There's also I think it depends on trends in technology, how nostalgic people are for like old pen and paper type stuff. It's hard to predict. Fly is only even somewhat good in BG3 due to how vertical the maps are, but yeah, I was really disappointed with it, yeah. Like, it's not, and like, there are gaps that you can't jump over that it's still useful for, but it's just, yeah. It's just not going to be anywhere near what it is in the tabletop. I roll HP when using a bonus action for potions and give the full HP amount for using an action for the potion. That's interesting. I still wouldn't use it at my table, but that is definitely interesting. I do like potentially a tiered approach depending on essentially how much action you're giving it. Like maybe you spill some in your haste or something. That's interesting. Sorry for bringing it up, lol. Maybe schedule a stream to discuss this topic sometime. Potentially, maybe. I like that rule a lot, Undead King. I got it from the Dungeon Dudes on YouTube, and I like using it a lot. Yeah. I mean, I like that. I definitely... man, it's interesting. It's certainly interesting. I've already talked through potion, action, bonus action type stuff, because being able to roll for a bonus action potion is already a buff from standard, and then that rule is another buff on top of it. So I mean, this just makes health potions really, really, really strong, which is fine. That's not an inherently bad thing. It's not the way that I lean, but But I think it's totally valid if you like to lean that way. It makes a much more heroic type feel where health is much more accessible without having to spend a rest, and make sure that you're safe enough to spend a rest in order to get your health back. It emphasizes gold as a resource rather than health, where basically they have to kill you within a combat, or else you're probably going to pop a couple of healing potions and be fine. And even in a combat, you're going to be much more able to pop those healing potions. And you might say, like, why am I even talking about out of combat? Because this is purely an in-combat buff to potions. But purely the fact that you're buffing them within combat means you will have them more often, which then sort of makes them more approachable out of combat, because you just have them on you more often. So it certainly encourages this much more heroic style, which is totally dope, and is a decent gold sink if players are using it a lot more, and can maybe allow you to make some more deadly fights. If you would like, again, kind of going towards that more heroic feel where every single combat is just like that little bit deadlier because you know they have easy access to this healing. It's certainly very interesting. I think that ruling can also really help with the healing issues with 5e. I get what you're saying, Peyton. I think that there's the healing issues in 5e kind of come from a few different points. My general solution to the healing issue, which, I mean, this sounds kind of mean, is more punishment, not more help. Where instead of giving them easier access to healing, I say if you go down at all, you have to you take -1 to all D20 rolls until your next long rest. Basically, 1 D&D exhaustion. If you guys have read that, or frenzy from BG3, that sort of mechanic. So I essentially say, like, hey, you better invest in healing, and that's something you're really gonna have to consider, because if you go down and you do because the classic thing, and the reason why, I think a lot of people say that D&D healing is like a problem, or that it has these issues, is because of the rubber banding effect, where if you go down, you're essentially incentivized not to heal people until they hit 0, because they can't get below 0. But by punishing them for hitting 0, it disincentivizes that cheesy behavior, which to me makes it better. But all of these are depending on like what sort of tones you want, where you want the danger to come from, what you want the challenges to be. They're all good things to think about. I'd maybe add a detriment to the roll when they're thrown then too, if we can do the BG3 thrown thing. It's interesting. Yeah, my party also doesn't have a dedicated healer, so it was somewhat needed. I mean, you could have one, right? Like, there's the healer feat, there's the, like, I am all for, like, hey, D&D 5e parties don't need a healer. Like, I'm all about that. All good, But also, I'm not going to world build to plug that hole, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to implement mechanics specifically to, like, patch a hole in their comp, if that makes sense. Now, I have said in the past, I do target certain players and certain aspects of the party, whether that's positively or negatively. Sometimes I'll target a certain aspect that they're really strong in to allow them to show off, and other times I'll target a certain aspect that they're super weak in to allow them to be challenged a little bit. And to me, not having a healer is a manifestation of that. It's something that I can play around with and target as a DM. It's not something that I personally view as needing to be fixed. So So it depends very much on how desperate you are. Oh, in terms of the throwing thing, Hans, that's super fair. Yeah, I do like the cumulative effects from going down. I love it. When I was doing something similar before I saw the 1D&D exhaustion, and then the moment I saw 1D&D exhaustion, I'm like, number one, I'm using that in reference or instead of 5e exhaustion. I think 5e exhaustion sucks. And I'm now using 1D&D exhaustion, no question. And then basically just implementing a level of exhaustion every time they go down. That is a very good counter to yo-yo healing. Yeah. It's when I'm implementing mechanics like that, I'm trying to get them away from cheesy behavior. So yeah, I like that. I don't think that was a Megaphone Man original design. I don't remember if I heard it from some online person or an in-person person. But I've been using that sort of thing since like 2017, and I definitely heard it from someone else. But yeah, I certainly like that style a lot. Yeah. Anyways.
Bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, well, dude, I can't. It's so hard because I don't want to do huge long tangents, but I also cannot schedule other streams if we're going to keep on a good schedule like this. So it tears me up inside. I still want to talk about Whispers someday, but I've just never. I have so many streams I want to do. I just don't have the time in the week.
So let's do that real quick. Okay. So 2, 1. This one 5. That's what I said. This 10 damage.
Alrighty.
And he's flung 20 feet in a random direction and knocked prone.
All right.
Hopefully it's randomly off of their side.
Random direction. I'll say it's where the 4 is there. 4. Falls off and actually slams into the top of this
wing.
This wing.
Stays off.
Begins to slide off,
Yes,
and it's going to attempt to catch itself on the edge of the wing.
Fails.
Ah!
Save every one of us. It's flung off the side and falls out of view. Damn. All right.
And
see, man, and that's the sort of thing. It was just like those 2 turns where like those 2 people just like auto saved. They didn't have any sort of check. That I was like, really, Matt? But now that they're I think it's now that they're further in, Matt is like having the enemies check where he didn't at the beginning of combat, because I think he probably felt like it was just a little bit too early. Which, you know what, I won't get too down on him for. I can understand that.
I have about 40 feet or 30 feet of movement at this point.
Oh wait, and if the target hits like a wall, he takes 3. No, he takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet he was thrown.
I think he's going to hit a lot of bludgeoning damage when he hits
What's going on with Sam? What the fuck was that?
Okay, and if the saving throw is successful, the target takes half the bludgeoning damage and isn't flung or not.
All right, so
he still
takes 5 damage?
Yeah, he still takes 5 damage.
Okay, from the buffeting of the wind, Griffin manages to keep itself in place. All right, then your turn.
Then my turn.
All right, now it's the Wyvern Rider's turn. This Wyvern gets up to its feet again, no longer prone. Is going to, after being stabbed repeatedly and axed repeatedly, it's going to angrily strike out. Yeah, all right. It's going to make a bite attack and a stinger attack. Bite attack's going to be at you, Grog. Stinger attack's going to be at Vax, who's right behind him. So bite attack against you, Grog, it's going to be a 22 to hit.
That hits.
All right, you go ahead and take...
That'd be bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing,
That would be piercing.
I have.
Yes, you do. So you would take 14 points of damage. You take 7 instead.
All right.
Because you have too many hit points and don't like damage. I guess that's a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Natural 20 on you, Vax.
No! Twinsy!
So I'm going to assume it hits. So Vax, you take...
He's at disadvantage because I'm on Skype.
And wasn't he prone?
He's up.
He's up now.
He's got. All right, so that is... Take 25 points of piercing damage from the stinger.
Wait, what did he roll?
You rolled natural 20.
Natural 20, then he hits.
Yeah. So you yeah. So you take that's 18 plus 20, 25 points of piercing damage. 25 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm in Jersey and I'm rolling for Constitution. That's a 5.
To be fair, you're in Jersey. So.
It's the birthplace of the Constitution.
All right. So you take 29 points of poison damage as the stinger shoots out from the wyvern, pierces you in the abdomen, already like stabbing through your guts, and you can feel it, and just destroying a lot of your internal organs. And then all of a sudden, there's a pulse of burning, fiery pain as the poison just disperses into your system as it pulls out of your torso. Oof, that's rough.
I'm not doing too well.
Uncanny dodge, Liam. What's going on, my guy? Have that damage.
How much where are you at?
That's that wyvern. The other wyvern is still putting his bunny.
He hasn't hit the water yet?
No, you guys are ways up.
Whoa.
This wyvern swings up now with its rider.
I don't feel so good.
Take a healing
As it
potion.
does a flyby here with its movement, its rider is currently clutching a spear-type object, flings it down at the blue crystal as it slams We'll see if it does. Yeah, as it slams into the crystal, there's a spark of energy, and the blue crystal seems to wink out of magical energy, its coloration growing dark. The entire ship begins to list to one side. Everyone shifts 15 feet this way.
Oh my god.
Was I right about it crashing? No.
Yeah, on the stairway. Tiberius, I'm going to have you go ahead and roll an acrobatics check to try and catch yourself because you're on the stairs when you get knocked off.
Nope.
So you fall prone 15 feet there.
no.
On the ground.
Can we all Star Trek it? Can we?
This guy's going to try and catch himself here. Catch himself. This elf here goes to there. He's going to move 15 feet to there. Feels like a touch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got a grip.
The wyvern slides and catches itself off the edge. Push to there. Push to the stairs. I need Grog and Vex to each make a dexterity check to try and catch yourself on the edge of the boat.
Son of a bitch. Come on, you guys.
21.
Vex, I've inspired you.
That's true, but I don't need it.
Do not kill my sister while
That's a 29.
Both of you guys manage to, you're flung to the side, hit the railing, your bodies tumble over the side, and both Grog and Vex catch the railing and are now dangling on the side of the ship as it's listing at the side. You both look over each other with a whew.
Oh my god. Hey.
Crazy shit.
So that's his action. As the continuation of its movement, the wyvern comes down towards the now caught off of his, knocked away from the reins of the ship. He's going to attempt to grapple the captain.
Ah, not Damon.
No,
And,
no.
Oh no, not handsome Damon.
Fails his roll.
Damon, no!
By the wyvern.
Son of a cock. We can't lose our
We're gonna
captain.
save this. Save it.
I can
Edge of the
captain
ship. It doesn't have enough movement to get him all the way off, but it's in the process of dragging him off. You see the captain is now reaching up, trying to fight his way off. The wyvern is dragging him off the edge of the ship, but that's as far as it can do the rest of its movement since it had to move up and over the edge of the ship. That's the end of its turn. I'm gonna put it at about there.
Oh no. Everything's falling.
It happens. Delicate little miniatures. All right, that brings us to. Yeah, that's all the turns. Percy, you're up. The ship now. This weird object now is just like sparking energy on the edge of the blue crystal.
I'm going to I'm going to just hold on to bad news as I'm flicking around. I'm going to pull out my pepper box. I'm going to take a wing shot at that bastard right there.
Right there. Okay.
Go, Percy, do it.
Come on.
29.
29 definitively hits.
29 definitively hits. So let's figure out what we're going to do to this person.
Yeah, come on. We got a flat tire.
That's 9 points of damage plus a 14 Constitution saving roll.
Which with a 5 it does not make.
So it drops 20 feet.
It drops 20 feet, slams into the deck. It is not prone, but the captain is slammed on the ground as well and is not currently being held over the edge of the ship. It still has it in its clutches, but is not being dangled over the edge.
He still has him in his claws, though.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take another shot at him. All right. I'm going to make this a fire shot, and I'm going to try and get him to drop him now.
Okay.
16.
16. Okay. That hits.
All right. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. No damage, but he drops him.
Okay. The captain tumbles forward out of its grasp onto the side. He's prone, but he's no longer in the talons of the.
All right, and then I'm going to spend the rest of my move.
How much grit does he have? These are good abilities, and I mean, a battle master fighter only gets like 5 or 6 dice. I guess he hasn't used that much, so he could have like 5 or 6, and it comes back on a short rest or something. But
Up, getting situated, and then moving a little bit.
Yeah, you have 15 more feet of movement when you get up from.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Actually, you were not prone. You just landed on the wall, so you're fine.
I'm just gonna move a little bit further up of the like right about there.
Okay.
You just hit 4,000, eh?
Oh my god.
Hey!
Whoa, serious?
4,000!
Oh my gosh.
Rap video.
You did this. You did this, Zach.
You guys are ridiculous. Are you proud of yourself?
The snuggle lord outfit you're wearing tells me otherwise.
That's so cute.
All right, let's
Come on.
All right, no worries. So Percy, well done. It's your turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Scanlan's gonna take a few steps
You
forward.
still have your hand out, by the way.
Oh.
It's over in this area. You just took it and twisted him, so
So he got out of it.
Yeah.
So I could. I'm gonna leave it be. Oh wait, I still have my hand out and it's over there.
Well, you mean your hand is like over here where you grabbed it earlier.
Can I move it to the other guy near the ballista?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be my move, or do I also get to use?
No, that's
my
just part of your action.
Okay.
So if you
I'm
want to
moving
use
near
it-
the ballistic guy and I just go. And push him over the edge.
All right, go ahead and make a roll on F5
Ooh, not good. Not good.
Inspire yourself.
14.
14. As the creature got slammed in the side of the wall, the elf that's wrapped up currently is trying to get ready. It starts preparing itself to do a series of attacks, and your big hand just blindsides it, sending it over the edge of the railing. Does not catch the railing. These guys, I don't think they knew who was on the ship. Gets flung off the edge, unable to catch it, and vanishes over the side of the boat.
No, Wilhelm.
oh man, see, okay, this is another thing. Okay. You guys know I'm about consistency, whether that is playing in favor of the characters, trying to target some weaknesses to challenge them. Like, I like that consistency. I'm down with the HP range rule that I talked about either last session or the session before, because HP is already a weird thing, but consistency in how actions affect the world is relatively important, especially like within a single combat. And I don't know, man. Like, that guy didn't have a grappling hook. You know what I'm saying? Like, it made sense to me when the guy with the grappling hook did that. I just thought he did it very, very fast. But now that they're later on in the combat and Matt's more okay with maybe the combat ending and, you know, they've been looking at the map for a while, he's more okay with it being over now. He starts not letting this guy have a grappling hook, and, you know, maybe they actually make checks instead of auto-succeeding, and I don't know. It's not the worst, and it's not like the biggest criticism I could ever have for a DM. And I mean, hell, earlier in this video, I was just talking about how, like, hey, you know, don't make a check if the failure would be lame. But I don't know, within the context of a single puzzle, I feel like you have to define the rules. So if you've defined the rules at the beginning where, like, you know, these guys have grappling hooks and these, you know, and they're just Wyvern can like auto catch them and they can automatically climb up. It's like, okay, now he has to make a check, and if he fails, he's just gone. I don't know. Zach offered a music video with the characters from the non-episode 12 plus main cast cameos as the incentive for 4K. I figured that there was something that happened with the way that Matt reacted to it about some sort of rap video.
I'm going to move towards the captain.
All right.
And Vax, are you in dire straits? Physically?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to throw some healing at Vax with my healing word bonus action.
Yeah, you can get him in the range, just barely.
The healing word of the day is heal!
All right, so go ahead and roll from it. 1d4 plus 5.
Yes.
I love the healing word of the day. That's so funny.
Take a word of the day calendar.
Okay, you got healed 7 points, New Jersey.
Awesome. Scanlan's turn. Whew, that was a rough round for them. Pike, you're up.
Come on, Mike.
Okay.
No, it's concentration. Once you do Biggy's hand, you have it for as long as you concentrate on it.
So.
Yes.
I would like to try to create a spiritual weapon.
All right.
Kind of
a machine gun.
of
You're a war player,
Yandu's little arrow that he would whistle at.
Okay.
But like a really big spear, like a big version.
Okay, so what you do is you glance over at the bolts
So the one
that
that's
are set up as part of the ballistae and use it as a point of inspiration. You cast spiritual weapon, and you can see from the holy symbol, it glows in your chest, and out of it, this giant piercing bolt just seems to appear out of divine energy, lifts itself aloft next to you, kind of just hovering in the air.
All right, so I want to pierce it through that guy.
This guy?
Yeah.
So as you see it there, you bring your hand up and you just make a flinging motion. It spins, rotates, and then rockets off in the direction of this wyvern. Go ahead and roll an attack with your spell modifier.
That's cute.
18.
18 definitely hits. All right, so for the bolt's damage and the speed of this, and given that the flight nature, I would say roll 2d6 plus 5 damage.
Seven.
Total 7? All right.
Yeah.
All
right.
So,
All of those dice. I mean, you need all new dice. I know. I mean, because of how heavy it is. Wait, but I want to do it at a higher level.
okay, what level do you want to do it?
I was thinking of doing it at level 4.
All right.
And I know this says it's 1d8. Then was it just a 1d6 because it was
It was 2d6. Oh, what's the damage it say on there normally?
No, we
One more time?
What's the damage it says on there normally? That's good.
You cast a spell using a slot of 3 level or higher, damage increases by 1d8 every 2 levels above the second.
What levels normally?
3. It's a 3. Oh, no, it's a 2.
It's a 2. So you're casting it at 4th level,
Yeah.
which makes additional to roll another 1d8.
Don't roll that. Roll one of these.
Don't roll your bad,
Okay,
stupid
so it would be
dice.
15 total.
15 total, nice.
But then with the so then would I roll the d8s instead of the 6s for the last one?
I would say given the fact that it's a ranged bolt, it would be it's normally just 1d8 for the damage it deals. I made it 2d6 because it's a larger weapon and you're using it from the bolt. So it did more damage circumstantially than normally would. So you're fine. All right, and Spike's turn brings us up to the top. Vex, you're like on the side right now. You're in theory prone.
Okay. I don't know if Matt was like just brushing past a mistake in the moment. I've done it. I won't claim to be better in that aspect. But if that wasn't a mistake and he was legitimately making it 2d6 instead of 1d8, number one, I wouldn't just throw out random modifications to spells like that, but I really, really wouldn't do it for new players. Because, like, with that example there, like, Ashley Johnson was confused. She was like, wait, why is it, like, 6s instead of 8s? And she's, like, trying to, like, understand the mechanics of the game. And, well, I mean, she was already new to TTRPGs, from what I understand. And now she's moving over to a totally new system on Cleric, which is not an easy class to learn. It's It has a lot of things to keep track of, and I wouldn't just. Even if you think that like the damage modification is an interesting way to reward player creativity, I just wouldn't touch it with new players. It'll confuse the issue more than it will be interesting. Like that modification is only interesting if you understand that it's a modification, right? So yeah, general DM advice on like I really wouldn't make that sort of modification on the fly. If it was a mistake, then it was a mistake, and we can brush past it. But if it was purposeful, I wouldn't.
Side of the ship, you're not falling, which is good.
Oh, so I can't attack if I get up and out?
No, you use half your movement to get back onto the
Okay,
ship.
I'm gonna like brace my foot on Grog's shoulder and climb up.
All right, so she's the foot stolen, flips over, lands on top of the ship, totally fine.
Awesome. Can I shoot my grappling arrow at this bastard here at the end of the ship? Is that far enough? Is that close
Yeah.
enough? All right, I want to shoot him at the rider. I want to shoot the grappling arrow at the rider and catch him and bring him in.
All right, so you reach in and
Oh,
there's...
cast Hunter's Mark on him first, though.
So you move it over? That's it.
Yeah.
It's there, Hunter's Mark is there, we're fine.
Yeah,
Go with it,
it's,
sure.
yes, it's on it.
Yeah, Restad. I mean, yeah, and it is also very possible that he was, like you said, he was throwing her a bone. Maybe he was just like, oh, I'll just like give her a little bit of additional damage, whether she realizes it or not. But yeah, it can definitely lead towards that sort of confusion and missed pacing, and it creates complications with upcasting, like we saw. It's not the biggest deal. He probably, there's no way he could have he could have predicted that, but I understand, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and roll for the attack.
Oh god, okay. So nervous.
I'm counting on it.
I think that's a lot of the criticism that I have of Matt during this fight is a lot of it I really get. Like, I think it comes from a very valid place within a DM and within trying to tell these stories. But I do think that they are kind of, maybe not noob traps is the wrong word, but I think that they are things that can seem appealing to do as a DM when you're really like you've learned enough to try and like play with the rules a little bit and make things more interesting, and you learn pretty quickly that the more you play with the rules when you are not dead rock solid fucking ingrained in there, it can be, you kind of have to go all the way. Like you have to go like a Dungeons and Daddies or like Adventure Zone level loose. But if you have where you're trying to play with the rules most of the time, but you're occasionally throwing out a little spice onto it. Like I love it when people play with the rules, but it's something that takes care and caution. And, when you first start doing it, you're probably not ready for it. They're pretty loosey-goosey with the rules in C1, especially early. I suspect he's trying to keep things moving to prevent rules searching downtime. He called it out earlier. He made a somewhat like self-deprecating remark that I caught like early on in the stream, where he's like, oh, like I bet you guys love like watching me look up rules, blah blah blah. So I think you're probably dead on, Restay. I think it is likely a function of that subconscious pressure we were talking about earlier in stream of they're making a show, not just playing the game.
Yes, 26.
26
You're
definitely
probably
hits.
dead
Okay,
on.
so how do I do it?
All right, so roll damage.
Okay.
It's actually, for the grappling arrow, it's going to be 1d6 damage for it. It's not quite as designed to pierce, more than it's more of a bludgeoning hit.
Plus my regular 13.
So 13 damage to the runner, all right.
Plus 6 for the Hunter's Mark. 1.
All right. Alrighty.
And then I've got him grappled.
And so as the arrow hits, it pierces the shoulder for a second. It causes it to push off the shoulder as it retracts. Behind it, you pull back and it catches the shoulder. You're yanking.
Yeah, for my second
All
action.
right, go ahead and make an athletics check.
I thought that was it, AKL. I literally scrolled up. Are you live? Oh, it has a question mark at the end of it.
Okay.
Yes!
Tug of war.
Batman.
Because it's a question, obviously. No, it's a "Are you live?" question mark.
You got inspiration.
Oh, well, okay. 16, should I use my inspiration? Yeah, do it.
I mean,
do it.
Do it.
Okay, so that's 23.
23. So using the inspiration that's going to give you grab the arrow and yank with all your might. The tiny half-leaf form on there clutches for dear life onto the harness that is on top of this wyvern. But it's
Oh, maybe I could make a pinned comment with Maybe I could make a pinned comment with all the stuff, but then I would have to put that pinned comment back up every time. Maybe I'll put it in the description. I'll put a command list in the description one of these days.
I don't know if his fingers are pulled from his pick and
When I
yanked
say
off the
one of
fly.
these days, I'll do it like this time.
Toppling
I don't know why I
over
said
tea
it
kettle,
like that.
landing prone on the ground next to the captain that attempted to fling from the side of the ship. The grappling hook partially embedded in his back and shoulder blades.
I'm still holding the rope, holding
You
on.
are, yes. All right.
That's my whole action, right? That's everything I can do.
That would be your action, yeah, the whole process.
Really excited.
All right. This guard comes over here, returns to his base where he had it set up. The griffin is right there in front of him. He gets the bolt that's set up there, aims it up, and is going to fire almost point blank into the griffin as it turns around.
Yes. Come on.
That's a natural 20.
Yes!
We didn't know he was smart!
Yes, go
And
NPC!
2d6 double sixes.
You're a badass nameless NPC.
So
obviously, I included punctuation in the commands that take punctuation to activate it. Well, it all makes sense.
As the guard turns around and releases the bolt,
Guard number 2, you're awesome, Steve.
the griffin is flying up over the edge of the ship, kind of getting away from the buffeting winds of the druid. As it turns around, a bolt just pierces its chest, the sheer impact, sending it flying backwards. It screeches, plummets off the side of the ship to slowly find itself to its doom in the watery grave below in the ocean.
To a tiny rabbit.
To a tiny rabbit.
Yes.
That griffin took a bolt to the chest. That is nasty. All right. This other guard is going to.
And the hunter's mark is on a little halfling thing up over, just so you know.
What's magic
Specifics.
Silently.
Oh no, our music went away again.
Is that like the only track we have?
One track is having problems with audio, apparently. I'll fix it later.
Not do everything now.
Chat
We have some great audio tracks
should
and some fans
now
that I'm going to be incorporating
be
soon.
in
So
the
if you guys are musicians, you want to create music for the show, feel free to send it to us. You know, like atmospheric, not too dynamic. You've heard the types we have on here, so in that realm, please send it.
Slow jams for
Vax, you're up.
I'm having trouble seeing through the fog of war, aka my iPad. How close is that wyvern to me?
Right there. He is only 10, 11 feet from you.
Alright, okay. So straight up, dagger.
All right.
Do I have advantage?
No, you don't have advantage. It is flying.
20 on the first with my keen.
That hits.
Hits. That is 10 points of damage. Second dagger, 25.
That hits.
That is 7 points of damage. And my third dagger, all the way from New Jersey, is a 20.
That hits.
Trenton.
They were really all ones. That is a 10.
10 damage. All right. So as you just managed to catch yourself on the edge of the ship as it's listing, from this angle, the wyvern that pushed off the side is now flapping its wings and preparing its claws up to go further dive attack. You reach back and your daggers, which return to your belt, you and fling all three as they spiral through the air. The first one strikes its torso, the second one hits it in the neck, and as it rears up, looking at you angry with its fangs bared, like it's now changed its direction towards you. The final one hits it in the head.
Yes!
Plummets backward.
That's how we do it in Weehawken, New Jersey, motherfucker!
All right, Vax, do you want to move? You good there?
I am going to, no, I'm going to sort of jog backwards towards the, I can't see. Is, who's around the wyvern up at the end boat?
Nobody.
Nobody over here.
Oh. Nobody's at the
Nobody back?
There is one of the bandits is still there on the side of the ship.
Is he hanging on?
I'm gonna drink it.
All right, go for it.
Is like that bandit hanging on? Is that the deal?
Yeah. Well, technically it's an action to drink it, but it's fine. Let's do it. Why not?
You're in New Jersey.
No, I don't want to do that. No, I definitely want to do that. I'm gonna run over by, I'm gonna run back by Keith.
Okay. With haste, you get there easily. Keyleth, who was just a buffeting wind cyclone. All right.
I'll be
Dead.
protected by my
Tiberius, you're up.
sweet wind gusts,
Okay,
yo.
I take my staff.
You're up to your feet. Yep.
I'll. I don't know, guys. What do you? I
The entire ship is right here, listing on the side.
Yeah.
Do I deliver?
Yeah, those are the. Oh, we've got our two little bandages
Just do
left
the best move you've ever done in your life.
Okay. I'm going to first. I'll do telekinesis again, and I'll do attempt to what I did the first time. I won't do anything fancy because whatever. And I'll try to rip off the wyvern's rings again.
Yeah.
For his body.
Okay.
Or one of them if it's easier.
All right. Go ahead and make a roll.
Yeah, one would do it.
True.
That is 22.
22. Okay. Go ahead and roll 3d6 points of damage. You don't manage to tear the wing off, but you do manage to pull its flesh, and you can see it's going to cause the joint where it's attached is now tearing open, revealing bone and fleshy tissue beneath.
So that'll be 9.
That's like
10.
the most average. That was like exactly average.
10. Sweet. And I see that, I'm like, and I turn to Vax and I go, oh, I like what you were doing earlier. And I spend 5 sorcerer points. I cast telekinesis again, and I take out 8 of the daggers that are in my pouch, and I hover them around me. And then I start towards the wyverns where I see where all the bone and shit is. And I'm hucking my back and forth, bringing them back and forth, and bringing them back and forth.
Just as you're aware, telekinesis is a concentration spell. You don't have to keep recasting it.
Oh, I don't.
No.
It's just going?
Yeah.
Oh, well then fucking that's what's going on. Yeah. I spent 5 minutes time to do it again. Because can I do that all in action? Do that and then with the daggers?
No, to do daggers, you would, like, you would, this
Concentrate
sorry, you would have
points.
to cast again. The sorcery points to give you another action.
That's okay, so I do it. Yeah, so.
But to do that, it wouldn't use other expenditure. But yeah, normally you can just concentrate each round, do an action with it. So,
Gotcha.
all right, so you just fling all the daggers at it?
Yeah, and I'm pulling them back and forth through that tear in the wing. I just caused.
Okay, I'll say go ahead and make 4 spell attack rolls. So roll d20 adding your spell attack modifier.
4 times?
Yeah. Whatever your spell attack modifier is.
So my attack modifier is the spell attack modifier is everything. So that's 23, 24, 25, 26, and that's.
The stupid one? I. So I am generally in favor of letting people do combat stuff with non-combat spells. But it shouldn't be like the primary thing. You know, like, I'm interested in it if it, like, combos off of another thing. So the first thing that Orion ever did in this vein on Critical Role was Travis had, like, a critical hit on the boulette or something to that nature, and it caused and Matt narrated this gaping wound in the side of its armor. And then Orion said, ooh, I'd love to widen that wound with telekinesis. That's great. He's playing off the established narrative. We're diving deeper into other player actions and the consequences of them. It makes Travis feel cool. It's all dope. But this is just like, I mean, well, and number one, we're not even getting into 2-leveled spells with Quickened Spell, which is not allowed. But it's yeah, I don't know. I don't even really like. I'm not even like annoyed. I'm more just like, man, I don't really know even like how to like address how that's like not good or correct. In Pathfinder, the spell can do that. Throw one object per spellcasting modifier. Really? I retract. I retract. You have saved Orion this time. You know what? Yeah, their Pathfinder showing again. That's crazy. Okay. Because I'm like, that's why I was like so shocked. I was like, am I misunderstanding something? That's why I went and looked up the spell. Because I was like, that was like weirdly specific. And Matt just like went along with it so quick. And I was like, what? Okay. You know what? If it's just their Pathfinder showing again, I'll move on. Okay.
Was it 20? Wait, is it just 20 plus the modifier?
Yeah, and then 18 plus
29. That's 30, 31, 32.
So wait, what was the? Because I get 3 plus 3 on all attacks because of gear I'm wearing also. And then 7 plus that is 18, that's 21, and then that is 15.
I have no idea what's happening anymore.
A lot of numbers.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly should not have. I think the boat definitely just. And this also gets into some degree of. Matt does, like, the players need to know the rules, and Matt needs to be a rules arbiter. Like, he lets shit past. Yeah, his unfamiliarity with the rules does hurt some of the encounters, though lots of growing pains, yeah. Which is just, it's new DMs, new players, unfamiliarity with 5e, like, these things are bound to happen, and they're bound to happen even more when you're live and... Outside? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. How close are we to being done? We're like 15 minutes. Ooh, that may not be long enough. She probably does need to go, and she did just ask. So I'm gonna do I normally don't do a break this late, but I'm gonna do a quick break to take her out. But yeah, to wrap up that conversation, yeah, it's unfamiliarity with the rules hurts. It's growing pains, but it is certainly tough to watch. And when you're first learning, I would say generally that like learning the rules should take equal precedence to keeping up the pace, just so that you guys learn and can eventually do it more fluidly. Anyways, gonna be really quick right back. I will see you guys in a sec. Bubby, you want to go outside? Come on. And we are back. Bug has gone to the bathroom. We're chilling. It is fucking gross out. I felt like I was in Missouri. Blech, patooey. No, it's real humid. Ugh. It hasn't been that humid since I moved here. Yeah, his unfamiliar, blah, 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 take a break. Oh, thank you, AKL. Their mistaken interpretations of their spells do lead to some fun moments, too, though, I'll say that. Fair enough. You may want to watch the post-game chatter, a few cute moments, and one important plot update. Ooh. And not just tips. Bug. Oh, no! I just unplugged my headphones, but also... She is not amused. She wants me to be done. But that is not her decision to make.
So my spell tag bonus is 11. Plus 3 because all the gear that I have currently. On top of this. That goes to my spell tag bonus.
Oh yeah, and they're talking about it in reference to the spell attacks. That's interesting.
Which is with the 6, right?
Right. Your bonus is it's your proficiency modifier plus your stat modifier, which is your charisma, which is 5, and your charisma, which is 4, so it would be 9.
So I have... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm counting this in. So -1 from all of
That's
the
okay. They also hit. So go ahead and roll a 4d4 plus 20.
Yeah.
4d4 plus 20. Each dagger is now being jammed into the creature's open wound through the power of your telekinetic force.
That's, what is that? 3 and then...
6 and 7 is 13.
8. So
20, total 28.
Okay, yeah, 28.
Plus 5 each, so 28 points of damage. As its wing is being torn apart, the daggers streak through, many of which are missing its forms, you're just flinging them all at it, and then as they go streak past it, you turn the telekinesis back and yank them back through. As they tear through, you see most of the wing is torn open, the flesh is now just exposed to the air, the wind's buffing it around. It's looking extremely rough in the beginning. It's on the ground currently, but it looks like it's not going to be able to fly right now. It is completely incapable of flight with the way it
I'm
is.
going to just hover the knife, all the daggers over the prone dude and like right over his face.
Alrighty.
I'm going to keep him there.
Alright, Grog.
I pull myself back up on the ship.
Okay, so that's half your movement. You still have 20 feet of movement.
I look up and I see that everyone's got that wyvern taken care of, and I turn my gaze back to the little halfling. I'd like to move to him, please.
Alright, he is 10 feet up, so you're going to have to make 2 athletics checks to leap up towards it in your range.
Yes. Okay. 23.
Alright, second one.
Yes. Oh, sorry. 19.
Alright, so like a lumbering barbarian, you get on it and just hook jump twice, landing next to it.
Trembling, raging in the face. I reach and I pick him up by the top of his shirt, give him a sniff, and fucking chuck him off.
Alright, make another athletics check to try and down.
do I get advantage on strength checks when I'm raging?
Yes.
Strength checks?
Does it give you bonus or advantage on strength?
He does.
Yeah, you would. Okay. So yeah, you would have advantage on this.
That's even better. That's a 24.
24. All right. So as you stand there with your axe up, you kind of set the axe down, reach out and grab it. The halfling who you see has this kind of scarred face, and it looks really haggard for a halfling. Like its probably existence is not in the most comfortable places, especially to be out in the middle of the ocean like this. You grab it, and for a moment, its anger seething turns to sudden fear. It looks over the side.
You fucked up.
If BG3 logic is to be believed, Grog is definitely strong enough to throw a halfling. That's for sure.
It just goes plummeting off the side.
Oh, man. Why did I get in this line of work?
Yeah, I think we don't attack the last dude, just kill the wyvern.
All right, Keyleth.
So everyone seems the only thing that's left is the wyvern, right?
And one little halfling that I've got a rope on.
Oh, and you've got rope on. And is the ship still like? It's still a little crooked.
Yeah, it's still on the side. It's kind of like slowly rotating as there's nobody at the helm.
Okay, in my air form, I'm gonna fly over. I'll go through, and I'm gonna kind of use just my air form to lift underneath
a boat
of the boat and try and stabilize it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna...
Go ahead and make an athletics check using the air elemental strength.
Okay.
That's cool. Yeah.
8.
Using all the force of your elemental air, you push and push, but this ship is extremely heavy. And this side of it, all the weight, because the two other sides are given essentially an anti-gravity force from an arcane, all the weight is being pushed into this one corner. Outside of a natural 20, you would not be able to help this at all, unfortunately.
Outside of a natural 20.
Yeah.
Wow.
But maybe. You never know. That could have been really epic. That could have been really epic.
Cool.
It's just okay.
Well, I learned that the boat's heavy as shit.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
That's what I learned in this turn.
One of 20 dimensions, you're awesome right now.
Thanks.
It's okay. You essentially one-shotted a wyvern.
Yeah.
You bunny one-shotted a wyvern.
Oh, it's okay. I don't need validation.
Oh, no.
Validation.
Yeah. No, I just want to bring it up again.
Save it for Orion.
I just want to bring it up again because I think it's the most ridiculous death to a wyvern ever. Okay. This wyvern, looking at the circumstance,
You're good
takes
enough.
off.
You're smart enough.
Tries to fly and can't.
Can't fly?
No, because its wing is messed up from Tiberius. So it steps around. The only thing it can reach, which is you, Scanlan. Coming at you with a bite and its stinger again, so it can't use its claws. That is a...
And I sing my little cutting words song to...
Okay, switch attack.
I'm sorry?
He has switch attack.
Oh, he has 2 attacks?
He has a bite and a stinger.
Oh, gets the stinger.
Okay. The bite is a 22 to hit.
Oh, he hits.
All right. You take 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As it just its arm, its entire mouth opens up and clamps down onto your shoulder and torso. As it's holding you in place, you try and pull back as its tail.
Oh, I didn't even hear that, AKL. That's really funny. That's very, very funny.
Which towards you? Go ahead and make your roll.
What do I roll? 20?
Roll d10 and reduce whatever the attack is reduced by.
That's an 8.
D10.
10.
Yes,
That's
0?
It's a 10.
10, okay.
All right. So it rolled a 24 to hit.
That goes down to 14. My armor class is 15.
Yeah!
Your
armor class is 17.
I'm also wearing a necklace, which
Your
makes
armor
it
class is
17.
17.
Your armor class is 17.
Oh, snap.
So I'm okay.
Yeah, you should
From
change
that.
that.
Well, I rolled the armor, and then there was apparently some necklace that I forgot about.
Yeah, he's had a +2, and plus the arm had a +3 to his AC.
Seriously?
Cumulative
I
natural
know.
armor. I
I don't feel bad about taking the ring.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You knew.
So as it's clamping down on you, its tail whips in the air. What kind of words are you going to throw?
And you miss me like the deserts miss the rain.
The wyvern is still clamped down on your body. Its one eye opens up and goes. You hear an audible. And as its tail swings towards you, it just hits the ground next to you, slamming into the wood. Entirely distracted by your sudden lack of fear and display of beautiful musical voice, misses you. That ends its turn. Percy, you're up.
All right, I'm taking out the pepper box. I'm going to turn towards it and just unload.
All right, go for it.
That load, Percy.
Finish it.
Yes.
Finish that load.
10.
Damn it.
Total 10?
Total 10. Nope.
You're the closer, Percy.
22.
Yes.
You only get 2 attacks.
I'm using my bonus action.
Are you using your action surge?
Using my action
Okay,
surge.
so you get 4 attacks.
That misses. And then 19.
That's 2 hits.
Yeah, that's 2 hits.
On 2?
I was also using my sharpshooter mode for that so that I can do some extra damage. So
Pepper box.
Number 1.
Kill all the things.
20 points of damage plus 1 point of ice damage.
Alrighty.
It's the ice damage that's going to do it.
Yeah.
And the next one is
Ooh, it's a little.
25 points of damage and 1 point of fire damage.
Yeah.
I want to do this.
The closer.
Western style, I'm just going to fan the fucking hammer. Fan the hammer, I'm going to just tear that wing off.
So, with each successive blast, even the ones that don't immediately impact, it's the
Wait, Taliesin, would you say it's high noon? when you're fanning the hammer, would you? No, you wouldn't say that, obviously. Matt might.
first blast hits and explodes across its shoulder joint as you see the rest of the flesh that Tiberius had already weakened gets severed entirely, the wing being flung off the side of the ship and disappearing in the wind beneath. As it rears back in pain, the second one hits its side, the third one strikes it on the other wing, and as it rears back in pain, its mouth open to the sky in this screeching kind of death rattle. The final blast hits it under the chin, leaving a gaping hole under its neck as it steps back and then tumbles off the edge of the ship, vanishing below.
Wait. Can I catch it as an air elemental and bring it back up?
You are underneath the ship currently. You see the wyvern below. You dive for it. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
No, look, everyone, we still have one to interrogate.
12.
Isn't that nice?
You go try and grab it, but your air form doesn't
shit, I'm
have
air
quite,
elemental.
and it just swoops through and disappears towards the ocean below.
Forgot.
As the captain gets up, the other halfling, which you can see, is like dressed in ragged robes. It has cloth wrapped across its face.
Kind of pull the arrow so it like wraps up in the rope.
The guards are there with their weapons drawn. You can currently there is still the spear that's jammed in the side that's sparking, causing the whole ship to list.
Can I try and get that out?
Yeah, as you swing up, you go ahead and manage to, as an elemental form, just clink, and pull the strange thing off the edge of the ship. At which point the blue stone comes back online and the ship rights itself.
I thought it was cracked or something. Yeah, me too.
No.
I figured.
All right, I'm with the player. I was like, oh, that was easy. So I was right about being wrong. No, I was wrong about being wrong. The ship isn't gonna crash, is what I'm saying.
Now you know.
We need
It's
to check on that box now.
Oh yeah, that other
I'll go check
that
it.
other
Check it.
wyvern
We haven't seen any
was
of
gone for a while.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any of them.
All right.
So
If they were clever, they didn't leave the room.
Well, that's the whole thing.
If they were
Or this
clever.
was
Hopefully they're
a,
still
like
there.
he said, a distraction.
I'm gonna run down and check the box.
this halfling is currently kind of just on the side right now. The one guard holding it. Who's going downstairs?
I'm going downstairs.
and I'll go to the halfling.
Where,
Move
Liam,
over.
where are you at?
Where am I?
Health-wise? He's in New Jersey.
Last time I spoke, I was by Keyleth. I'm just following her lead.
Are you okay health-wise?
I'm alright.
All right. So you run over to the halfling.
Big better,
What do you
happy
want to do?
worse.
I would like to pick him up, not choke him, but pick him up and hold him ever so gently over the side and say, "My mind does seem like a long way down. What the fuck are you doing attacking his ship?"
And as he says, I hover the daggers.
All right. Roll intimidation check with advantage because of Tiberius's.
Don't worry, if you fail, I can intimidate.
Do you have a beard today? He definitely has a beard today.
16.
On both rolls?
16 on the advantage roll.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. So the halfling, which you now look appears to be female. The cloth kind of drops from his face. You can see the teeth are kind of broken and rotted. This is not a city-going folk. It's kind of please, don't just let me live.
Doesn't even describes rotting teeth. And doesn't give me one smell.
Let me live.
Oh, let you live.
Starts crying in your grasp.
If you wish to live, answer our giant friend who asked you a rather polite question.
Yeah, we're locking him up for next step. Next step, he's gotta. If he doesn't post bail, next step he's going to county. That's what I'm saying.
What's the question?
My hands are so sweaty. I'm afraid you'll slip if you don't tell me what you were doing attacking this ship.
We live in an island below. We usually just hit ships that come through this channel, this pass, pirating, if you will. Take money, things that we can, and run. Usually it's just quick hits and go. We couldn't pass up the opportunity. We managed to acquire a few things to help, and we've only harried one other sky ship. We saw you. We knew there had to be some sort of riches involved.
Insight check?
Yeah, somebody do it.
Snozzberries taste like snozzberries.
16.
20.
Extremely scared, extremely honest, in a mode of trying to stay alive at this point in time.
So nobody hired you?
No, we haven't been to a city in years. I told you, we have an island below. It's a cabin we live in. We just come up and out to grab what we can to survive.
Captain Damon, what do you propose we do with this thief pirate?
Captain Damon, who's gone back to the ship to try and get it back on course and is currently turning it around. To be perfectly honest, I'd usually throw him overboard. But if
Drop.
you've seen it...
If you want him, you can catch him.
Grog!
Well, the captain said he'd throw him over.
It was a girl. It was a poor little girl halfling. Oh wait, I still had the grapple arrow.
You do, as the rope's going...
No, I'm holding on still. So she's like kind of dangling still. Can
Currently,
I catch
yes. As you look over... Actually...
Does she have an arrow through her arm?
Yes.
Yes. In a very painful way, she is currently held by her shoulder blade, which now has...
But it was kind of wrapped around her, so maybe it didn't hurt quite as bad.
It hurt pretty bad.
I pull her up. I look at Grog. Really?
What are you thinking?
Really? Pull her
Pull
up.
up. She's bleeding out and is looking pretty rough.
Well, shit. Maybe we should have let her drop.
She's still alive, though. She's still alive.
No. What should we like put?
Yeah. She fucking caught that shit. I don't. That is generous of Matt.
Her in a prison cell. I don't know what to do with her now that we've
Let's steal her and put her to work. She's probably been out of work.
What do you think, little one?
She could
you want a
replace the
real
guard that
job?
they killed.
Maybe brush your teeth.
It's just kind of like on one knee.
Anything.
Anything.
Just don't drop me.
Looking over Grog again.
Be afraid of him. Be very afraid. Hi, do you want to hear her?
Well, come here.
Are we in agreement we are saving this one?
I'm gonna go through her pockets, make sure she's not
To
hiding
be
any
fair, we
weapons or
did
daggers.
lose one over the edge, so we might need another crew member.
That's true.
What's your name?
Yeah. Crew member. Totally not slave.
Tira.
Tira.
How old are you?
I don't know.
Oh, that's so
she's so
sad.
sad.
She looks in her maybe 20s or 30s. Up close you can see just a harsh life and the harsh elements. She looks older than she is, but there's a youth in this too.
Maybe you can heal her teeth while you're at it.
Tira, empty your pockets.
Yeah.
I give her a quick pat down to make sure she's not carrying any daggers or hidden.
There are a few rusty hidden blades and a coin purse that contains 4 gold.
Sweet.
Dude.
All right.
You can earn.
Oh man, they're so sad. And then wait, watch
Carrying
this.
any daggers or hidden.
There are a few
Watch Laura Bailey's face right here.
rusty hidden blades and a coin purse that contains 4 gold.
Sweet.
Look at that! Oh my god, the treasurer smile. She's like, whatever. Gold?
I'm taking it.
All right.
You can earn your wage on this ship if you behave.
Gold is gold, man.
You don't.
He means he'll throw you over.
You can have a real life here, little one.
Yeah.
That's your past. This is your future.
And she kind of like slinks over towards the doorways that lead into the lower part of the deck as you guys kind of lead Tira in. The captain has regained control of the ship. And you guys settle in to check in on the room where the...
I'm knocking on the door. Alright, Desona.
Lady Kima.
Lady Kima, hello.
The door opens, and they're still sitting to the back by the box with their weapons ready, and Kima opens the door. Is everything all right?
It's pirates. We've taken care of it.
I was a habit of trusting people who were just trying to kill them. Yeah, I don't even know if the moment that she is like narrated trying to shank them while they sleep, it's gonna be like, oh, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. It won't even be sudden. It'll just be like, oh, the moment that they weren't watching her, she's gonna try to do something. I don't know, man.
Good. And she's kind of rubbing her head. You can see this little trickle of blood on her head. Apparently, I guess when the ship listed, they all kind of slipped in the room as well.
Do you need anything? Is everything all right?
It's fine. She kind of reaches up and touches her head, and you can see there's a slight warm glow of divine energy, and the blood flow stops.
That almost feels like cheating. Okay. As long as everything's fine, there was no incidents, nothing unusual.
Nothing. I've kept a very close watch.
I mean, true, Restay. That's not untrue.
Very well.
Carry on.
Well, really, the box is fine.
Everybody seemed fine. They said no events, nothing.
Freaking net in this freaking room.
No, it was trolling over here.
Yeah. Should you inside?
I don't know.
God's in a room. I mean, really.
Yeah, I mean, what are they gonna do?
My insight was the box was still there.
I cast prestidigitation on the little half elf and clean her up real quick.
Okay. She's doing inside you. She's and watches her form
It feels like
clean
little
up.
fishes, doesn't it?
She sounds tickled and scared at the same time, but the clothing cleans up. It's still tattered.
Yeah.
And she looks a little cleaner. Most of the dirt's gone, but she still looks weathered.
I
Her
was
skin's
mainly working-
darker from a lot of
I
sun.
was mainly working on the smell.
Oh, that's taken care of. She kind of looks to you.
Even Orion! Matt, you should be ashamed. Ashamed that even Orion can remember to narrate a smell every now and then. Ugh.
A proper bath will
Is
do
she
better.
healed?
But...
Did you heal it?
Yeah,
I dropped the elemental
Matthew.
form.
All right. Back up.
No longer a tornado.
We'll say as you guys all head back underneath the ship to go ahead and
Here
right
smells
yourselves for the remainder of the journey. We'll call the game for the evening there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But there's an after game little ditty, right?
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey!
Welcome back. That ship
so
looks
cool.
awesome.
That looks so cute.
You guys handled that pretty damn well.
This is way better than
Pretty
He's definitely
damn
trying to kill
well.
us.
Only one of us got thrown off the ship, and she could fly.
I know.
Yeah.
It was nice.
They had no idea you were a druid.
No.
You're the closest one to the griffins.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
It says around 38:27 according to John Forsyth's timestamp. So I'll skip forward a few minutes. Just to like here. We'll watch from here. Your Bale will be describing all the smells you smelled in the dungeon. Yeah. I don't know. He's getting close. If we get to this next continent and I have no idea what this city smells like, what this harbor smells like, it's going to be bad news. It is going to be bad news, I tell you. And not Percy's gun. You know what I'm schmaying? What the fuck?
Oh, thanks, Lucas. Lucas?
Is that a
Lucas?
two-headed troll?
God damn it, Lucas.
Oh, Matt's birthday. Oh, that's delightful.
Yes.
Haven't seen one of those yet.
All right, yeah. So Ryan's gonna get the knives and the plates and all that good stuff.
It's amazing, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, if you want to start reading through those.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are
What,
so
we just
awesome.
bite into it?
No, wait for the plates.
I keep forgetting I have a birthday
Can I
coming up.
stick my finger
Everyone else
in
is
it?
so much better at remembering it than me.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, Facebook.
Kurt Cole.
I also never remember my own birthday. I think this last year, Paige planned a surprise for me. And, well, not a surprise. She told me about it. But then, I don't even know why I said it was a surprise. It just wasn't. It wasn't that. But she had something planned for me. And then I didn't realize it was like my birthday weekend until she was like, hey, I'm so sorry. I'm not ready to do this. Can we like reschedule it to like next month or something? Blah blah blah. And I was like, why? What are you talking about? I'm definitely. I was an only child. My parents didn't really celebrate their birthdays that much. I didn't have a lot of friends when I was in like elementary and grade school. So I don't know. I don't know. I've never been a birthday guy myself. You could skip to 3820, but I will defer to John. Okay. If he has a different timestamp. You're like pretty dead on with John's timestamp. I just went a little bit earlier to catch the vibes.
I'll donate $100 to 826. This is a donation in support of Vorak. Hope you get better, buddy. Yes, for those who didn't realize,
you were almost dead on. He said 33827. So you were
a scale bearer Vorak. One of the two envoys was named after Vorak, one of our critters who's currently in recovery.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, and by this point, they've developed the term critters. All right.
Oh, that's Vorak.
Yes, Vorak has an NPC in our world now, and
Right
I'm hoping you get better, Vorak.
Congrats,
You're
Vorak.
currently you're one of the two guarding the Horn of Orcus back to the Temple of the Platinum Dragon. So
Yeah. Man, I thought those NPCs were gonna be evil. They're not gonna make Vorak evil if it's a sick person. Fuck. Dang it. Okay. I'm almost 25 and I haven't really celebrated my birthday since I was 16. Yeah, I normally I normally tell it's always just like I do something with Paige. And if Paige has an idea for something like specific to do, then like and that like involves other people, then we do that. But it's like I don't know. Paige is very into like holidays of all kinds, so she likes to make a big thing out of my birthday. But I always have to tamp her down, and so we have like an agreement on how much of a big thing she can make it. Unless his Make-A-Wish is to TPK the team. Dude, you're so right, Scott. Maybe he wanted to be evil.
Nice.
So well
Don't
done.
fuck it up.
Yeah, don't fuck it up, man.
Yeah, man.
So that's awesome. That Alice donated $20. Thanks to Critical Role. I went on the most amazing date with a girl I met at D&D. I owe you all.
Yeah.
Hashtag Grogbeard.
Yes.
That's awesome. Yep. Actually, go ahead and roll 2d10.
2d10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are we tempting this person's fate like this?
All right, and what's the first one?
4.
Thank you, sir.
And a 9.
All right. So, as you finish the battle, you reach up and realize that there's a little bit of scruff at the chin, and to the point you find Goliaths that are usually hairless beings. Your body is trying its damnedest to grow some form of facial hair, and it's coming out in this kind of like, we're talking 4th grade scruff, you know, where you get that really thin facial hair. Yeah. So it's coming.
I'm a man.
You're fighting. That dwarf beard is fighting.
Me and Grog are the same. Me and Grog. Look at that. Look at that. That mutton chop took me a week and a half. Me and Grog are the same. I'm terminal, but I always wanted to be a BBEG. That'd be so sick. I would do that. I've always wanted to play villains. Favorite role, or I guess one of my favorite roles that I ever played was Beauty and the Beast. Fuck. When I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs. I literally can't remember his name. Every morning to help me get large. Not in front of us, I'm roughly the size of a barge. Fuck! Gaston! Thank you. I couldn't think of it. Yes. I love being villains. So honestly, if I back in my tumor having days, ooh, look at that, drip feeding a little bit more megaphone lore. Yeah, back in my tumor having days, if I was into an actual play, I might have wished to be a BBG. That sounds sick as hell.
fighting your physicality. So.
I'm never shaving.
All right, we have Big Tom Action donated $50.
Although I want to be clear, I don't want any sort of stolen valor. I did not have cancer. I had benign tumors, but they did recur. So I had like not 4 or 5, 5. I had 5 total, and they're all gone now. And now, okay, we'll do really quick lore. Whoa, look at that guy. Can see how it ripples like that? It's because there is absolutely nothing between my skin and my lung. So I have a video game boss weak spot where it is just my skin and my lung. Yeah, it's pretty rad, dude. I watched a Soul Live play game a long time ago where it just really felt like an origin story. Yeah, man. Battle scars, fuck yeah. I asked the surgeon, because I had 3 surgeries over the course of a few years, and every time I was like, make the scar look cool. Because I was younger at the time. I think my first surgery was when I was like 15 or something. And I was like, can you make it like a lightning bolt? And he was like, no, I can't do that. And I was like, can you like sign your name or something? I kept asking him for progressively weirder shit every time I went in. Oh man, okay, wait. One last lore drop. Weak points are key. You could be a BBG for sure. Fuck yeah, dude. Last lore drop. Are you sure you didn't implant an evil parasite? I don't know, man. He could have. He could have, with the way he kept saying, oh, I promise that these won't come back, and then they did twice. There could have been something hinky going on. But I was 15 when I got my first one, and it was scary. It was a lot, whatever. Especially because at that point I didn't know if it was cancer or not. So I was trying to keep it light, keep it chill. And I had just heard 2 jokes, and they give me the anesthesia, right? Because it's like a 6-hour surgery, maybe an 8-hour surgery, something like that. So I'm going under, and they told me to count, and instead of counting, I insisted on telling them these jokes. And I don't know if you know this, but if you've never been put under before, they normally give you less than they think you actually need, because they always want to like err on the side of giving you less anesthesia. So it took me a little bit longer to fall asleep. And so my 2 jokes that are now my good luck jokes are how do you organize a space party? Anyone? Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses? How do you organize a space party? You plan it. And then second, so they're chuckling. They're chuckling. I've got the room rolling in this operating room. And then I go, wait, I got another. I say, what did the whale say when it what the fuck? Why did the whale cross the ocean? Why did the whale cross the ocean, everybody? To get to the other tide. Woo! And that's my time, everybody. Those are my lucky jokes. Those are my lucky jokes. And then I told them in the next 2 surgeries, and I came out pretty all right. So those are whenever I'm going to do something dangerous or whenever I'm going to do something I'm scared of. Those are my lucky jokes. You can use them. The first one was funny. Whoa, they're both funny. What the fuck? AKL? No. Yeah, but there you go. There's your Megaphone Man lore drop for the day. I realized when I first did the smaller lore drop, I was like, oh no, it sounds like I had cancer. I don't want to claim that. I did not. But yeah. Anyways, good ep, fun ep. Maybe Grog will grow a beard next time. Oh my god, is that the thumbnail and title? Who knows? I'll see you later. Have a good one. Have a good sleep. Good